cutthroat competition in Counter-Strike returns. Welcome to the Blast Premier Fall Showdown.
Can Nico clutch it? Here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore.
The fact that you could come from basically nowhere and get all the way into the fall finals if you're good enough.
Making sound. First is instant. Second's just as clean. Crimbo trying to sneak into the smoke. This is so dirty, and it might just work out. Grim seems unaware of his position. He's still able to find the headshot.
You lose one, you are out of contention from potentially making it to the full final.
It never goes according to plan. If history has told us anything, is that shit's gonna hit the fan at Showdown. Excellent words, Mr. Matthew Maniac Kick here. Thank you very much for that. Welcome everybody to the Blast Showdown Fall 2023. As you may already see, things are a little bit different this time around, but don't worry, we will guide you through everything. I'm Maniac. I'll be your host for this entire week. I am very honored to have to do this job. And I also have a new face with me, Mr. Lucas Bubsky Anderson. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Glad you gave me the chance to, instead of sitting down, I'm actually being able to stand up now. So we're making progress here.
Yeah,
no longer on the bench.
I'm
You've been on the bench for a while.
No, but I'm used to Banks being so tall. Next to me, I have no problem. You're really tall. I'm not a really tall guy. That's all right. But now that we have a new face, I also needed to have someone I can rely on, which I don't know why they...
You pick me.
I don't know why they give me you. I guess we'll have to do it, but Mr. Jacob, it's a pleasure to be with you. We've had some fun last night as well.
We did watch some football yesterday night. FC Copenhagen kind of threw away a lead right there, so let's hope that some of these Counter-Strike teams we're going to watch later on today are not inspired by them, because that was not looking pretty yesterday.
It was okay. Copenhagen did what they could. But back to the Counter-Strike, guys, of course, a little bit of an overview of the season. We are now at the Showdown. We have to find, obviously, the two last teams that will grace the stage at the Fall Finals. Prior to that, you've witnessed, of course, the group stage. That was when we had a bunch of teams here in Copenhagen. These are the teams that are already locked in for Copenhagen in November. Granted, not for your Royal Arena, because you still have to earn your spot in that position. The likes of Vitality, Australis, FaZe, NIP, Navi, and Heroic. And now we're looking for one team in each of these showdowns. We can roll as well the teams that will play that very much showdown, which, by the way, as you know, guys, we were so in love with CSGO, we said, one more time, we're not gonna let CSGO go. Not this moment. We have the teams from Europe. Jacob, anything that stands?
Yeah, there's a lot of quality. Let's be completely honest. ENCE right now looking very solid. G2 as well, Cloud9, and then a bunch of underdogs. But no doubt that the first three teams you see on your screen right now are the heavy favorites.
Should always respect the underhorse. That is obviously one of our taglines. We move on to the Americas team. Bob, do you have any team that stand out, or are you gonna play the favorite card, the normal card?
Who is the favorites in this bracket?
I do think that complexity might be up there for me. We'll debate it later down the road.
I feel like the shift in NA has kind of been towards Liquid for a long time, but I think complexity is really up there right now to be able to challenge in.
I like where we're going with this. I like where we're going because I do think, of course, we'll show you the bracket at home, guys, but I think there are a whole lot of conversations to be had in this American bracket. Here, that's the tournament overview. As we mentioned at home for you guys, we have 8 teams on each of the bracket, EU and Americas, and only the winner is going to make it to the fall final.
At the end of the day, if you lose a game, you're out. Your chance of qualifying to the fall finals are done and dusted. So you're right, Matthew. We speak about it all the time. It's cut through. You have to win every single game in order to make it.
Love me some single elimination. Listen, let's dive into some of these teams, specifically from the Americas. There's a whole lot of interesting clients here, and we mentioned complexity. Would you argue that they're not the favorite communities? I feel like they've shown the best signs out of all the field currently.
I don't think they have the experience of being favorites, but I think they have the team on the paper to actually challenge all of those guys. We see Floppy on the left. I think he's been like a massive part of their success recently. I think Elise has also brought over that winning mentality that Liquid had at some point that they maybe haven't experienced before.
You follow that positive statement?
I do, especially after watching them at Pro League. I was surprised with the confidence they came into the tournament. We saw some of the interviews saying practice has been going better than ever and we're ready to fight. And they actually put their money where their mouth was. They played some decent Counter-Strike at Pro League. So yes, I would argue complexity right now, as it stands for me, are the favorites to make it from the North American side.
And if we talk about Elige, let's follow through that thread to his former team. We have Liquid, of course, who've just today or the day before they announced a little bit of a roster change. Rainwaker is out and Daps, the mastermind Mastermind is finally back on the roster. How does he do it?
It was needed to get Yekindar back on the star roles. It didn't work out with him being IGL. He was almost at some point the worst rated player on the team. He's probably the best individual on this team, so having him off the frags is not really optimal.
How does he do it, Daps, though? How does all these coaches...
joking. I'm just memeing.
How are they making it happen? We've
out.
seen it over and over again. You know, a coach is standing there in the background. He's like, whenever he has an opportunity, listen, guys, I can play. I've been on the deathmatch server. I'll dive in. I'll help us out. Daps, you know, let's see what you got for us. I'm excited to see it.
I mean, speaking of obstacles and complicated course, Furia is also a team that has its work cut out for themselves. We've been trying to figure out where the hell they're going with this one. I don't think I'm convinced quite yet.
No, I think they finally got what they wanted, the Brazilian fans, right? Fallen has always been wanting to play with Yuri and Casarato, but I think it's been coming a little bit too late. Some of the players are not in their prime anymore. Yuri has really disappointed me. Casarato is not the same star player anymore. How up-to-date is the meta with Fall and Art combo? I'm a little bit confused about this project.
It's the identity of the team that's missing right now. If I'm going to see one more game of Furia pulling up a double op setup T-side Inferno, I'm going to close my eyes and never open them again.
We'll be there with you.
It's the lack of identity that is struggling me right now.
Well, speaking of identity, a team that does have an identity and got it really down to the nitty-gritty, that is ENCE. A team that is really nice and pleasant to watch play Counter-Strike. Somehow, somewhere, the last step is needed, but I don't think the last step is going to be needed for this event. They should still be safe.
No, but it's so crazy that one player can change the entire projection of a project. Like, we had this same lineup with Valde, and it's just like a complete mess. Then we have the guy in the picture here, Nerds, and now it actually looks like a top 2 team in the world. It's an amazing story.
They found their groove. They found their groove. They're looking solid right now. And to me, my personal favorites coming into the bracket.
Well, from solid to fluid or wobbly or whatever janky term you want to use, Cloud9.
Oh.
Still, we knew, I think everybody knew it was going to take a little bit of time for them to settle, but Jacob, it has been labored.
Yeah, very much. Even to a point now where the rumors are starting to circulate that maybe roster changes are upon us. Maybe this will be the last time you see these 5 guys take on each other on a server. So yeah, Cloud9, they're a bit disappointing. I expected more. There's so much star power in there.
And a team that does not have any problem and plenty of star power. G2, Lucas, do you think they're in trouble? Quickly, you have trust in them?
I think they have the most interesting lineup of this tournament. I think they have the most firepower, but I don't think they have the teamwork that ENCE has. I think from player, I think only a few can challenge them from ENCE's side, but obviously I don't think G2 is the most pleasing team to see when it comes to teamwork.
That was a nice way of saying it.
Yeah, it's strong. Not the most pleasing.
I have to be
team
nice
watch.
in the start, then I can transition into being
all right,
later.
all right. You'll warm up to it. I like the way you roll. Well, listen, we have a very fancy schedule coming your way, guys, here at the Blast Fall Showdown. We have 3 games, 3 best of 3s. Towards the very end, for the NA side or America side, is going to be Imperial versus Party Astronaut. In the middle of that great sandwich, Alliance versus ENCE. But first and after this break, we discuss 9 versus Big. 9 versus Big is the entree to your menu today, gentlemen, of course. And Jacob, I'll throw it immediately to you because I'll be real, the whole, hey, 9 is a very exciting team. They have an incredible vertigo. Let's see where these guys can go. I feel like the souffle is kind of gone flat and my excitement has run out a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Based on the results, I'd say, because a lot of the games they're playing are incredible competitive, very close, but they always seem to lack that finisher in their game. They can't quite get over the finish line, and I can only imagine how it's like being on that team right now, knowing that you're so close making that breakthrough that we all sort of expected from them after their online period. It's just not happening. You see it right here, a lot of losses to teams that you'd argue they should beat, but they have been so close many times.
I mean, there was a heartbreak in Pro League, this very hard-fought battle in overtime, Hades missing the shot.
Yeah.
Did you get your heart broken? Well, actually, never mind. Hades, I have the words. Maybe he can tell that to ourselves. We have Hades in inbound interview.
Obviously, we're playing CSGO here for the showdown, but you were playing yesterday in the DreamHack qualifiers. You were playing CS2. So how have you guys split your time? Where are you practicing? Is it 50-50 right now, or
no,
what's it looking like?
I'll be honest with you, we've practiced only CS2, so it's gonna be an interesting game, you know, like. But I think it's good for us because we basically come into this tournament with like 0 expectations. Like, of course, we want to play the best we can, but we don't put like much pressure on this tournament, kinda. We just want to play our own game, enjoy it, and see how it goes.
Now, normally when people say to me, play your own game and this stuff, I kind of make a funny face. I'm not too happy with it. But I actually think for you guys right now, right, where we see pressure can sometimes get you on these bigger events, this might be a better thing. Do you think you can benefit from feeling a bit more looser when it comes to an event like this online?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think when we feel loose, that's like when we play our best Counter-Strike, you know? When everyone is just has this freedom and everyone like puts in their own like bits, like everything just works much better for us.
And we were just discussing it. You haven't faced off against this Big, and you last played them when it was back, maybe the RMR we were talking about. Where do you put Big right now? How good of a team are they? Can they be a challenge for you?
Yeah, of course. I think they went into EPO playoffs, right? They also had a pretty tough group, I think. So I think they're a good team, and it's gonna be a tough game, but we'll see.
Interesting words from our friend Hades here. Not playing CSGO at all, CS2 all the way. How do you stand on that?
A little bit weird because it's a team that needs to get these LAN results, and the only way they get them is by winning the online qualifiers. And this tournament in particular, they could actually have a good chance because the other teams are practicing CS2 for Sydney.
Yeah, definitely. And do we think the no pressure situation might help them actually? Because we know they might have a tendency sometimes to let the ball roll off the hill at the very end. Is that a moment where this no pressure situation comes to help them?
Yeah, there's no pressure until there's pressure. You know, so if they win a game or two and get into that grand final where they then stand again in a third map, deciding map, and then drop the ball, then I think that that pressure will affect them once more. So I don't really buy into it. You know, the freedom, they're not having any pressure. Sure, it's a nice thing to say, but we've seen time and time again that whenever they're being put to the pressure, they can't quite handle it.
Yes, indeed. Hades definitely had a couple of these moments. He's going to have his work cut out for him as well. He's going up against Mantu, of course, co-national double 8 setup that we have on our hand. Where do you see the advantage going for here, Lucas?
I think it's the old school AWPer versus the new style. I think Mantu is much more leaning into the new style of Jame and being a little bit more passive. I'm not saying he's like a new Jame, but he has like this style of saving a little bit, playing a little bit defensively, where I think Hades going more for the hero plays, trying to really push the boundaries.
Interesting. That's an interesting way to go about it. I've always thought as well, Mantu being involved in this lineup that is now mostly German, and he, of course, having the team to be speaking English and international puts a little bit of pressure. But when you talk to them from the outside, they seem to be like a relatively knit-tight unit. Like they're in this together. Yeah,
and that's because Mantu have been performing well, I'd argue. I think Big are doing decent given what they have to work with. Again, when you look at the 5 players in front of you, it's not screaming star power. It's not screaming this is a team that should be top 5 or top 10 in the world for that matter, but they're doing a decent job right now. I think Big fans and everyone following Big will have to manage the expectations a little bit, but the fact of the matter is the way Mantu have been playing and the way they've been trying to adapt into this new English version have been somewhat decent for Big so far. So it's not like they're doing bad, they're just not quite up there yet.
Well, the set stage now, one of the last items we have to talk about, guys, is of course our unicorn predictions, because this year we're doing things slightly different. I said this event, I should say. The way this basically works is we get to decide whether we want to fight the favorites of unicorn or not. We either agree with the favorites rather, or we don't. You take a risk. If you go out on a limb and you try to play against the favorites and you win, you get to steal a life off of your teammates or colleagues. I'm expecting some shenanigans to be happening here. I don't know about you guys. Where do you stand? You think you're going to take anybody down quite quickly?
Well, if you have any points, I'm going to steal them, so watch out.
Me and Pim started to argue on the Danish stream, so let's also do it in English.
Oh, here we have our picks. Let's see if people have gone in different ways. Marcus, our friend Kirby, going for big. It's a bit of a 50. It seems like the game 1 is the only game that creates conversation.
Yeah, I mean, they're number 27 versus number 19. I guess it's like up for debate. The rest of the teams are clear favorites. Obviously, it's a gamble to go for those.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting gamble to play through. What we also need probably to jump into the match is a little bit of a veto situation. And this is the best moment, because as an analyst, I always have to come up with ideas and why the maps are being played or not. I don't have to do that anymore. I'm a host. I can just ask you, hey, Jacob, what do you expect in terms of veto? Where are we going with this one?
That's a good question, why? Because no veto, no practice, no preparing coming into the tournament. I think we'll see what we usually see from the two teams. Of course, 9, we know the Vertigo to be strong. We know the Ancient to be struggling a little bit. You have Ancient coming in as a pick for big. That's a punish up towards 9. You have Vertigo being picked by 9. It's almost like it's playing out exactly as we imagined it.
Gasp, Vertigo 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, I think they also have a clear advantage. I think it's a weird situation with Mantu being in a German lineup. I think there's some players in this team, why are they there if they are like German in some regard?
Well, a whole lot of questions. Hopefully some answers very soon. We're about to jump into this game, but not before a quick break where Dinko and Moses take us by the hand.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The Blast Premier Showdown Fall is back, and we've got ourselves 9 versus Big to kick things off today. My name is Dinko, joined by Moses for this one. I'm excited for this. I'm really excited to see the showdown. It's cutthroat as hell, and that's what I like.
Yeah, you get the knockout days immediately, which is always beautiful. And this is a high-pressure situation for both of these teams, especially when you consider the 9 can only really play one map. So, yeah, high pressure right out of the gate. We have Ancient, and we have Vertigo, and obviously we all know the Vertigo prowess of 9. Big can challenge him on it. You can see here the odds from Unicorn favoring Big.
I would agree. I think Unicorn are onto something here, Jason. I think coming into this, a lot of the positive headlines around Big. And for 9, I think it's been a story of disappointment. Look at their recent performances. Their most recent game they played, obviously, Pro League was against Lin Vision, where they had that nightmare choke. We had that Hades clutch on the bomb site, or failed to clutch, rather. So it has been a kind of a troublesome time for 9. And for Big, it has been positive signs, right? They beat Heroic 2-0. They were able to get a good run at Pro League and ended up obviously losing in the playoffs, but definitely some positive steps taken forward for this roster.
Yeah, the hard part for 9 is they lost all 3 matches at Pro League. So, losing to Eternal Fire, Complexity, and Lin Vision. Not a great run. I don't know. It's such a bummer. I actually really like watching 9. I think they do a lot of cool things until the moment that they don't. Here's a nice little run boost up to the ledge. Easy kill for Crosses. 4 players pushing down middle, and he spots all of that. So Big picks up the pace towards the B bomb site. Bomb will get planted, and we've got ourselves a 4-on-4.
Bomb is down. Goofy with the Joel Berettas at the ready. Nice quick kill coming in from the poles, and Crimbo looking to fight back. Deep position taken at short side. It's a second kill on that CT rotation in. And now Sin and Crimbo looking to clutch this one out. Great shot from Sin out from ramp. At least Kylar all alone. And there's not a lot of time to do this. He does have a smoke and a flash available, but he's got to worry about 2 different positions, and they can just play with him. They can just play with their food, and they know they've got this round in the bag. Big will have the pistol.
Yeah, once you give up sound cues around this cube, it's pretty much impossible to do anything with it. So easy to find safety. Nice shot there, but one has already moved up.
Crimbo's actually got away as well.
Yeah, no time left in the bomb. Crimbo has a great round pushing towards CT. That's absolutely massive. I was a little bit shocked. It didn't seem like Big was nearly as aware as I expect them to about the danger from Cave, but Crimbo's there to pick up the pieces, so it's all good.
Yeah, kind of crazy that from Crimbo. Really sneaky plays coming in, but this was Key's shot coming in from Red Room.
Oh, okay.
You always love when you get that shot, don't you?
Yeah,
Just little gap, instant to the kill.
Yeah, you really do. That's not a shot you kind of line up and then feel like it's actually going to hit, but he drills Tapson there, which had to be frustrating and equally exciting you can see from Tapson when his team recovers and picks up the pistol.
Look at that big facility. They've got big banners letting you know if you forget your name. It's right there on the screen.
Yeah, it's got to make you feel special. We also had shoeless gamers going on at the big boot camp. We love to see that. And Sin is going to wrap around the smoke. Tapson lurking. Minio's got a timer on his life.
Oh, and it wasn't a very long timer. No. It's completely gone, in fact. And this round is very quick to it. Tapson and Mansu bursting through the site, getting into the temple already. And for now, it's 9 deciding they don't want anything to do with this. They invested into this round, and they got absolutely nothing from it. So save those weapons for the next round. At least you might have a shot at doing something, but even then, it doesn't look like they're going to get very much into the next because those Goleals are on a bit of a prowl here. They want to hunt them.
It's actually dangerous for Big to go on this hunt. I'm actually really surprised to see it. Tapson's going to find one more if this SMG does some work. Bonus money is massive, and now he gets to upgrade to a rifle. He can even get his teammate down there if Hades is feeling so bold and inclined to run and get the second Galil, but that's a big loss for Big. Sorry.
A large loss.
A large loss. A massive loss.
We're looking at this round, and it is strange to see Big go for it. You expect when you get those first 2 entries, it's done. You're going to let those 3 players save on the other side of the map, but they went for it. They hunted it down and ended up giving some extra cash to the polls, so they'll take it.
The bonus money is probably the biggest part about that is 2 kills with the SMG. Can help get native UP out a little bit earlier than they might expect, but 2-0. So Big, it's a small hiccup. We'll see how much impact it can actually have down the stretch, but now Goofy has a Galil. There's still the MP9 in play, so let's see what 9's got up their sleeves. Tapson gonna swing out middle. Already has control, spots that swing from Cave. Nice double kill. And once again, that should be the round pretty quickly. Goofy just, okay. Head removed.
Yep, goodbye.
Removed.
Knock him out of that. And now Key's turn to hold down the ramp. He comes in with 1 pick on Crimbo. Matt's able to reply with the Mac 10, and that's the round cut through and done. But it is weird seeing CSGO again, Jason. I've been spending so many times in the CS2 servers, seeing the smokes blow open, seeing all these complaints coming in. But now we're here on CSGO again. We love it so much. We're back for one last ride.
Bang. Enjoy it while it lasts. That's all I'll say. One little last ride into the sunset.
The last ride.
Yeah, for real. I'm tired of saying it at this point. Minio gets 1 kill with the deagle, and he might get more. Mantu's lost track of him.
Go for the knife.
Nah, Minio's not a knifer. You can see it in his eyes.
More of a deagle player, and even then, probably would have been better with the knife. So Minio unable to get it done. It is interesting, you know, we have got Big playing in their facility, in their boot camp. 9, not in the same environment. They're all in their bedrooms. So true online experience for those guys.
Yeah, that's what we've come to know and love out of Big. They're always they're getting that boot. They're getting plenty of mileage out of that boot camp facility, which we love. I'm sure the organization. I'm sure the players love it too. It seems pretty sweet.
Every game feels somewhat like it's on land.
And you get to hang out in Berlin.
Yeah. You're hanging out with me, Jason.
I know. I'm here in Ireland, in Belfast.
Yeah. What a fun time this is. We've got a boot camp going on.
Yeah, we really do. It's not bad so far. Process, didn't look left quick enough, and there's a nice flashbang for Minio to help out. Double kill in middle. Defense holds strong, and Big have no control of the map. No control of lane, no control of middle. It's 3 players stuck behind the smoke, and that sucks.
Yeah, it really does suck, and Goofy's about to make their day even worse. He's got himself a kill down the bottom of the ramp. Key will help him. And now Crimbo, left alone in the 1v5. And while Crimbo has been making himself the clear star of this big team over the last few weeks, but even this is a step too far for him.
No, but damage. What if you take this op away? No, never mind. Hades has that. There's the op in play. Final kill of the round. Big now it's on the board. And a first round. And a clean round. Most importantly for 9, where they get to build up some money.
Yeah, so it's no secret that, you know, 9 are very good at Vertigo. It's kind of their go-to. Generally, most series with them will be a 3-mapper, and even if it is a loss, they will always find a way through to Vertigo. That is coming up second in this series, but an interesting talking point that we were discussing earlier on today, Jason, it isn't a free pass when you're playing against Big on Vertigo either, right? So could be a pretty rough time for them.
Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for that hammer to fall for 9 for a while. There's only so long you can be the most dominant team on a map. Like, I don't care how good you are on it. It's only going to last so long, and they're getting to that point, it feels. Now, I will say, Big, their record, I mean, we can dive into it more on Vertigo, but their wins on Vertigo don't seem nearly as strong as you'd like for the win percentage, so I still would say 9 have the advantage on that. But for now, Ancient, a map that 9 have desperately been trying to improve.
Trying to win.
Yeah.
Remember that run to the Paris Major? It was a story of, you know, excitement, but they had such a long
undefeated on Vertigo, winless on Ancient.
Yeah, it's kind of 2 sides of one coin. And we're here now in the series with Ancient, Vertigo, and Overpass if you are just tuning in. Sin gonna molly out right side of the Jaguar. He'll head on in, clears it out. Just a tentative round here for Big. We've had some high-octane rounds so far. We're taking a bit of a chill pill in this one.
Yeah, important round for Big, though. I mean, they have no money after this kind of a buy. They're going to start running low on utility. So from here, it's kind of like, what map control do you have and what kind of an execute can we bust out? They've got 40 seconds left on the clock. And more than anything, you've got a budding economy for the 9 defense side of things. Important opening kill. Tabson falls. This is always going to be a play towards the B-bomb site.
Oh, Goofy watching for this cave exit. Key fixated upon the ramp walk. And 19 seconds left to make their move here, Big. It has been a slow round. It has to be an explosive finish. And Sin with a great shot out long side. Goofy caught by it. Sin and Process collapse upon the site. And that will be Big just about getting it down with enough time and all of the essential kills.
Yeah, 6 seconds when he starts planting that bomb. Well done. Just a slow encroachment onto the bomb site, constricting the defenders in their positioning, and it all comes to fruition. Key didn't really have the HP for any kind of an engagement, so you can take from that what you will. He was an easy kill, an easy trade at the end of the day, but Big crack open B.
They really do, and it's cool to see. You know, I remember back at Pro League seeing Big play that opening game. I believe it was against Heroic on Ancient, and it just went to all these overtimes and the comebacks. They had such a strong start and let it fall away. I think they will have gone back to the drawing board to discuss some of those issues and what really got away from them on that map. And so far, this T side looks strong for them. Again, it is the CSGO Ancient, so the spawn's a little push forward on the T side.
Yeah, a little bit more control you can get if you've been grinding CS2. This probably feels a lot better playing the T side of Ancient and CSGO. Nice shot from Sin. That was the opener. Everything falls apart from there. Sin even cleans up Key through the corner of the wall. And that's not it, though. 9 still have plenty of money. They won their first round with all 5 surviving, so plenty of cash built up. They get another investment coming in hot. And we get back into the action.
Do indeed. Here we go. Hades still has his AWP, still got all of the utility, all of the rifles. And Big, ooh, it's going to be a B play out of spawn. Look how many players over here. Every single member from the German side over towards this B side of the map right away. But look at 9. They've taken mid control already off of them. This could be a crunch. This could be an absolute massacre in the first 2 seconds of round 6.
Yeah, the flank is going to come in very fast if they have success. Oh, that's a good find. Hades is so blind. Stuck against the boxes. Goofy trying to recover. Not enough bullets in that mag, and he goes down. All of a sudden, the B-bomb site is lost, and it's no flanks. They're rotating back through by CT spawn through Red Room.
Oh, good read here from Key, but it isn't going to work for him. Process still able to win that fight, and 9 have been forced away. Even though they got that early mid control, they could have got the flank going. As you mentioned, Jason, didn't activate it. Could have been absolutely devastating, but doesn't come through, and that is going to be a 5th round for Big.
Yeah, no finesse to that one. No tactics or anything. Just kind of barrel into the B bomb site. Nice execute. Great flashbang. You have to say that onto Hades. Completely negated from having any impact whatsoever. Perfect utility work from Big. And the lead extends to 5-1. However, Hades has money. He'll have an op again in the next round, you imagine. Minio can drop a weapon over to a teammate. It's another buy coming in for 9 in this round.
It's just a little unfortunate when you have literally everything you could want in that CT round, right? You get that early mid control, you get the info, no one's taking mid, you have a flank in towards this B hit early. You know, you found the perfect position out of the CT spawn right away and weren't able to even capitalize on it or even find that pathway. And I think that is going to be a frustrating round. See from Hades already some frustration coming in.
He might have been hoping for some kind of a peek or counter utility to help protect him when he gets flashed off the angle, right? Your opper's always gonna be complaining about not having enough support when he gets flashed off of an angle like that. And I think he was hoping that something would happen that could slow down the attack to allow him get into a little bit of safety. Obviously didn't happen.
I could tell where Hades is living based on his curtains. That's a classic Polish curtain.
Where's he living?
Well, he's in Poland. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Okay. But if I didn't know he was Polish,
but we're not gonna be a little bit more accurate than that. Not gonna lower the radius.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, no geolocation off the curtains.
But if you guys have a guess, you know, you guys can share on social media. Hashtag Blast Premier. Where is Hades located?
This is a game we like to call Let's Dox the Players.
Let's get GeoGuessr on it. 5-1 for Big. What a start. Looking to try and continue that. Versus looking for the mid fights. This B lane is getting messy. Heavy utility being bombarded from both sides. And Key is still trying to force the issue into Cave. He doesn't want to give it up too easily. He wants to fight for Jaquan. He's got Goofy beside him. It's going to work out for the first fight of the round. And that's going to give 9 the advantage to play with. And for the meantime, some B lane control.
I don't know if Big spotted 2 players over towards Cave. It was Key, and he had the support of Goofy, who gets the kill, obviously. So, I mean, you could see that there might potentially be a reaction up the B ramp if 2 players are defending Cave. But Big haven't responded at all in that sense. Minio, if he moves, he might just be dead. There it is. Double scope. Man 2 guarding the angle, looking for the follow-up push that isn't there. That was from Cave. Big happy to slow this down now with a minute left on the clock. 4 versus 4. And look at the utility that mid-presence from 9 actually chews out of them. They've got no nades left. 1 single flashbang for the rest of the round. Big successfully waits out the utility, regained control at the end, and that's going to leave 9 feeling very naked later on.
Naked, alone, afraid, and 30 seconds left in this round for Big. This is going to be a heavy split through ramp and cave, and that will alert sure Key to look for this, but he has to win that fight or get out of there, and that's exactly what he does. But now he's stuck behind a smoke, which leaves Goofy on an island, and he decides to fight down the ramp. And perhaps this is the best form of defense, attacking into one of these angles, making a little bit more uncomfortable as he's spinning between 2 angles. He can't really get much more out of it, but look at the gap in that short smoke. Ooh. And look at the time for Big. 4 seconds as they start to plant that bomb, just enough time to lock it in. And now the retake is on. Crimbo loses the long fight and suddenly only taps in on the AWP to try and close this 1v3, and Hades comes out of the cave to shut that reality down. It is going to be 9 recovering in the retake and taking a second.
Yeah, got a little scrappy. Good timing on the peak from Goofy down ramp, though. Mantu holding a nade out, trying to set up the execute in the wide open. Gets an easy frag that alleviates a lot of the pressure. It was sketchy, though. Big had the right idea. And again, that's the first time we've seen 9 really able to stop them at the B bomb site in any kind of sense whatsoever. Otherwise, the B hits have worked out. So don't expect Big to shy away from that. I still think Tapson is going to believe that's a pressure point they can exploit. 3-round lead. 9 looking to string 2 together.
Again, B lane is there for Big. Very quick about taking it. And they actually might split on middle here with Tapson coming out of elbow. Sin will be up on ledge. Tapson very vocal at the start of this round. Look very animated.
This time it's an A main setup from 9. They're expecting some kind of a shift from Big, some kind of a different philosophy. So they've got Hades with the op there who was pushed up towards A main with Minio. Now he's starting to back off and get a new angle towards Donut because there's no mid presence whatsoever to keep track of that.
Once you get this early control of the lane and into the cave, you can slow things down if you're Big. And that is what they have done so far. 1 minute left on this clock. Nobody making a move from 9. They're letting Big set up for whatever play they have in mind. With damage to the smoke on Sin, that will scare him off, force him a little further back.
It's interesting watching Big right now because they have control. They have the map. They're not really doing anything with it. They're not really applying any pressure. Now just starting to lurk out middle with 40 seconds remaining. No nades to give it away. This might indeed be the different plan of attack, and a lot of utility being spent towards Donut for the first time in this half. That might be a dead giveaway to 9.
Yeah, but you can't really do anything with this, right? It has to be the B play now with 25 seconds left. That is all they have got, and they haven't really moved the defense at all. They've just stayed in the exact spots they were holding at the start of this round, and he is committed to the cave and will lose that fight versus Sin. Great first shot. Now the rotation back from Kylar from Red Room to try and fight out short, stopping that cross to the site. 9 seconds, Big. Get that bomb in. They won't. They have to pick it up and immediately start planting.
Did he get it?
And did he get it? It will be a last-second plant if he does. And he just about gets it on the final tick of the clock. It is now Minio left inside of cave. Position now given up. Information gathered for Big. And I think they can sort of take a sigh of relief at the moment because this post plant is very strong, and Crimbo finds the perfect reposition into the pocket and is able to close in the round for Big.
Give a handshake, a firm handshake to Sin. What an entry frag. 30 HP, turns the corner, bangs someone out, and that's the kill they need. And look how close this gets. This one right here.
Boom.
Beautiful shot from Sin. Key misses a really huge opportunity there. And Goofy can't do enough to stop this attack.
I can't believe they get away with that on Big side with a plant again, right? That's 2 rounds in a row. They left it 6 seconds last round. This time it's down to the final tick as the 4 turns into the 3, and they just about get it down. And yeah, that's a celebratory round for Tapson as he gets up out of the seat. Ooh, that's a rough one. That stings a little bit for 9.
That stings a lot for 9, considering how close that was. And I mean, I think part of the reason why it was so slow is Big's trying to get Process involved and activated on his lurk up Red Room, and it had to just kind of come secondary. It had to come later and to cut off the rotation. So Big's fortunate to get away with that one, I think, considering the double kill from Goofy. But timeout comes to a close, and we roll again. Soon.
Real soon. We'll get into that in just a moment, guys. Just taking a quick breather. You know, it has been pretty intense to kick things off. I've been seeing God B playing a lot of CS too. I think he's one of the top-rated players in the world at the moment.
Yeah, well, he's one of those guys who's really nerdy and sweaty about the game. So to do that, you have to spend a lot of time inside the server with it, and that's been his kind of trademark pretty much since his career began.
Yep, he's definitely adapted pretty well. Now look at this walkout through a main. This could be pretty explosive for Big. And Hades gets caught with a nade in hand and actually fumbles a nade because of that. Is able to recover, get behind those default boxes, and because there was an AWP behind the initial rifle, they couldn't quite follow up on it. So Hades is given some extra time to stay on default here.
He's done an excellent job considering the pressure that was put on him. A follow-up Molotov in behind the smoke in Donut, but Hades is still alive and well. 6 HP, so maybe not well. But no one has really shifted over to provide assistance because Big has gone quiet.
Yeah, they have gone quiet, and I think because they've sort of let the clock run dry in a lot of these rounds, perhaps 9 are worried about a heavy commitment in, but they have somewhat left Hades still in a dangerous position. He has to play for the information. Now he's caught, and the quickest rotated player is towards Donut. There's a double stack here of Minio and Kylar, and with that smoke coming in, that cancels them out. This is good from Big.
Yeah, this is really nice. However, they've had to take a lot of time doing this and losing one player in the process. This flank is going to be everything. The jump over, oh, it's heard. Minio hears it, but does Crimbo turn? That's the big question, because at some point he's going to have to help out at A.
It's such an OP angle. Once you get into that cubby, there's nothing you can do about it. in CSGO. Crimbo able to take Key out as he walks towards him. Now Minio starting the retake attempt through Donut. Missed shot coming in, but Sin's rifle, it's good for only one. Kylar got the double because the nade went to the back of the box, and they know exactly where Crimbo is because he got that earlier kill in A main, but they've got no utility, and that's a problem. Crimbo trying to bait them out, goes for the jump up, but they're able to close it, and it's 9 with a successful retake this time.
Mantu might be punching himself at the moment for that missed shot towards Donut. That was everything. Caused his teammate to have to swing out and take a lot of damage, which softened him up for the nade, and that missed shot dictated a lot because he was there to shut down the retake. Other than that, another really well-played round from Big, and this slow-paced encroachment on these bomb sites is so annoying to deal with. tabseN jumped across the smoke, so Minio had the audio cues, and this is the double kill that does everything.
But yeah, Mantu definitely going to be feeling pretty rough after that missed shot. But
dang, Big's back to the hat buy.
They didn't have a lot of money left over because 9 were consistently doing damage over this last 2 rounds. So that 1 round win is able to break Big back down to a lower tier buy.
Hero AK on Crimbo.
Could be enough, has been in the past. So let's see.
At the very least, do economic damage. We'd love that.
Yeah, that's true because look, I mean, Hades has $0, Goofy on 0, 500, 200 on the rest. It's not looking pretty for 9's economy either. So we could be in a position where, you know, they lose this round, they have no money left again. And so Big just pumping the brakes. They had a quick round in the previous.
They want to let
out all that utility.
Yeah, that's the same thing they're doing here. Just letting that initial salvo of utility kind of go away to give them some free map control and mess with the timings a little bit. And being quiet about it means 9 won't be able to track all their movements. So 2 smokes and a flashbang for the rest of the round.
Now that late creep middle, 9 are letting this happen. So you got the donut smoke, the red smoke in. Now Big have some control. If tabseN becomes a late game piece, coming out of red room that late in the round could be pretty effective if they can sort of pull some of that focus over towards this B side of the map. So that's the call being set up right now for Big as we head into the final 40 seconds. I think they've got enough resources over on this side of the map, though, that Hades doesn't have to leave red room.
Problem is there's only 1 flashbang, right? Flashbang has been a beautiful tool for them at the B bomb site to blind that initial defender. 25 seconds. Here comes the smoke. Counter utility being spent by 9.
They're going back.
Oh my lord. I guess they're just going to run donut. Good shot from Hades. That's massive, but this is the only option they have left. And once again, the timer is going to be run down very, very low.
I mean, they might actually be able to slip away with a bomb plant here if they get eyes on that temple extension. Minio coming out. Anybody watching it? Oh, Crimbo and Mantu both with eyes on it. Now the bomb goes down and maybe even a chance for Big to win this round. Oh, they had the full rotation to the other side of the map. Hades AWP spots the boost coming in. Knows there's a second player at least on default. And they send the rifles in to clear it out. But are they ready for another? They will be as Kylar reacts. Now that Hero AK looking to do some God's work. A lot of damage already done, inflicted by Big, and that will be all she wrote for them, but a big round towards the end there.
Yeah, plant ain't bad, all things considered in that round. I think they would have liked a little bit more, maybe at least 1 more kill, but 3 players jumbled up inside the bomb site after the plant means there's no way they were going to win that. They have no actual control of the bomb site itself, so retake was always going to come in for 9, it feels. Good shot from Mantu to help clean off Minio.
That was great.
And a great plant, but obviously you could see boosting up desperately because there's just nowhere to go. I think they're trying to set up a run boost towards Big Box.
Try and get him out of there.
Yeah, just try and set
Guys,
him off.
we're all on default here. There's 3 of us in the same position.
It's not ideal. Let's do something about it. So 2 in a row for 9.
Well, there we go. It's been a while since we've sort of seen them put rounds together in that fashion. And now they have done it. And for Big, they still got a bit of cash left over here. That bomb plant certainly helps.
Bomb plant, losing bonus starting to build up.
They have been pretty effective with utility towards that B bomb side. We'll see if that is a focus of them again, because the bomb is over here early with tabseN. They don't have any mid presence this time at all, and just 1 lurk over towards the A side of the map. So to me, this obviously screams a heavy B play out of spawn early, and Key wants that info. Doesn't see anything though. Just drop back.
I wonder if this slow pace is going to have to change up at a certain point, because you can see if you look at Minio and you look at Hades, like starting to hold on to utility a little bit longer as well, realizing how slow paced Big is playing this. Like Hades is going to be happy to be op out and use utility later on in the round. Man, Key's had a tough time in cave. Sin again to shut him down. Over towards middle, it's Hades peeking out from his hidey hole. He finds Prosus, and once again, a B hit's coming into play.
Yeah, so it's going to be too easy for them. They're going to play a retake here, but there's no smoke in the face of Goofy at long side. So if they still have long control on the CT side, this is a huge piece of the map to still have. And finally, that smoke will come up. They've got to get that bomb plant down. There's a boost coming over the top to try and deny it. Eyes on that boost. Kylar doesn't see the plant, but does certainly see Mantu. And so he's dropped those numbers in favor of 9 for this retake. They're all coming in from the same side, though. There's no flanks through ledge. There's no flanks through ramp side. It's all through long and short. And Krimbo, he's able to step up on default. So those numbers are back to even odds. And you've got a last ditch after this or save if you're 9. And that time is starting to tick on. Sin stuck on the default pillar. Has got Krimbo to assist him from the cave, and that is going to be enough for one pick, and Tapson will assist on the other. It is not going to work out for 9 in this round retake, and Big will extend their scoreline.
I'll tell you what, Sin does such a great job. It's such a small detail, but such a wonderful job just staying alive and hiding at the default plant spot. And he's playing contact off of his teammates over in Cave and Jaguar. He's just saying, you guys are going to peek at the long fight. I'm going to peek off you. They know I'm here. If I peek, they're going to be holding me. And I mean, you don't normally praise someone just for staying alive, but that was really well done because just his presence there makes it a dangerous retake.
Exactly. You feel sort of paranoid and fixated upon default because you know you can't really commit to looking at Cave or looking at ramp because there's always a chance that default player is going to peek out and bang you right in the head. So creates a feeling of uncomfortability for 9. And speaking of uncomfortable, they're back down to a low buy again.
Yeah, that sucks. That's no fun.
Not at all. I mean, I think watching the showdown from the sidelines is always fun. It's great to be involved here for the first time, but you know, it is kind of funny to me that some of these players will just have to roll back, play one best of 3 of CSGO, and then it's gone. That's it.
And then it's done.
Because single limb, you're out of there.
We started to really get that feeling in the playoffs of Pro League was like the weight of it, like the actual realization that some players
like
were
the
coming to, like,
tweet,
oh,
for
that
example.
was the last game of CSGO I'll be playing. And so we have it again here. A lot of players playing their last game as they get eliminated along this path. Full Molotov outside of Temple, big box providing safety to themselves. There is one player just chilling in A main, but again, with the low buy from 9, it just, regardless of the positioning, can you actually create something out of it? It's just a Deagle in A main. However, Big are still unaware.
Well, Krimbo, he's taking out Keep. And it doesn't really look like this one is going to find too much fire. Suddenly, Kylar takes Tapson off the top of the boost, and then they run in. Then they get on the defuse, and Sin denies that from happening, and so the time is ticking on. He'll stick it again, and Sin will stop this round from getting too far out of hand. So a couple of kills there on the attempt for 9, but it is going to be Big, winning this half by a minimum of 1.
Well, it did get spicy, though.
It did towards the end,
yeah,
right?
There was a little bit of interest and intrigue brought into that round by the little lurk in A main.
Speaking of spice, Jason, you're a man of culinary genius, I would say.
Sure.
When you're having some spice, did you know that having some lemon juice, like citric acid, is the best way to slow down the reaction of the chili?
Okay, I didn't know that. I was more of a milk kind of thing.
I heard that milk isn't as effective as lemon juice.
Okay.
But maybe someone's just trolling.
So you just juice a lemon and drink it?
Yeah. Apparently that slows down the chemical reaction.
That sounds horrifying.
I might try it later on. Get a chili.
All right, yeah. Let me know how that goes.
Ooh, Tapson. That's nice. Nice little double. It's always good when you get some of the eco kills.
Yeah, double and the flashbang that he saw. So calling out likely 3 in middle, which picks up the pace towards A main. Good reaction. Good way of finding yourself inside the bomb site. A nice shooting from Process. So it'll be 9-4 when all is said and done. Big starting to really, really pile on this lead.
I think we're seeing the 9 struggles on Ancient really come into fruition here. But, you know, if they get another round here at the end, if they get 5 on the CT half, it's doable in the second. You know, it's playable with a pistol win. You got to give yourself just enough room to be able to survive a pistol round loss. But, as they say, 11-4 is the most dangerous scoreline, Jason, and there's only a few more games left of the possibility of having 11-4 halves. So you might as well enjoy it while we can.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's get it all in now. Get all the times you've held back that it's the Zonic tweet.
Yeah, exactly. Now I believe it would be 9-3, right?
Sure, in theory.
9-3 is the most dangerous scoreline.
Yeah, but I mean, we can really pump that one for this last event. We can really get it all out there in the open.
Every meme, just lay it out here.
Yeah, we're gonna have a whole new set of memes when CS2 is fully released, and everyone's happy.
You take those kills if you're an in-game leader, you know? Just 2 nice little snappy headshots in the middle, pad those stats a little bit.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, Tapson. Back to being an in-game leader. He was unburdened by the shackles of in-game leadership for a few weeks.
Everyone needs a break.
And then they drew him right back in.
Everyone needs a vacation.
Let's go 9. Let's see if they can get a 5th or even a 6th round here out of this half.
Oh, look at this switch up, though. 9 has just said, you know what? We're so sick of you guys playing slow and just walking towards the B bomb site. We're going to get aggressive and take control. And Big's like, peace. We're going to the other side.
Cool. We made the perfect adaptation.
I mean, look, this is Tapson's like wet dream right here, is like him just being able to work them across the map in such a fashion. Every in-game leader loves a call like this, where you've conditioned them at one bomb site throughout the half, and you just pull it out later on, and you just get a free plant for your team. Very little utility used, all the advantages in the world, and now you've just won this round for your squad by tactical calling.
Yeah, you know you're in that timeout, and you know on the other side of things they're probably talking about how do we deal with this sort of B lane control that they're taking. What do we do?
It's been a conversation for like 3 rounds for 9 probably.
Yeah.
They feel horrible in this one.
And they're like, of course they change it just as we figure it out. It's like the Enigma code. They didn't crack it in time. And that is going to be a 10th round for Big. Double figures on this T side already.
Ooh, what's up, Crimbo?
Crimbo Slice. What a beast he's being. I think at Pro League in the group stage especially, we got to see him really start to elevate as the star of the team when we were talking to him. You know, on the sofa, anytime we had an interview with him, we were really talking about maybe some of his maturity that he's got over the year playing with Big and understanding how much he's grown as a player. He was really talking about how he feels like he has done that.
Well, that was always like the kind of goal of the Big organization, right? Was to find the next generation of German Counter-Strike players. And obviously, I mean, Crimbo took him a little bit of a while to get to this point where we feel like we could point a finger at him and say that's it, but he's really been coming into his own. That's cool. Nicely done, Hades. The auto shotgun. Brosis didn't expect it whatsoever. Now you can swap out to an AK.
Hades, I seen Simple do this strat a few weeks ago. I think I can pull it off.
Yeah, I saw someone doing it.
Get the XM out. Crack. What a great start. A lot of people, I seen Lucy was tweeting this, Jason. A lot of people don't know that the auto shotgun, you can just hold mouse 1.
I saw that tweet too, and I didn't want to respond because I feel like I would have just been mean. But
I don't know how you don't know.
How did he not know that one?
But maybe other people are like Lucy out there. Maybe you didn't know that. So there you go.
Then that's the thing. This is where I get mean because I don't want to believe that there are other people like that.
Well, a lot of people don't know you can plant the bomb with E until like a year ago.
Well, because why would you?
Because it's great. It's fantastic. You're just holding W. You can just hit E instead of mouse clicking.
Okay.
Much easier. It's a new generation thing, Jason.
Sure, it's a Zoomer thing.
Oh, man, too. Oh, he's had a couple of shots that just hasn't really done it. Now the push to the rifle. Goofy's coming around the back, and it's a nightmare for Mansu. That's the worst kind of a feeling. You miss 2 sitters, then you get pushed. And they just run away. So there's no trade even for Crimbo yet, but maybe he's got the timing. They line up and he nearly gets a double. Just the one for Crimbo. But they don't turn back. They don't turn back. And now they can focus. They do expect a third. Crimbo's going to go ahead and check it. And Goofy goes down.
Man, 9 had all the advantage. And this is a 3 versus 5 that turned around to a 3-on-2 real quick. Post-plant situation. Kyler and Hades up against Sin and Crimbo.
2v2, and Big's post plants have been so good once they've got themselves sunk deep into this B bomb site. Defuse tapped, not stuck, and Crimbo is not biting on it at all. He is not coming off this. Information is being passed on. Now he knows the defuse is happening. Surely he's got a peek. Kyler comes off it, and Sin will close it with a double. Big with a masterclass on the T side. Fantastic calling from Tabson. Leads their way to 11-4.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final here in Washington, D.C. We're bringing up the level of competition here.
Oh, it's so close, but it ends in heartbreak for Cloud9.
A little bit disappointing to say goodbye to Astralis at this point.
They've put complexity to bed.
Unfortunately for FaZe, here in Washington, they're gone.
That do it so good. Look at the way that I do what I should. Look at the way that I got you amazed. You should see the look on your face. Look at the way that I bang with the bass. Look at the way that I'm running the place. Look at the way that I'm keeping the pace. You see the smoke, well look at the flame.
Look at Cadian, Heroic have finally done it.
And that's where Vitality lock in grand finals. It all comes down to this matchup to define how we end what could be the last season in CSGO.
I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize. Look at the way that we ain't gonna fall. Look at the way that we are gonna rise. Look at the way that I answer the call. Look at the way that I handle the line. Look at the way that I ride. Look at the way that I roll. Look at the way that I'm live. Look at the way that I'm rolling. Double up, let me in. Look at the way that it's open. Level up, level in. Look at the way that I'm rolling.
A first half spearheaded by Crimbo and Sin's collective fragging and tabseN's in-game leadership puts Big 11-4 up versus 9 on our first game of the showdown. It's Ancient, and 9 are certainly showing some of those consistent struggles we've seen them have on this map over the recent months.
Yeah, they really are. It hasn't gone well. I would also imagine too. I bet mentality and just emotion at an all-time morale within the team after the loss at Pro League would be at an all-time low. It's been a couple weeks since then, but still, that might have caused an extended vacation, whatever it might have been. Let's see what they can do on the T side, because CT side they got absolutely beat down by the more tactical Big. We've got Crimbo with dualies and a play towards the B bomb site in the pistol. One lurker for 9 is going to be held back in mid.
They have a double stack aggressive in cave on the CT side as well, and this push through Mansu, that is only going to help matters, but it doesn't get away. He doesn't get back, but when you barrel back into the cave, you will have to deal with Sin, and they've only seen the one player in the cave, so they probably aren't ready for Crimbo, and they've decided there's too much B presence. We've got Hades in the red room. We've got him on that flank. He can cut those rotations, and we can send that bomb back to A.
This is actually a huge play. What a way to give your team a brand new opening. Now, you have to imagine if you're Big, are you going to clear this corner? You might expect some aggression. Oh, it looks like tabseN will. Looks like tabseN might, or at least be spotted out. There's the spin. Kills are way too fast. Good round from Hades. What a play. What a position to grab for your team.
Yeah, it looked like Big had them in a trap, right? It looked like it was done, but still not done yet for Big. Although unlikely, they still have a retake attempt on their hands, and it is Sin and Crimbo who have been leading that.
They want
kill
nothing
count,
to do with it.
And
They're already saving.
They can't get involved. Okay, so it's a back away. And Hades does find the round-winning move to get into the red room.
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool way to set up a plan B. He can be a lurker if you have success at the B bomb site. He can be flanking towards cave. He can cut off anyone who's trying to push down middle to flank the bomb site. And then, obviously, if things go south the way they did, he's got some space to work with to get all the way up towards CT spawn. Now, obviously, benefited. Big never left anyone to keep an eye on mid whatsoever, but still a couple different variety of plays that Hades can make from that position. And this time in this pistol round, it's the winning one.
No, they needed a pistol to kick things off here in that second half. When you go down 11-4, you have to get a good start in the second half. And, well, I'm sure Big will think about a force buy, considering they have got Kevlar saved on 2 players here. But we'll have to see what they're able to do. I don't know if they actually had Kevlar and Crimbo. He had Julie's, right? So it's probably just one set, but...
No, it was dropped to him. He has Kevlar as well.
Okay,
so, I mean,
good.
they're preserving the Kevlar for this second round bye. So let's see what they can do with it. But nice, clean pistol round. Actually, both teams kind of finding a little bit of struggles on their pistol rounds on the T side and then figuring it out at the end of the day.
All right, so for Mass 4 Crimbo, MP9 on Sin, and Process, a couple of Deagles left across the board for the rest. So it's not a bad forward spot here for Big by any means, but it's certainly looking like 9 should be taking 6. They've gone heavy on the rifles, just the 1 Mac-10 in play here on Minio. And they're applying pressure towards Cave early on. Just using out one of the key pieces of utility there for Big. The 1 Molly's gone already.
Yeah, that's a big thing with 9. If they take this round slow, there's just not going to be a whole lot of nades left. You can see smoke, flash for the rest of the round. A smoke is just used by Big here to slow things down over towards Cave. Some aggression down ramp with this timing. Oh, great flashbang. Doesn't get the fight that he wants. Sin, I can't believe he actually doubled down, to be honest with you. He does eat a bullet at the end of the day. Hades takes him out. And 9 can feel extremely comfortable moving forward.
And they're just taking just a moment to sit back, relax, pause, and figure out how to maximize the percentage chance of winning this round. So getting the utility set up, smoking alongside, that could have been a chance for Big to unravel the round, but it doesn't look like that is going to come the way.
Tabson's calling for a boost that we saw 9 do in the first half, and we've seen plenty of over the years, just looking to see if you can pick someone off, but they've done well enough without it. All of a sudden, that comfort, good spam from Crimbo. No. Hades was low, and 9's in a lot of trouble all of a sudden. Key, down low, Tabson takes him out. It's 12-5.
That is wild. The fact that they lose that round, coming in from the long side, sure, Tabson's just waiting. They even had that A-lurk decide to pop out early over on the other side of the map for 9, right? They had one A main player who wasn't expecting 2 players to be staring at him when he walked out of A main. So that kill even comes in. So that isn't even the insurance policy. But this kill from Crimbo, and then the follow-up, that is massive from Crimbo on the 1 rifle that they had for Big. So that's devastating for 9. You said they should feel super comfortable at the start of that round. They should have. They were 1 player up, and then it all goes downhill.
Yeah, that's painful. That's really, really painful. Tabson, pushing down middle. Knows the timing. There's the flash. Completely blinded. Still manages to get away. He's got a teammate in support over at the cubby. That's Process who pops out and grabs 1. So well managed from Big. A little bit blind to start, but figuring things out. Minio, dangerous with the Deagle. Finds one and can't get the other.
Yeah, couldn't quite follow up, but if he did, that would have been massive. But that is if and buts. And if everything went that way, 9 would have had a shot, but it didn't end up finding success. It's Big pushing forward again, and it does feel like now we're getting to the end of this map, Jason.
Yeah, it kind of does. This one's slipping away. Without the pistol round conversion, it feels like just a matter of time. Yeah.
You a shoe on or a shoe off gamer, Jason?
I dabble in both sides of the equation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, depends on the day.
I feel like sometimes I frag more when I'm wearing shoes because it's more of an official setting. Gets my mind in the
okay,
right
gets
place.
you focused.
Exactly.
It's like I'm here for business.
I'm here for business, get the job done. And that's exactly what Crimbo's doing. Molly, Nick, combo into the rifle, shut down. Absolutely no shot. I do sort of respect the play. Just get that one over and done with as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's nice.
Run up the B side.
Yeah, I tend to wear shoes inside the house.
All right, that probably is pissing off a huge demographic of people, I would say. Because
yeah, probably.
I do the same, right? It's just a thing here. I
have
think
indoor
in America
shoes
too, right? I have indoor shoes, but you know, I started going around a lot of European households, Jason, and families don't enjoy that. So, you know, when you wear shoes inside, apparently it's like really, really gross.
Yeah, well, if you wear the outside shoes inside, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't enjoy that. Public bathrooms all over my floors.
Yep, that's gross. This could be absolutely disgusting. That's the first map for Big.
Maybe we should invent gaming shoes.
Yeah, I think so.
Not just indoor shoes. You only wear them when you're gaming.
What do you think about the shoes with the sort of the toe holes, like gloves for your feet?
Those are weird.
I feel like I wouldn't like
those. the 5-finger gloves. I've looked into them, but no, they're just weird. Taps in. Ooh, nice timing around the edge of the smoke. Goofy now knows there's one Molotov. They got to wait for this smoke to kind of go away. Flashbang over the top. Taps in once more. Almost gets it. Brings Kyler to about half HP, and Crimbo gets caught jiggling. And now it's only one defender. K has opened up the bomb site. And that should be the save call from Big.
Yep, it is absolutely going to be that. Big on the other side of the map. Nothing they can do about this. So a little bit of life for 9. They found their way forward into that B bomb site, and they will extend play and prevent that map point from Big. But for how long can they do it?
Yeah, for at least just a little bit longer. Still feels like this is in no way comeback potential for 9. Let's see if they can change our minds in the upcoming rounds. AWP is going to be kept alive in the hands of Mantu. Process protecting him as well. So things looking okay.
In 2 different rooms, actually. Process is in main.
Yeah, he's just making sure nobody wraps through the bomb site. Actually, Goofy might have blodged.
He knows. That angle is it's too powerful in CSGO. They're just going to let it go. They don't want to lose any of these rifles here. Would be a nice upgrade for Big to grab an AK, so they don't go into the main position. And that is another round for 9. This is the K opener. Crimbo was just jiggling for him, but wasn't ready for him to be so far up, and Sin couldn't recover.
Yeah, missed some kind of a timing on his jiggle. Maybe he just got to that a little bit late, but yeah, just way too close for him to handle.
Yeah, the worrying part about this is, though, that doesn't really feel like a sustainable round, right? You're not going to get K getting 2 entries up B ramp like that back to back to back, right?
No, but when you only have 5 rounds, you'll take what you can get, you know?
Absolutely.
Let's see if it gets you started.
Yeah, maybe it could be the sort of starting point. We'll see Mantu with his AWP. Scoped in towards A main, they double peek. He still takes 1. And will stay at the big box, just taking the left-sided peek. And with that Molotov forcing him further back, he'll grab the temple position instead. And 9 don't want to walk into that AWP. They're going to avoid it. They're going to go back over towards B.
And you can see with all that attention on the A bomb site, Goofy takes the opportunity for a little peek up into B, see if he can catch someone going for information. Had the fight he wanted, but missed the shot. And Mantu's relocated the AWP over to B ramp. So A defense gets passive, a little bit weak as they shuffle the rifles around to get into a good position.
It's going to be so rough if you do peek into the AWP and Mantu gets another one. You've avoided him by going to the other side of the map, and he's just waiting for you there as well. And that could happen here. But the bomb is still elbow, so it's in limbo about where it wants to go at this point. They're just poking and prodding, seeing what sort of success they can find.
Well, Minio's actually starting to peek into the A-bomb site. That's the real X factor. If he peeks in and sees all the space in the world, although good timing on that smoke. Just shuts it down. It looks like 9 almost want to turn this into a split through donut to the A-bomb site. That wouldn't be the worst call in the world.
It would not, but Minio, ooh. That smoke is worrying, and I think he's aware of that. So Process is inside of the smoke. And Minio's checking the back box, but Process is just waiting on the phase of the smoke and moves behind him, gets behind his crosshair. And Minio, that is tough. That is rough to stomach. And now they're moving in. 9, the Poles, will get the bomb down. Crimbo will just about allow that to happen. And now Goofy with 1v2 closer left on his shoulders. He'll peek out towards CT. Position now given up. He isolates 2 fights into 1v1s, but it's difficult to close on either of them. And that will be a 15th round for Big. Map point secured.
Those are really tough shots to hit as well while he's just trying to pull the other player out, right? You're trying to give attention to the right side so that your player on the left actually peeks and gives you the fight you want. But Big does a really good job not overextending. 15 rounds now. 15-6.
It's got to feel very good for Big to start off your showdown run like this. If you can close this in this round, this would be one hell of a way to find that opener. Now, coming up next in the video, as many would predict, it is 9, of course, Vertigo. There's a second map of play, and you would expect 9 to have a much better showing there. But as we discussed earlier, it isn't a sure thing anymore, right? Against a team like Big, they can definitely take you on Vertigo. And Big will be hoping for that 2-0 today.
Yeah, I mean, Big kind of worked him tactically on this map, so you imagine they'd have some things on Vertigo, but that's going to be a fun test for 9. I'm actually really excited for Vertigo as a map in this series. Hades with the AWP wants a chance for an opening kill. Gets aggressive up B ramp, looking for a peek at the stairs.
Red smoke out. That's going to be 9 having mid control.
That'll be a bummer for Hades. He wanted to take the fight up B ramp, had a teammate spamming into the bomb site to make any defender a little bit uncomfortable as he peeked in, but his smoke plumes at the top of the ramp just as he's about to make his move. So delays things a little bit longer, messes with the timing, so 9 go for mid control instead.
Taps and just batting Goofy right through that donut smoke. Crimbo follows up, and this is looking so good now. This looks perfect for Big to close on a 16-6 victory. Unless this beast side will fall and hit, he takes out his own teammate, and he will not be able to find redemption. It is just Kylar, and Tapson slipped past him, but now they know exactly where he is, and they've got the bomb in their hands. It has been big dominance, a story of tactical depth, and outmaneuvering, outworking their opponents, and Big will take the first map.
Yeah, nicely done from Big. A monstrous T side, absolutely perfect. They work 9 across the map, and then CT side just gets very easy. Playing standard game, close it out with a double op setup on Crimbo. Not too bad. That's a good showing from Big, but the real test is the next map. As we know in series against 9, you can kind of forget about one map. Vertigo is where it matters.
Yeah, that is the most competitive of Vertigo coming up next. 9's chance to bounce back in this series.
Apex, a little bit of damage. They're still worried about some kind of a flank, some kind of a lurk, and who other than Cadian to strike them down! The Jester makes a fool of Vitality!
Ever further from the coveted prize of a trophy lift.
His men, his best team ever. And so to close the spring season, who steps forth today for the final trophy lift of the spring season in Washington? It's heroic!
Ancient continues to be a thorn in the side of 9. They cannot tame this Dame map. Once again, a tough loss for them. Big looked like the much superior team. Initial thoughts off the back?
It was a bit of a weird game, to be completely honest. It felt like there was only one team on the server. 9 never really found any footing whatsoever, especially in the first half. You had the round distribution showing that right here. Big were off to a good start, and whenever 9 won a round, they couldn't really string them together. Only in this middle part and the middle section of the first half, they were able to win 2 in a row, and even though they weren't able to convert. So it was a very messy start.
Yeah, we were a little bit surprised by the rhythm sometimes, and I think, Jacob, you wanted to point this one out in round 8. The slow side from Big actually paying out.
It was paying off, yeah. Yeah, I was surprised they were playing so slow. Look at the time right here. 11, 10, 9. They're not rushing out. They're not really stressed for it, Big. And just about, they get Goofy down from the bomb site. They get to plant the bomb with just 1 millisecond left on it right here. And from that point on onwards, everything is just falling apart for 9. And we saw this tempo coming out of Big time and time again. They were not stressing. They were constantly making 9 sweat. And let's be honest, the Polish squad couldn't handle it whatsoever.
Yeah, Lucas, why do you think that the defense struggled that much with that kind of playstyle?
I also think when you're not really that crisp individually, when your players like Kai is not really following through, it's just going to be rough against a team that's really going to the late rounds where you used all your nades, then you really have to use your aim, and they couldn't really do that.
No, definitely. That was strugglesome. And I was memeing about Ancient and the issues for 9. I mean, we have another example. We can bring it up for you guys as well. 15. It's a bit of a strugglesome situation, Lucas. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, they get the 2 picks, but they are just like the communication is just so off. They get and they follow through, but they don't really make a plan together. And I think like they're on Polish, so they should be able to like communicate quickly. But they get caught and nobody takes action on anything, and they lose.
What's that guy doing?
I'm so confused, Jacob. Like, is it just me?
No, but Minio is down ramp. He's getting shot, and he's like, huh?
Yeah,
and then he
so
walks up to the bomb side, and then he gets shot in the side again. It feels like, yes, you're talking about communication, Lucas, but it's also individual, unawareness of what the hell is going on the map. It felt like they weren't on the server whatsoever. That's why I said it. It felt like it was only Big showing up in this game. And yeah, you can talk about some of the individuals, Crimbo, Taps, and Sin for that matter, but it felt like 9 as a team just weren't on the server.
I mean, this is concerning. Like, this last round, we can laugh about it, we can meme and all, but it is actually concerning.
Yeah.
When you find yourself in that 5v3 situation, you push, then obviously you're a bit naive to that ramp position, but after Crimbo's kill, there should be a trade. Like, where is the trade?
I mean, it should also be their strength that it's like their communication. They're all talking one language. They've played together for such a long time. Like, why are these small mistakes happening on like an online game where there should be no pressure? He also told himself in the interview, Hades, that they are going to play lose.
Yeah, well, from players struggling to players actually rocking. Crimbo, 27 kills. Definitely a name that we have to put under the microscope when it comes to Big. I feel like we're repeating ourselves quite a lot. Strong map from him here.
He's growing. He's growing on me. He's growing on himself. And I think he is, what you said, Lucas, in the green room as well, the best player in Big right now. He's the guy you can rely on. He's the guy who was brought in to be Tapson's right hand. He has a very vital role within the lineup. I think he's helping out with some of the calls as well. It's a guy that you're now putting in even higher expectations towards. And his individual output on the server is somewhat decent as well. In this game, 27 kills, 9 multi-kill rounds, 126 ADR. He was having a field day.
Yeah, he was absolutely unchallenged.
But he's been a bit of a slow starter, because I remember when he got into this team, he also came from the academy, but people were talking like, is he better than Keto? Does he need to go back to the academy? But then they removed Keto, and he kind of freed up his base a little bit and played even better.
What's your take on Crimbo? What's your temperature check on the player?
He's like at the best of all time from his side, obviously, but I'm kind of interested to see where can he take it from this. He's obviously the best German player right now, but what is the limit? Like, is he able to push it even further?
But that's interesting, right? Because being the best German player doesn't really get you anywhere at the moment, right? So if you're FaZe, if you're G2, if you're Liquid, where you have Rainraker on the bench right now, a guy like Crimbo, just theoretically speaking, he would fit so well into Team Liquid right now. So I'm curious to know whether or not he'll be willing to take that step at some point in his career.
I know, Jacob, it's on everybody's mind where Crimbo is going to go. From an academy player at the time to another one, Sin was relatively decent as well in this map. And I think it's an ideology that Big have been very vocal about. Hey, we're going to bank on the future. This is our wager. We're going to bring a couple of players who are really familiar with the top seed, and we're going to make them grow. Do you think Sin is the right way? Do you think he's got your confidence in the future months to come?
It very much depends on what you expect coming out of Big. If you tell me that Big have ambitions of being a top 5 team in the world, then no, I don't think the current iteration and the current player material they have to work with is good enough. But in terms of what they're doing right now and trying to build for the future, yes, I think he's holding up to his own part.
Right. Okay, listen, we're moving on the conversation. We're going to map 2 now. It's going to be Vertigo. And Lucas, I would like to have your take on this. From a personal standpoint, when 9 started winning Vertigo, I was very impressed. It was great. But I feel like over time, since they struggled to have the same kind of success on different maps, it's getting a little uncomfortable now. We're kind of laughing about it.
Yeah.
What's your stand on that whole situation?
It reminds me a little bit of the Space Soldiers, if you guys remember. They were so good at Mirage, but all the other maps, they were kind of like...
So how does that happen?
It happens because some maps just tactically fits you very well. Like all the positions, everybody's comfortable on the CT side, the rotations. CT side for Big, normally on Dust 2 was also an example of this being so good, and they couldn't implement it into other maps. So it's really a question about tactical depth, and does Minio have that? I'm not sure.
Are you telling me we're going to 3? Or you're trying to sell me on a 3rd map? Or was this map just too hard?
I'll always sell you a 3rd map. Also for the sake of it, because we bet it on 9.
Oh, yeah, right. I completely forgot about this good old unicorn prediction. Yeah, listen, we still have time to talk about it. You also on board with the third map, or you've been cold showered?
Heading into the game, I was sure we were going to a third map, honestly. But after watching Nine play Ancient and watching how lackluster they were, I'm a little bit worried that they can't get it done here on Vertigo. I have seen, as you said, they're great on it, but they have lost a lot of games on the map as well. And a lot of their wins are 19-17, 16-14, 16-13. Right. So they're being pressured to the brink right now. I made the point coming into the game as well that I feel watching from the player cams as well, they are a little bit dead inside right now. Nine had the opportunity where they could have shown the rest of the world that they could take the next step, but they failed to do that, and now it feels like they're jaded, they're stagnated a bit.
They're also sitting at home. Like, I think it's also going to be a difference. Like, we see Big on their webcam, they're all stacked together in this Berlin house. We see all the guys from Nine are sitting at home. It can also be a snowball effect when they start losing rounds. There's nobody to cheer each other up.
Yeah, definitely in terms of motivation, I'm right there with you. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your thoughts. We have tried to set the scene as best as we could for you guys at home. And after this small break, it is going to be time to dive into Vertigo with our lovely casters. We'll see you right there.
The Blast Premier Showdown continues as we head into Map 2. It is going to be Vertigo for 9. Perhaps a comeback story, a recovery mission. Those unicorn odds have certainly shifted more in favor of Big heading into this one. Most recently, 9 have won Vertigo, but just a map prior in the series before, they lost to Eternal Fire in quite a bit of a spanking, Jason. So they've shown that they can be beaten. They can bleed on this map.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially when you add in it's an elimination game, it's a high pressure game. You know, this is potentially your chance at going to the fall finals on the line. This could very easily be a collapse. And like we've kind of alluded to a number of times, is like, I mean, there's only so long you're going to be dominant on this map to the point where no one can touch you. And Big has shown some ability to play this map. I think they have a good win rate, a good chance of upsetting here. However, some of their wins are against like lesser teams, quote unquote. I feel bad saying that, but you know, against like a Saw.
Name them, shame them.
A couple nice wins over Monty, which after their Pro League run, all of a sudden look a lot more solid than you would have thought previously. So let's see what Big brings to the table. CT side Vertigo up against 9.
Well, I love watching 9's T side. It is beautiful to watch on Vertigo. This would be beautiful to watch right away with a shot from Minio out short side. Process could do nothing about that Glock headshot, and the follow-up from Hades is just as nice.
Okay, this is not a confidence-inspiring pistol round so far from Big. I'll say that right now. It's not a beautiful pistol round as 2 players have been picked off for free out in the open. No chance to trade, no chance to recover whatsoever. And now comes the attack. Smoke's in place at the A bomb site. Nade stacked towards the back of the boxes. And all of a sudden, it's just 2 players.
This round went exactly as 9 had planned. Just a couple of great opening kills, and they come crashing down. Big, no fight in this pistol. No fight at all, and 9 will kick off Vertigo with a statement of intent.
Yeah, that's way too easy, and that's just Big getting picked off. That's actually all 3 pistol rounds in the series that they've lost so far. They lost both on Ancient, still had a dominant victory. Excuse me, they lost 1 on Ancient. I'm crazy.
Well, Jason, I'm glad you called it, because I couldn't quite remember the pistol rounds.
I take it all back.
Yeah. Well, this is the 2 for 2 now on pistols, as the storyline will continue, but this one, the most dominant pistol win.
I'll tell you what, who looks good on this map for 9 that plays this map really well, especially when the gun rounds come out, is Minio. He seems to be the biggest jump up for me watching 9 on various maps, and then here on Vertigo. Very good feel of how to lurk over towards middle. Goofy gets his head ripped off by Crimbo. And remember, 9 did lose this second round back on Ancient after winning the T pistol. If they run into another road bump here, oh, that'd be an issue. Taps in spotted legs. Gonna call it out to his team. Pulls Crimbo over with the Deagle, which leaves Sin alone to defend against this potential hit.
You're getting a little bit of a flashback. If you're 9, you do not want to drop the ball in a round like this. Hades holding middle. Stops Tabson from getting further forward and giving Big a follow-up kill. Crimbo will meet the same fate. And luckily for 9, they've got Hades in mid. And draws this one back into a favorable position. Under 1 minute left on this clock, and the bomb's still positioned outside of B. So we look at Sin as the player that would have to deliver some deadly digs if they're to win this round. And that's a Mac 10 kill and a half right there from Kyle.
Yeah, that's a depressing way to go down.
That's a CS2 peak right there.
Yeah, you're not happy with that one. A little bit of jump, a little bit of kung fu action. Process not going to be able to trade him. Okay, Kyler's just killing everything. He's been sent on a mission to open up the B bomb site, and he's done it. He's succeeded. And he's happy as can be.
Mission accomplished. It's good to see some Mac 10 kills like that. That was always my favorite thing about Team 4s back in the day when, you know, Z-Power's in the team with Jerry. For some reason, they were just so satisfying to watch on Mac 10 rounds because they literally just threw everything out the window and would just jump peek everything.
You remember the Vegas Squadron days?
You know, the Shark, how could I forget? The day of the Shark.
Forget? Those Mac 10s knew what they were doing before anyone else in the world caught on.
You discovered every single Shark GIF in the world as well, Jason, during that period.
I did. That was a fun time. It's one of my favorite.
Your
CSGO
legacy,
eras.
some might say.
Yeah, that's what I'm known for. Really, is the Shark GIFs.
Well, let's take our time here because this round is going to be terrible, really, for Big, unless it's not, and that would be how it goes, I suppose. And here we go. Just a slow round from 9, figuring out what Big have. It's Key, or K, right up short side. And Goofy just waiting for a mid push. There is always a risk on Vertigo. The mid rush can be effective if you send a couple of players. When you stack at 3, running through middle can catch you off. So 9 is sitting back, letting the fights come to them. And eventually the first will do so. It is Process that walks in short and does not walk out. Any more for K?
It's going to be, just lurking up. Knows all their attention is taken elsewhere, runs out of ammunition, gets taken down, but That's pretty much all the danger in this round. Even with Sin picking up one more, Galil's not enough to convert this 1v3, especially considering 9 have the entire map available to him. So pretty decent round in terms of damage done.
Sure, damage done, and maybe even more to be had here because Hades is low. Goofy doesn't have a lot of cash left over, so if he is to do some damage here with that Galil, that would be a cherry on top of what was initially a pretty decent eco round.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see Hades even stick around this close towards the bottom of ramp. Like, why would you even do that with your money or with your HP the way it is? But
the bomb blast will get him from the B side, Jason.
It's possible.
Well, Hades, the immortal right now, 5-0.
Still, you're looking to bounce back on your map pick, your strongest map in the pool. This is a fantastic start, a fantastic way to do it. 3-0. Mac 10 is going to go for the hunt, and Sin has no armor. So a little bit of a Molotov around the corner. Jumps in the air. This time it doesn't work. Ooh, a dink. A lot of damage done to Goofy, but the weapon is traded off. So no save guns for Big. They go into the first gun round having to invest everything.
So if we are talking about a world in which 9 lose Vertigo, let's go back to the most recent time they did, and that was against Eternal Fire at ESL Pro League, and it was a disaster class, really, from Hades. He went 9-20 on Vertigo with a 0.75 rating, and this guy's usually the talisman for the team, right? The star of the show, the face of the squad. And when he's going 9-20 on Vertigo on your best map, that's got to feel rough. So really, eyes on Hades is already 5-0. It's been a better start than he had over there for sure. 4 kills away from equaling his kill count then. He's got the AWP out. The big white and orange gun this time around. The Asimov, a classic. He's got it at the bottom of the ramp.
It's a beauty.
It is real beautiful. A magic stick. And that is... It's working. His magic stick in full force. Tabson couldn't handle it.
Yeah, well, they got to be really careful that one doesn't swing around. Minio's already kind of lurked into position. Sin seems aware of the possibility, but it's all down to timing. Oh, Minio's got a huge advantage. Sin's not expecting this whatsoever. They have to remain aggressive.
Now he is.
Now he's holding it. Oh, a little bit off. Awkward peek into the angle.
Yeah, that is rough. Now Process is a little bit worried because he knows they've already penetrated short side. Oh, Process. Oh, what happened there? His bullets just went nowhere. And he gets caught. Minio comes back around short side, and Process had a chance. He had everything going for him there. The AWP wasn't looking at him. That was the bomb carrier. He could have adjusted and looked for that short kill second, but doesn't work out. And it is Big just collapsing here, really.
Well, this is what I was saying about Minio on this map, is like the step up of performance from him on other maps to this one is like night and day. He has such a good sense for where the weakness is and where he can have the most impact, and he's so good and so confident at sliding into those plays to make them impactful. He's got another one. That's man 2 to fall. That's the AWP hitting the deck. 9 still spread across this map. They have access to both bomb sites, obviously. Kyler calling B clear as can be.
Off he runs, Goofy, up towards the top of the B-bomb site. Knows he has all the protection in the world by Kylar. And Krimbo, I wouldn't count him out of a clutch, but I think I will this time.
Yeah, there's no reason to go for it. He wants to save the AWP at the end of the day. He was checking to see if anyone was pushing to flank around him, so he's going to hover around this area, around Elevator, or around Heaven, and just say, at the end of this round, when all is said and done, I want to pick up the AWP. But likewise, 9 know that.
Yeah, Handy's got the good angle. Shouldn't be missing this one, and he doesn't. Sinks him. And that is going to be another round for 9. A fantastic start, and you can already feel the level of comfort has increased for this team, and what a shot to open up the round there for Hades.
Yeah, nice random spam based off, well, maybe not random in terms of there's a flashbang thrown, so he knew chances are someone was trying to clear something out, but this is such a good lurk from Minio coming up short. That round is all him, the way he cracks this open. Triple kill on the round, and the captain's got 9 off to a good start. 4-0.
Well, we've seen Big, as you mentioned, over on Ancient. They won a couple of rounds with some of the guns they really shouldn't have. Looking for one here in round 5. It's MP9s on 2, Deagle 5.7s. Is there anything Big can do? The ramp is easily taken by 9. They realize that they likely don't have the weapons for the job, so he can get up the ramp quite quickly, uncontested. And they'll do exactly that. Now, Molotov to force that short player either into the fight or further back. Maybe the reply from Big is potential boost over the yellow, but that isn't going to work out.
I like this as well. I mean, Hades and 9, they know, well, I mean, it's gone the other way, but I still like it. I still like it. Knowing that they don't have an AWP on the other side, you can kind of take a long time and get plenty of opportunities to peek into the bomb site. Now, it's gone south twice now. with Minio falling as well on his short play. So all of a sudden, there's a chance here for Big to shut down this attack. 4 defenders at this bomb site.
There's a massive chance because they don't actually have a player that can call the rotate back to B, right? So you feel committed into this A play with potential flanks already happening. And because of that, Big have a big advantage because they have so many players here inside of the site already. This could be an absolute disaster for 9 as the short push comes forward just as they look away, just as they take their crosshairs off of that position. Here it comes around the back, but it hasn't worked for Big. It has not worked out until Crimbo steps up with a triple from inside of the site.
He even picked off Hades with an SMG, who had the AWP in the opening, so Crimbo has a massive round with a quad kill, even taking down the AWP in a straight heads-up duel.
So this is Tapson kicking things off. Hades just gives him a free fight. And then Process out short side. Minio gets caught. 2 1v1 fights, and 9 not ready for them. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, that one is. That's a curious round to lose, all things considered. Look at Crimbo, though. Oh, he mops them all up. Look at all those assists. He's loving it with an SMG. So now all of a sudden, flush with cash, with bonus money and a free upgrade. Run boost around. Kyler doesn't find anything, a little bit blind, but he gets into some safety. Leg shot onto Hades. He gets a taste of his own medicine.
That could have been 2 back-to-back horrible rounds for Hades, right? Gets caught by the MP9 in the last round, nearly gets taken out this time in an engagement he couldn't even really fight back in. But he is down to 16 health. Will still have a chance to compete in this round.
Let's see this defense. They got caught a couple of times by various timings. In the pistol round, they were caught out. In the first gun round, Minio was able to lurk and find a gap in the defense on a really awkward timing for them as well. So let's see if they can handle it now. They've got all the guns and all the utility they could ask for. Process just looking for someone walking up along the wall, not getting it just yet. Oh, he's in trouble. This is tense. There's the swing. Nice shot.
Yeah, great kills from Big. And, you know, this is a buy round from 9, but it looks so convincing for the Germans here on the CT side. The mid push just comes forward at the right time. The transition of defense focus has come through. Tabson was looking down middle this time. He has got that info. So we'll drop further back into CT spawn. And sure, this gives 9 some mid control, but you can't really go anywhere with it, right? Construction's cut off. Tapson has CT spawn. You're kind of locked in mid in the final 30 seconds here.
Yeah, I mean, and even the utility usage, look what it's done. It's brought all the defenders to the party. So going to drop off, and you just have to be overly aggressive. Good kill, still plenty to find, and a crossfire. There's Tapson, perfectly played with his team. Good reads from Big, and they've got 2 in a row.
Much better performance here for Big in back-to-back rounds. And one found, obviously, in weaker guns. This more impressive due to the fact that it is rifles. So they start off with 2 openers. Matsu gets the first shot, and it is 9 just kind of running into that ramp presence. I think they've been getting it a little too easily, perhaps, over the last few rounds.
Sure.
So perhaps conditioned to feel like they can just take it. And Big were able to claim 2 kills because of that.
And I think, what, 4 players survived that round for Big? So money grows, money gets a lot better. That's quite nice. Only Glocks for 9, so another chance for Big to build up some money. They've got themselves in a really good position early on in this half.
And now if you're 9, you're just chilling. You're just going to try and draw all the utility, make it as expensive as you can, maybe try and get a bomb plant. But all reality, this is going to be an absolute massacre. And Sin will wait with the nade.
He thought it was mid.
Yeah, he did. He heard all the steps. He's like, hold on. Actually, they're down here. It's like CS2 sound. He's trying to figure out where they're coming from.
Maybe he's just confused by the sound in CSGO all of a sudden.
Yeah. Speaking of CS2, did you see that Odyssey boost he has for yellow? It's like a pixel walk. And
I have not.
It's crazy.
Is it legal?
Probably not.
Okay. Well,
but he gets boosted up on short, and he can look over into the A site from short shelf.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of ridiculous.
That is a little bit OP.
Of course he finds that.
Of course it's Monacy. Yeah, well, it's going to be a lot of fun in the early days of CS2 to find all those things and have those debates. I think people forget how frequently that was happening at the early stages of CSGO as well. Like we're gonna see some things. Everyone buckle in. We're gonna see some things in CS2.
Yeah, CNJW made he replied to Michal Slavinsky and said,
he did, yes.
I have a boost.
It's a classic.
On overpath. Here we go, Tylar. He's straight out towards the bottom of the stairway, taking a fight.
Dang.
Up on top of the stairs. Does a lot of damage to the defensive player of Sin. One for one fight, but look at Process. He slipped down.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge defensive play. They'll gladly give up Tapson if Process can deliver that double kill. That damage onto Sin is unconfirmed damage, so they don't know there's something to exploit. But so quickly, after an opening kill, fortunes reverse for 9. Now a 2v4, make it 1v4.
Just Kylar left. And considering it is a 1v4, as you mentioned, it is just not going to go anywhere here for him. Save the AK if you can. But Big have tied it up already.
Yeah, I wonder what his plan is. He doesn't have money to replenish any nades. He would be a hero AK amongst a half buy. I almost think it'd be better off to go lose this weapon. So he's looking to see if anyone's going to push and give him anything, and then he's going to try and make his play. So trying to find some kind of isolated fight somewhere. Looks like he might be thinking middle.
It's where all the fun fights happen. But it's not going to come this way. And, you know, looking at the showdown overall at this competition, you know, we look at 9. I think this is a team, if it had a better Pro League, you would have maybe discussed upset wins for them. But I think, as you mentioned earlier, they're probably at an all-time low after how they went out of the Pro League and didn't really win anything. So I think the expectation for them to pull off upset wins probably isn't there anymore. Some people have them winning today, though, in our talent team.
I think this is a pretty even affair, all things considered.
You think so?
Yeah. Although, I mean, I have a little bit more faith in... I predicted big today, but I'm going to say this. I have a little bit more faith in 9 than I think the average person does, just because I really like they have some ideas on maps. They just haven't... I mean, obviously, not being able to flesh out your map pool is a massive problem, which they still, to this day, have obviously not yet been able to do, but they do some cool things on various maps. I just wish it would all come together and actually net them some more W's here and there.
Yeah, that is true. But outplayed on Ancient. Vertigo had a strong start, but is now starting to fizzle out. The action will continue throughout today. We have got the Blast Premier Fall Showdown Europe 2 games today and a North American matchup to come your way later on in the evening. So we've got ENCE Alliance. That's another game we've got coming up at 5 p.m. UK time, Jason. That is quite a adjustment. So many time zones here in Europe.
Yeah, you guys do have a lot. That's going to be an interesting fight. I wonder what ENCE is going to look like coming off of that that grand or the beatdown, or not the semifinals loss that they took over in Malta. And then obviously Party Astronauts.
Yeah, the last minute edition. The Mongols gone, the Party Astronauts in.
I like the Party Astronauts.
I like the Mongols.
They have a cool logo. They have cool merch.
They do. They do. It's always a party in space, as they say.
That's what it feels like when I wear the shirt.
You got a party in space going on?
Yeah, it really does. It brings the entire vibe.
It's cool you have a Party Astronaut shirt, you know? It's supporting North American causes, as I would say.
I do my thing.
Extra salt teasing their return as well.
I saw that, yes.
We need a little bit of extra salt on this round for 9, as they do not have a lot to play with. It is that AK that Kylo saved on over. Then the pistols, and now the mid play, right towards Tapson, who has held on pretty well. He'll even nearly get back for that triple kill, but the rest of his teammates converge on middle. Big shot from Hades, and maybe a chance, but the bomb is in mid. So no longer really too much, but he has got the AK picked up now off the back of that.
Yeah, and I mean, that'll put you on notice as well. Those deagles are hot. You got to be careful if you're man 2 in process. So Op is going to sink all the way back towards elevator. They know the position of these last 2 players. Key got a kill as well. Re-smoked over the jump up. And now Big have, or 9, excuse me, have a decision to make.
Well, Mantu is just in the perfect position for this, isn't he? There's no flash. You've got to try and bait out the shot. And oh, Mantu, he knows what they were trying to do. He knows that you're trying to trick him out of that spot. And he'll stay composed. He'll take his pick and now leave K in a 1v2. They know where he is, but Mantu thinks he could have got by. But the bomb is still in their possession in middle, and that is the big factor here. He's going to climb up over construction. Have a look towards elevator. Sees no one until the fight with Process, and it will be 5 rounds in a row as Big go on fire.
Yeah, that's a really hard angle to clear out if you're going for that 1v2. Nicely done from Big, although obviously nerve-wracking with some of the deagle kills that do come out. They handle business. Good on Tapson for getting that double kill, dropping the bomb early. If that split is actually allowed to come through over the jump up, with both defenders going down in the B bomb site, that's perhaps probably a lost round for Big. So good hold in middle, good response from Process. And Big have their first lead of the map.
Well, the mid take, or the ramp take already through for K. He just runs up with that half ramp smoke.
A creek sighting on Hades.
It's a wild one. You don't see it too often in the wild, but it is out in play. And so is Mansu getting back to safety. Oh, nearly recovers in time to remove Goofy from that equation, but couldn't get his crosshair in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah.
Was in 2 minds of whether to fight and stand and fight or fall back.
Exactly. I think he went a little bit too deep on that follow-up peek. He really went for it, exposed himself to the flashbang play.
Well, this ramp take already did come through for 9. They applied some early pressure, but they didn't maintain that control. They're actually just giving up now, playing with that one-way smoke. Maybe they get a Boost going on over the smoke to have a look. And K's just going to keep walking forward. This could be pretty effective.
That took away a smoke, though, for an execute. They only have the one. And with this player behind sandbags, any kind of issue, Process could just decimate.
Right, here's the nades now, right there. The molly goes in, but he's going to stand. They don't check it. They throw the molly, but they don't look. No one has eyes on it. The distraction from the site was enough to set him up.
Utility.
And now the plant comes in, but the health is low on Goofy, and the nade will dunk on him. No plant, and Hades now in a 1v2. The rare Krieg sighting. Will it be a clutch?
Swaps out to the AK, goes for the bomb plant, tries to fake it, tries to pull someone out in the open. Oh, now gets aggressive.
Good work, but it's not going to. Sin with the rifle, body shots confirms it. Big continue their streak.
Yeah, this is not looking good. What a control what control Big have over this map at the moment. 9 not being able to do really anything. They've tried a lot. They've tried every side of the map. All of a sudden, this A ramp is really closed. That could have gone much worse for 9. Much, much worse for 9 if that pop-up from Process was a little bit stronger. But it still works. 6-4, 2-round lead. And back to a half buy, back to pistol armor for 9.
Oh, nade at the ready for this ramp push. It is quite quick. A lot of players throwing themselves up, ramping through short. Are Big ready? Process gets the rifle out. Tapson is there with him. And this speed will not be enough to break through Big's defense. It is held at the door.
I'm not going to lie. It did not look like they were ready. It didn't look like they were ready.
It didn't. It felt like that was going to work, right?
Yeah, I thought that was about to be a catastrophe, but they got their heads on a swivel just at the right time. Good stop, all things considered.
Well, Big can sort of wipe some sweat off their forehead. Once you hear the pitter-patter of steps running up the ramp, you have to rapidly try and get your defenses in the right position. And, well, the Rifles found themselves at short side in time. And now for 9, you've got to go to the mines of Nullrod, and you've got to go to the mind of Minio and figure out, where do we go from here? How do we get back into this? It's been a strong start, sure, but when the guns have come out, it has been Big dominating on the CT side.
They're struggling to find like gaps in the defense they can really exploit. Like when I've watched 9 on this map previously, when they're firing all cylinders, you got multiple lurkers at A and B harassing and finding a bomb site clear. You got players in middle lurking and cutting off rotation. They're not finding the opening kills to thin out the defense to give them those gaps at all. Big's been playing this very well.
Now just taking their time, slowing the play down. 9 have been very rapid about the ramp control in the previous rounds, but this time a lot more passive, and they're actually going to poke and prod towards B instead. Kylar climbs over the wood. Flash comes in towards his position, but Kylar, as he checked, Crimbo was aware of it. Just a difficult fight to peek into, and Kylar wins that. Now they might pounce on that. 9 putting some pressure onto this B site. They don't have the bomb in their possession, so you can't really make that full commitment move yet.
No, but this is more like it. That little 2-man probe, all could win.
There's a double.
Oh, that is a double. Hades goes down as well, and now all of a sudden the bomb has to evacuate back to the B bomb site where they've had the most success, where Kyler at least has a leg to stand on.
Well, they're lucky to get the bomb back in that equation, really. It looked like there was a chance for Big to win everything there, but they are able to pick up the bomb, and now with the final 30 seconds left, thinking about that lurk, thinking about that other player elsewhere. There's 2 inside of this B bomb site.
They're trying to delay. They fell back out of this bomb site and dumped utility because the flank is already close by.
Right behind them. Oh.
Nice and easy from Process.
Yeah, Process has just come up the back of the stairway, and sure, Goofy's in middle, but the bomb won't go down. Goofy gets caught on that lurk, and you're thinking there's a chance here for 9. They found the pathway out, but they couldn't commit to the bomb plant. They took too long, and that flank comes in right at the end.
Yeah, really good play from Big. Really good delay tactics and just keeping the attention of the attackers into the B bomb site focused forward instead of on the flank where it's coming in. Because Process has such an advanced push, you might as well flank when you already have that much room to work with. And then gets all the way around for the backstab. So well done from Big. They're handling everything 9 is throwing at them. 8-4.
Tech9s and Deagles. Back to it again for 9, and we've seen a couple of different looks around this ramp presence. We've seen fast takes, we've seen medium takes, slow takes, and none of them are working at this point. Big are finding the way to the round win every single time.
I hope 9 go back to that strategy in the last round, the boost up, like the 2-man attack into that B bomb site, because that felt like that was the most success that they've had. This is a shutdown. Wow. Sin and Crimbo. 9 can get nothing going on any rounds, no matter what they're bringing to fight.
This is quite the massacre. Hades left. just a deagle. Chances are that Process has got to safety now because Hades' timing just doesn't really work out. tabseN aware that this could be a possibility. And none of those fights are going to transpire. In fact, Hades is going to go back up the ramp. Or rather, the ladder. But even then, he's cancelled that thought and goes back over towards tabseN. tabseN is low, so maybe the deagle would be able to take him out, but he's taking a different pathway. He's taking a pathway to B. Maybe a gun down here on the floor that he would like. Maybe a chance, but even then, no. He's going to be Mantu looking for the pick, and he's able to close it out.
Nice and easy. Big's defense has just gotten rock solid all of a sudden. Ever since that round, Crimbo with the SMG, the low buy they won at the A bomb site, they haven't slipped up once. They haven't dropped a single round since then. What a reversal that round has proved to be. 9-4. Where does 9 go from here? As you mentioned, there's a number of things they've tried. They've changed pace. They've changed points of attack. They're getting shut down everywhere.
Let's see if they go back to that strategy of the B push, right, that you were mentioning.
Doesn't look like it this round.
I think it's hard to pull it off again, though. The element of surprise was there previously, but hard to get it going again. So they're going to try to go back to ramp. It is usually where they find their most success is these ramp takes from them. And maybe this one is a little bit more successful. Process gets flashed into the fight, but better flashback from 9, but tabseN still stands. Still able to deliver a kill. And K on the face of the smoke is able to grab a gap. And that gap opens up short side. And they are not aware of this. They're not looking there just yet. Finally, Sin considers and goes back, but loses that jewel.
Which means tabseN has to come back now, which is going to open up space towards ramp. Okay, nice shooting. That's a thing of beauty.
That should be enough now. That should end this streak from Big.
It's almost like the grouped up executes and like plans and pieces aren't really working, but when 9 is able to get an individual with some space to work with, he creates things. We last saw Minio able to do it from this exact same position. Now it's Key. And now Mantu's been dinked through the wall. They might as well go for this. They have the money. More than enough money. So see if you can pull off a miracle, but with nades and spam and utility raining in, it's just not likely. 5 HP on Mantu, 20 on Crimbo. This should be a 5th round for 9.
Yeah, you were really hoping that those nades got a kill, but now you're down to 5 health on Mantu, 20 for Crimbo. It is the kill on Kylar.
Well, and also they don't know the HP of these two players, right? They're still nervous as hell. They still think this is going to be a really strong 2v3 retake coming in.
There's the retake smoke right onto the bomb, trying to isolate these fights, but the position of Goofy, it's so damn strong. It feels like this spot on its own should be enough to close this round out. I think Big have realized there's no time really for this. They're going to leap in.
They're looking to take some guns away right at the end, realizing like we've beat up on them so much. Their money's probably not great. If we can take any of those guns out of their hands, that'd be valuable to a degree, but obviously not enough to make it anything special to talk about. 9-5. One final round in this first half.
This was just perfection from K, really. Wins the fight on short side, then gets 2 1v1s. The patience to stay on that angle and wait for tabseN to come back as well and not worry about short. That's massive as well for K. So there we go. Finally another round for 9. But are they able to put it together? They make this a 9-6 half. It's 4-0. That was 9 in a row for Big, correct? So now it's been a wild time here for 9. Good at the start. Really bad towards the end.
Well, this would be at least nice if they could carve themselves something positive to speak of in the last 2 rounds, if they can put them together. Utility being spent over at the B bomb site, applying a little bit of pressure, forcing out some counter utility, and Sin and Key continue his tear. Crimbo's way at the back. He has no support. Mantu just arriving, needs to stay alive a little bit longer, spots another one with the flashbangs, and now creates a safety net for himself.
This round is now a 50-50 fight. Kylar coming back up through this B bomb site. They know they've got Crimbo at quad, but they can't do anything about him right now. And that smoke that Kylar's just deployed, that might let Crimbo across, and Kylar reads that, spams him down through the smoke. Mantu's ult brings out, loud and proud. Kylar reads it, goes forward again, but it's the flank from Process this time. Watch, this time his flank will not prevail, and it is 9 with a strong 4-0 lead at the beginning of the game to a middle that shook, and a 2 to close at the end. 9-6, big lead going into the second.
Hi, I'm Launders, and welcome to CS Money Tier List. Today, we're going to have a tier maker board with all of the AK skins that you can think of. Your favorite player is going to come on, they're going to add an AK, they might move another one of your favorite players, and we're going to find out who has good taste and who has bad taste. I have Hex with me. These are my 2 picks, the X-Ray, as well as the worst skin of all time, the AK Asimov. Hex, do you disagree?
I think it's gotta be a B.
That's not an overreaction.
But then the Bloodsport though?
You're gonna move 2 of mine. You're moving 2 of mine. That's how much conviction he felt. Which one's that one?
It's Fire Serpent.
Oh, okay.
I love this skin. I don't think this one is S tier, to be honest.
Oh my god, that's the one that Hex put.
But I mean, there's a reason he didn't win anything.
Oh!
He doesn't understand skins, you know?
Okay.
I've got to put it in B.
That was a little bit mean almost, see? Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is the best AK in the game. I would put it like here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the best, and then I would take the X-Ray.
Hold on. That's the one I put.
I'd put it here. Give it someone.
Okay, we got an A.
The Vulcan AK, you have to put it here. So.
You guys aren't careful, this Flame's gonna spend all your money.
I'm gonna go with the Neon Rider.
By the way, Elige doesn't own a Neon Rider. He actually doesn't own any skins.
I think the Wild Lotus is so ugly.
Oh my god. That's the $10 tier.
Yeah.
Someone has put the Wild Lotus on C?
It was your newest teammate.
No way. Put this.
Undoing all the progress.
Right back where it belongs.
Oh, the Arabesque, yeah.
The gold Arabesque.
Yeah, this one's popping off now. It looks nice in Source too.
I love it.
Okay, I'm gonna move the Bloodsport. I'll stick this here. I like skins of color. There's one skin which does not pop off at all. The Nightwish, down here.
Well, firstly, I think we need to move the gold AK.
Whoa, he went right for it.
Up here.
Whoa, okay.
Because that makes room for this AK down here, which I think is a very underrated AK. You can make some very good sticker combination.
Thanks, skin expert, Bora.
I'm removing this one. I'm sorry.
Whoa, okay. Oh, you might have final say on this. Oh my god, all the way down to D tier. Ooh.
The headshot. It's going into S tier.
Because you've shown such good skin expertise, I want to give you one more addition to the board.
I'm just going for the Aquamarine brand.
Okay.
It's an old school skin. I think the Vulcan deserves an S tier.
All right, that's JL with all the power. Whatever you choose is gonna be the last.
I'm taking this one.
Oh, wow, okay. JL just put that there 2 seconds ago.
C tier. I will take the AK Empress, put it in the A tier. Then we're moving this one away.
Oh wow, both of JL's picks.
This is going there as well.
Okay, that is JL.
Now you give me one more pick and I'll make your day.
One more pick. Oh, yeah! That's the first one I put up there. Actually, back in the S tier, baby. Everything is good. CS Money tier list is complete. Except for those 2 skins, they were too ugly to make it. You know what they say, Counter-Strike pro players seldom disagree.
Well, Nine's chance to recover is certainly here on Vertigo. It looked good at the start, and they had to claw their way back. Big giving them a real match, and they're searching for a 2-0 to open up the showdown, Jason.
Yeah, they have a good shot at it. They have a really good chance at it. Let's see what their T side's going to look like, because they worked them on what little we had to see of it on Ancient. But, I mean, they were tactically so much more impressive. So I think Big has a real opportunity here to close this one out. Which feels good for my prediction.
Yeah, it does feel pretty good about most of our predictions today, right? And for Process, I think it's got to feel good for him as an individual. 14-6 coming out of that first half, or he's definitely going to be feeling pretty good about that heading into this. So looking forward to seeing a bit more action out of him. Big, it's a stack in middle, and Minio is watching from the elevator. Could be a chance to crack open a skull to kick things off here for 9.
P250 on Crimbo, though. They're letting him really investigate and take his time. Gonna swing into this angle. Loves that fight. Little bit of damage done. Minio not backing off quite yet, but none of his teammates are shifting. They've still held strong at 2 on each bomb site. CT spawn now smoked off.
They're just going to keep walking. If you're Big, you've got a lot of control in mid here, so they're going to be walking through mid into the elevator. CT smoke is still up, and they're going to play in the phase of it. Minio is worried about this play in towards elevator, but it might come from multiple sides, and Minio peeks out. Big headshot. Matsu wasn't looking the right way.
Oh, now he spotted the bomb as well. This is a little bit dangerous, Big. They got kind of caught in no man's land. They are surrounded. Sin's going to come back towards the B bomb site. It's Kyler out in the open. He goes down. Just enough of a distraction, and now Big have their escape route. 4 on 2.
Yeah, Kay and Hades, the last 2 remaining players, and they will not be able to do anything about this. You remember this first half pistol, 9 were dominant on the T side pistol. Big were not involved in those fights. It's a very similar pistol here for Big. 4 players staying up, 10-6 scoreline now, as they are the first team to hit double figures on Vertigo. It's got to feel rough for 9. You know, if you win a pistol here, you win the follow-up, you have a chance just to tie the game up right there, but they've got to do it the hard way now.
Yeah, that's an absolute smashing of a pistol round. Really well executed from Big. It got a little bit dicey when they didn't really get a kill off that smoke fade. They didn't really know exactly where to go, and it was kind of Minio who forced their hand with his kill. But good recovery. Sin just playing the odd man away from the group. He's there to attack the A bomb site or attack the B bomb site, as we saw, depending on where they choose to go after contact. Oh, that's a massive kill. Goofy's going to be a little bit upset. Kyler had no chance, getting attacked from 2 different angles, 2 different points with no support at either one.
And now, well, the decision obviously has to be to invest, get that force buy-in, right? So FAMAS out for K, Deagle's here for Minio and Hades, and also Kylar. So is there anything up 9's sleeve to pull off a round like this? If not, it's going to be a smooth sailing victory to 11 rounds for Big, probably even 12 off the back of this round win. And then we're getting into the territory of danger here in the showdown for 9. I think we've all been waiting for that one big breakout for 9, right? They were really exciting at the start of the year, made it through a lot of the qualifiers to the big events, and then when they went to the big events, they've kind of had a couple of ceilings hit, I would say, throughout the group stages.
Sure. I mean, the real bummer is just the map pool. It's like they don't even have a chance to really get started. This is interesting, though.
This is a good start.
Crimbo's made a lurk, but there's still 2 at the B bomb site. He needs to, okay, that kill's huge. It's going to help them start to rotate. Going to help alleviate some of that defense. One more, and he spots out Kyler. It's time for Big to just pull the trigger and get up these stairs, and indeed they will. Deagle's out, going for the headshot, trying to lure them in closer to the SMG, but utility forces him back.
Kylar behind the generators, looking for the pick onto Sin. Smoke's up at his face right now. Can't really do too much about the bomb plant, but K certainly can. Mantu's caught. Dink onto the head of K as well. Damage done, but no bomb plant here for Big. As a 2v2 evens things out, there's a chance for K's position. Such a powerful spot down here. You can't really plant the bomb too effectively. With K worrying here at the stairs. So many angles he's got to think about, but that bomb plant will have to go down. And now Big look to that fight, isolate it into a 1v2. And Hades is coming back up through CT spawn. It's a rough position here with no utility to help him. It is an easy kill to close on for Big. They do get that round, but it was messy.
Yeah, it was. That little flank, that little lurk at the bottom of B stairs was really, really painful. That really hurt them from stopping the bomb plant, obviously. But the fact that he gets dinked down to 10 HP means, like, even though he has such a good position, he can't really do anything. He can't, like, overextend to stop the plant on the fake taps later on in the half, or later on in the round, excuse me. Can't really do a whole lot to provide anything. So Key was just kind of, like, stuck with no real options with low HP. And that's a nice win, and you can see 9 just realizing every opportunity they've had has slipped away and out of their grasp.
Oh, indeed. That is quite the start of the round. Crimbo was not ready for a shot like that to come blasting into his face. But that's a good start for 9. You know, in a round like this, and there isn't a whole lot of positives to talk about for them, a shot like that can go a long way. And now the reaction from Big is to take some short control. Sin having a peer around. No defense there, and Kylar's moved his way down the B stairs. This has allowed for that rotation to come into A. Taps and takes down the rifle that was picked up, and Mantu will assist on the follow-up kill on Hades. So anything that looked good there for 9 is suddenly evaporated.
Yeah, I can, like, that's Minio trying to make the play that's going to win the round, right? Trying to, like, steal a little bit extra, a little bit greedy with how aggressive he wanted to be with the only rifle. But, you know, you can't blame him for trying it in a round like this, where that AK was really going to be the only thing that could create an opportunity to cause the upset. So Key with this Deagle, gonna sit back and wait.
Quite a rhythmic spam there from Tabson.
Maybe he's playing a tune.
And it's gone. Mantu able to close on it. Tabson, a little chuckle to himself, having a good time. I think that really summarizes how things are going for Big at the moment. This was that opening kill of the round. Minio showed us a bit of what his D can do. I think with that Tabson kill, that was really the moment that won the round. But look at that frustration for Hades right there. Really starting to seep through. Single elimination, possibly your last, well, It is going to be your last CSGO match if you lose this one. So, yeah, it's going to be a frustrating time here for 9 on their map pick. 12-6, big in the lead.
That, and it's just been frustrating in general for 9, right? Like, yeah, that's one thing, but the team just hasn't been getting the results. And, you know, as much as we've been frustrated, as you just brought up, like wanting to see the breakout from 9, they've obviously been wanting to see it too, you know?
They've been waiting for it.
They've been putting all the work in, and they've wanted to see the results, give them a little bit more, and it's just, it hasn't happened whatsoever. So, as frustrating as it is for us at times, it's 10 times more frustrating for them. Sinan taps into challenge in middle. There's utility held by Crimbo. Here's the flashbang. Perfectly placed to blind Kyler and force him off the angle. Smoke to block off Minio. And he won't come through. He won't challenge.
Oh, Sin accelerating through CT spawn, but Kyler has now spotted that. Doesn't really have help from his teammate because of the utility used by Big. So he'll deploy some of his own.
Once again, though, this is like the pistol round, and once again, they've been stopped. I'm really curious what Big does in this position. They obviously wait patiently. Tabson picks off a peek.
So it's a matter of 9 not playing themselves here, right? If you peek into Big, you're going to give them some chances back into this, and this cage that you had set up around them can start to break apart. This Sin versus Kylar fight is essential for 9 to pick up, and Kylar will win that duel, but they've already left middle. Big have got away.
I mean, if you're sitting there, you know you're just kind of left on an island all on your own. You know you're just playing for yourself until you die. Good shot from Process, and that leaves just one. Kylar, who stands up tall. Double kill for him to keep this within the realm of possibility, but the follow-ups all go to Big. 1v2 for Hades. He's got no kit.
Oh, frustration leaking out in the previous round, looking to try and get his team a crucial round win here with the AWP as he creeps on down. It is Crimbo to deny any heroic plays from Hades. And that is, again, a round that felt like there was chances for 9 to pick it up. And you're going to see the frustration just really coming through now. It was a 4-0 start. 4-0 for 9. Now the scoreline reads 13-6.
Yeah, this is probably looking to be the end of 9 here at the Showdown. Big has all the answers, outplaying 9 as individuals on a macro scale of tactics and strategy. It's all looking good, and now Goofy's picked off, trying to drop a flashbang to be aggressive. He does have more teammates. Oh, one slipped the net. One slipped the net so much. Crimbo recovers. Minio out of ammunition, but look at the flank down ladder. They have crunched the base of B.
And just like that, there is life breathing back into the 9 team. Hades shot down short side, runs back into Tapson. Now they know where the last remaining player is. And they've got to worry about him because Tapson now has the bomb on his back and they're not in a position to fight for it. He might go into them, but the AWP, ooh, just a sliver of a pixel seen, and that's the shot landed. Tapson could have got away back up.
Yeah, I think he wanted to thin things out a little bit or maybe catch him trying to be over-aggressive, shifting towards a ramp, but he could have played that differently for sure. Can't blame him, though. Nice crunch, nice aggressive play. This is kind of what I'm talking about when I'm saying, like, 9 has some cool moves on maps. They have some cool ideas that I think create some awesome and really fun scenarios. But we haven't seen that creativity throughout this series, and certainly not in this map where for the most part they've just been absolutely battered.
Yeah, it's been a rough old time here for 9, but of steps in the right direction in the previous round. Maybe they can find their footing here at the right time. Taps and falls at short side. Okay, we'll get rid of him. Now the Tech 9 charging its way through middle. It's Kylar peeking forward into that fight. He probably should have won that. There's a lot of chances to do so. Doesn't find the way forward. And Process, speaking of forward, he's taken a couple of steps in that direction. He's moved up over B. And they're preoccupied with construction. In the meantime, their defense has fallen apart inside of the site itself. And that's exactly what Process looks to capitalize on. And he's done exactly that. A 2v2 now established at a 1-minute mark in the round. Hades rotates back in, knows that he's got K at the stairway, and the bomb plant can't go down. So Process has to shift himself into the clutch. And this one goes Hades' way.
Nicely done. A little bit of a grind, a little bit of a battle, but at the end of the day, they still survive. And interestingly enough, this is Big, should be out of money. A couple Tech 9s in that round with the weapons they bought up, but they really have nothing to work with. The Tech 9 still did some damage, as you can see here. Still, it's just, you get the feeling that 9's just constantly under pressure. Where Big have had some easier rounds. They've gotten away with 4 players surviving, 5 players surviving. Every single round seems to be a struggle for 9 to keep track of and to keep a grasp of. This one, you'd hope, plays out a little bit differently.
Yeah, you definitely have to hope. walking up into Kylar. Clean kill. In fact, not just a clean kill, a clean double. And Kylar will take that. A third kill added to the tally. Why not go for 4? And, well, that's why not. Taps in with a Glock right to the brain, right to the cranium. But the round goes as expected. And 9 have found a bit of life. And perhaps can now start to refocus up into this game. Because we're letting the emotions get the better of them. And you can understand why. With a 4-0 lead into a complete capitulation. But this is their best looking form yet since that first 4-round streak. And Big don't have a lot of money, so it should be even easier for 9 to progress to 10. And once you hit those double figures, there's somewhat of a mental switch many players talk about that allows you to believe the comeback is truly on. And, well, right now for Big, you know, I'm not going to put it past them winning a round like this, right? They've won with weaker guns before. They've won with rifles such as Gleals, Tech-9s, and Deagles before.
Let's see what they got. Goofy. Ooh, he loves this. Hide him behind the stairs, double kill. Good turn from Tapson. But that's kind of the damage done in this round. That's given away the game that Big wanted to play way too early before they were ready. Gun's been blown off the building as well as Tapson can't find it. Still, you have a kit of utility. Molotov smoke flash. And you've got 1 rifle to work with, being boosted up behind the boards for the moment. Crimbo, the surprise factor might be the last thing they have available, although even that's been spotted out. So this time, 9 not really having any issues whatsoever. Minio just waiting. Same with Kyler. Big have yet to make their final move. This next one will be the one they have left. The only thing left in the tank.
Good shot from Kylar. That is Tapson who hits the deck. And yeah, sure, Big come into this with a couple of pistols, a Galil, but they're coming out of it with what you would expect here.
Now, this is kind of like the last gasp of 9.
Yes.
In this series, right? This little whatever run, whatever they can make of this this 3-round streak that they have going on. Oh. That actually...
Oh!
Okay.
Maybe there's something here for Mantu. Nearly falls off the map and then hits a blistering deagle, but 10 seconds left. It would have to be incredible, and it won't be. Just survives the nightmare. Really.
It's some nice damage done, though, at the end. Like, those kills are huge, because if 9 gets reset at any point in these last 3 rounds that Big need, it's pretty much over from there. So they've got to be really careful. These are kills that they really can't afford to give up. Nicely done from Mantu, all things considered. That actually made me a little dizzy.
Yeah, it does. It makes you kind of jump a little bit. Gives you a bit of an anxiety hit. Oh, it's got me going. The adrenaline coursing through my veins as we head into round 24. And the AWP is back out for Mantu. Same for Hades. See how Big approach ramp control. We know we've seen a lot of looks from 9, a lot of different looks that they can go to. We'll see what the idea is here for Mantu's AWP. Looking over the top of the smokes. Just moves away as the peak was coming forward. Haven't yet seen anything, but there is some short presence and a great flashbang play for Tapson to be set up by Crimbo to allow Hades and K to fall. Tapson on the double kill. 2 still here for 9's defense, but Tapson is just tearing right through them, and there's nothing they can do about it when the German in-game leader has set his sights on this A site.
Oh my lord, I cannot believe how beast mode he just went.
He just destroyed them. I was going to say it's not over, but with that kill, that spam from Crimbo through the wall, I think it is over, Jason.
Yeah, but, I mean, Sin and Mantu are now low. That's a good dink onto Sin. If Big misplay this, they're in so much trouble. It's only Crimbo with any kind of HP, so Sin is going to sacrifice himself, leave the bomb, and let the bomb carrier decide where to finish this as Sin kind of probes the B bomb site. If he sees it clear, he'll bring the bomb back, but Kyler is kind of ruining it all. Not going to the bomb sites. He's going to play for mid.
It's a smart call. It's a great call. In fact, for Kylar, he can go down the ladder. He can quick flank either way now, and Crimbo has just left that ladder flank. But now he comes back to it. Now he reconsiders, and Crimbo will lock it in. 14 kills, or rather 14 rounds for Big at the hands of Crimbo. And for 9, it could be the end.
That's got to be so frustrating for Kyler. He's got to be wondering why someone is just watching that so intently as well.
Why is he louder?
Yeah, exactly. The pause in the action, the freeze, the slow down pace with 30 seconds left on the clock. But this round's all Tapson. Good flashbang there to get him up. Hades a little bit frustrated. A good turn from Tapson, and this one's a thing of beauty.
Yeah. Hades' reaction cam has just been so but in a bad way, I suppose. Fun to watch. It's, and the little evil streak of me is just kind of enjoying it.
Yeah, the Schadenfreude.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
They would call it. Yeah, it's always nice seeing other players frustrated. Ooh, fast pace with the SMG. Only can get the one. The follow-up spam though is on point.
Oh, Hades. Not a fun time in this round for him. He is removed by Mansu.
He probably just turned his camera off after that.
He's like, I'm just going to turn
he's
everything
like,
off.
no more blast.
You've had enough. You've had
your
enough
fun.
profiting from my despair. And, well, right now, there might be more despair for 9 because Kylar is flying, is being watched again, but this time, a little bit of a fumble from Sid.
Yeah, I don't think he was watching it, but I don't think he was truly expecting a play to come from that position.
His brain was
whatsoever.
just switched off.
Yeah, he was on autopilot.
He should have done the Stewie 2K jiggle. You know, that is scientifically proven to work.
Okay, scientifically proven. I always knew Stewie was a scientist.
Kylar, that's the barrel.
Shows.
Oh, the no-scope!
Well, why not? Knocks him right off the building, and now you've got to pick up the pace, and you've just got to risk that nobody's here. Utility being thrown out by Crimbo.
Well, K on the flank. K's all flank. And Mantu, good night.
Had to stop for the Molotov, didn't you?
Just had to. And now Crimbo, he actually commits to the bomb plant. He wants that ball down, and he wants the fights now. And oh, is he going to suspect the second player to come from the same position? Well, now he absolutely knows. And Crimbo has all of the advantages in the world to play with. He's got multiple positions. He can reposition too. He's got cover, and the bomb is planted safely for him. Goofy has one flash, no kit, and a dream to keep 11 rounds a reality here for 9. Goofy into the site, yet to tap, yet to pull Crimbo into the fight, and the time is ticking on. Crimbo has not moved. He is sitting so far back that Goofy cannot win this round. Crimbo has won by just staying away from the fights, and eventually, when the time is right, strikes for 15 rounds.
Man, that's a brutal clutch. What a round from Crimbo. Well done. And Big sitting at 15, staring a 2-0 in the face for 9. It's another disappointing exit.
Boom. That's a rough one for Hades, and then that's some BS right there, Mantu.
Yeah. What are you supposed to do when you get no-scoped like that? That's horrible. Because you could see, too, Mantu wasn't even considering it. That was like all reaction. Mantu's not looking. You feel like you have that kill 10 out of 10 times. This will be 9's 5th straight series loss.
That is not a pretty statistic, but what is pretty is Tapson's decimation at ramp. He has done it so many rounds in this half, and now the final blow to knock 9 out of the Blast Fall Showdown. It is done. Nothing more for 9. Even Vertigo is not a safe place. Big come out with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, very strong, and we kind of mentioned it was possible due to the fact that Big is competent on Vertigo. So that is a massive win for them. They're going to be feeling good. They're going to be moving on in this tournament as 9 goes home.
Yeah, 9 going home. Well, they're at least at home, Jason. They didn't even go to the boot camp facility, but definitely frustrating times ahead for 9 as they look forward to their future. Who knows where that goes, Jason?
9 go home. Well, guess what? This is where the pure joy of online Counter-Strike is. They're already home. Don't have to take a train. Don't have to take a flight.
That's true.
You are home, but in a much less enjoyable perspective. What the hell happened to that T side, Lucas? They were supposed to be the chosen one. They were supposed to be the dictators of that map.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't show up completely. Like, it was just a difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 CS, in my opinion. I don't think they ever really got the ball rolling, and they kind of disappointed me because this was online, and I think it's an important tournament for them.
Tier 1 versus Tier 2, you echo the sentiment.
Yeah, if you remove the nameplates from the game and you just were watching a naked demo, so to speak, I would agree. There was a big difference between the two teams. 9 never really showed up. First map was abysmal. Second one slightly better, but given it was Vertigo, their own map pick, given we know they have quality on a map like this, I was slightly disappointed with 9. It's a great opportunity for both Big and 9 to make it to the fall finals in CSGO still. So yes, hearing them talking about CS2, hearing them not practicing and showing up like this, good enough.
What would you like to hear from them? Because I agree, I get what you mean. I would like to know, if you were in their position, how would you approach that situation if you're one of these teams?
It's easy to say, right? I don't know all the inner workings of 9 and what they have coming up in terms of tournaments, online stuff, yada, yada, yada. But this is a great opportunity. You know the likes of G2, ENCE are going to focus on CS2 because there's Sydney coming up. If you're Big, if you're 9, you power practice CSGO as much as you can and try to grasp the most of this opportunity that would be to make the fall finals. And they haven't done that here.
Right. But, well, speaking of big, they had an incredible streak of round here on Vertigo, and it turns out we have the mic the moment of the beginning of that streak.
Get this. I'm with you. I take weapon.
Yeah, all contact.
Hold gap, Mati. Yeah. Go ahead.
We need to straight
fight for me.
some
You need to
point.
fight for me, bro.
Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Deep take. I'm hiding
I
for
bait you,
source.
bro. I bait you.
Holding sky flash.
Wait.
Flash.
Flashing.
All 3.
No HP side.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, somebody's mic is really
I
loud.
have up my brother from
Perfect,
another
Chris.
mother.
Nice guys.
Nice guys.
Let's
I
go.
swear
Fight
we-
back. Let's fuck them.
The vibes are good, and you picked up on a little detail
Yeah,
around.
it's Counter-Strike is the game of small things, and I think it shows here because there's a molly going out from big side. The exact moment they push and they get in front of it. If they don't get in front of that molly, I think it's an easy 9 round, but they get just before it lands, and that just completely wins them the round.
You're right, and that's only fair that we not only focus on Nine's demise, but also we talk about Big and what is it that they've done well in this round. And actually, Lucas, you were telling me about anti-strat, and you found a very great example in that game with round 9.
Yeah, people don't always know what we mean by when we say anti-trap, but this is a good example. Tapston realizes this smoke from a prior demo, and then he realizes he needs to nade, flash, molly. Like, he does everything. He doesn't play off his aim. He plays off the info that he's got prior to the game.
That's beautiful. Look at this double kill from Tapston. Don't even have to aim too hard at that time.
And I think
it was the energy coming out from Big. You know, they seemed well prepared. They seemed like they were energized. Again, we spoke about them sitting at a boot camp, having that energy that you have when you're sitting next to each other. You could feel it meant something to the big guys. As said, it's a big tournament for these guys. If they can qualify to the fall finals, that would mean the world to this squad, who has been struggling a little bit ever since going back to speaking international again. So it's a good showing for Big, and if they can continue this level, then sure, when they face ENCE, Cloud9, G2, they will be the underdogs. But they played good Counter-Strike tonight.
Right. I mean, the road rather is definitely long. One of the topics that we had prior to this game was the AWP conversation. You told me how Mantu is a bit more old school, Hades is a bit more modern. Here it felt like Mantu maybe delivered a bit better.
I kind of feel it was different. Like, Mantu is more modern because he's a little bit more safe. He's trying to, okay, I saved. He's playing the percentages, while I feel like Hades is more, a little bit more wild, can win your rounds. But I don't think there was like a necessarily duel between those two in this game. It was more like just the team of Big itself that was better than 9.
Interesting. If it's not Mantu, then who is the solution maker for Big? Who do we look to? Is it Crimbo again? Do we run another package and when we praise the guy once again?
I think we should, and we could. Yeah. You know, I think Crimbo is solid. I'm growing, you know, on the Crimbo hype train, to be completely honest. We spoke about it when he came into Big a couple of years ago. That is almost now. He was known to be a clutcher. He was very calm, very collective, and now he's developed to become more than just a guy you can leave in the late rounds. He's a little bit more assertive on the server as well. He's demanding more space, and I think sometimes, more often than not, he's the one bailing out Big of the problems. And I think he's growing right now to become a player that, as we discussed mid-game, if you're Liquid, if you're maybe even ENCE in the future, like if you're any of these international teams that need a role player or a player that has the same characteristics as a guy like Magix, why are you not looking towards Crimbo? He's growing very fast right now.
Yeah, also, like, I'm not sure about his English capabilities, but with this lineup, you have such a solid core now. I think Mantu is a solid AWPer. You have Tapson, previously regarded as one of the better IGLs out there, and then you have now a rising young star. I think they almost have a really good team going forward into CS2.
Definitely a team we're going to have to keep an eye on, and they move forward into the showdown. But when we have winners, unfortunately, we have losers, and we have a couple of departing words from Goofy.
The last CSGO game, at least that's out the way, right?
Yeah, last CSGO official match, but yeah.
All right, let's get this one done.
All right.
So Goofy, not the result you would want here at Showdown, especially for your last CSGO tournament. Ancient, we know, not a map for you guys, but Vertigo is one, even with the 9-6 first half, I expect you guys to be able to come back in. What was going wrong for you guys? Why couldn't you find your way back in? There was a moment where we saw a glimmer of that hope come in, but I think you were 13-6 down, and it seemed like they were already far too much ahead.
Yeah, we are not in our shape. It was pretty difficult, I would say. We started to practicing CS2, so also that didn't help us, not playing CSGO. Yeah, what I can say now.
And in terms of that, right, you say obviously you're practicing CS2. This is the end of CSGO for you guys. What are we looking at within this team? Because there was a moment where we saw 9 coming up. You're playing so many games online. We're saying, okay, this is a team that's built for the future, that can do well going forward. But the results recently and the losses back-to-back, this is, I guess, some worrying signs. Where is 9 at right now?
That's a good question. we lost a lot of matches. So, good questions. I would say we are grinding from zero again. CS2 is our hope, I guess. Yeah, what I can say.
What would you say is the reason why these losses are coming in though? What's changed within the team? Is it a mentality? Is it the hunger? What's gone wrong? What's not there?
For sure, our mentality isn't in the right spot right now. And also due to all these losses on tournaments, and I guess we need to just get one win and start grinding.
Tough words, of course, here from Goofy, and I mean, we share the same feeling. What is next for Nine? Do you believe, Jacob, that CS2 is a good scapegoat enough to say, well, actually, this is going to give us the kick that we need? Because from the outside, we do wonder where they're going.
It is a team that has been stagnating for a little bit now. I think they've shown us quality. I think they've shown us a vision for the game, especially half a year ago when they were building up to the point where we were discussing them as a new prospect towards the tier 1 scene. For now, though, I will lean back. I'll wait and see. I'm not quite sure I'm on the 9 train anymore.
Are you sharing here, or you're being harsher?
It's rough for them because their year probably ends here, right? They don't have any more lands, like at least of significance, so they have to realize, what are we going into with CS2? Are we going to make any changes? What needs to happen now? I think that could be a gift for them in disguise.
Fair enough. We'll have to see for 9. The story, of course, continues. We have our updated bracket here. Spoiler alert, not much has changed. It's just Big, who are now waiting to find out their opponent. It's going to be the winner, of course, of ENCE versus Alliance. And it turns out that if you look at our schedule, this is also the game that is coming your way. We have arguably one of the best teams in the world going up against the smallest of smallest team. But who knows? Showdown is the city of upset. Maybe this is going to happen again after this break. One of the strongest contrasts we could possibly find in this round one of the showdown. What's up next is ENCE versus Alliance. On one hand, a team that we are very familiar with. ENCE have been, again, familiar with grand finals and almost titles for quite a while now. But Lucas, Alliance, if you're new to Counter-Strike, you might not be too privy to that name, but there is a history in gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance is one of the biggest names in Dota 2, and they finally arrived in CSGO. It's a welcome signing for them. I think it's not the biggest signing ever, but it's a start. I think it's lovely to see that they're willing to stay with their roots. They're a Swedish-founded organization as well, so great to see.
Listen, I'm really glad for these boys. We have on the screen, of course, getting signed by Alliance, but to me, this is the equivalent of having a really cold bath or just going toe in the water. Let's just take it easy. Yeah. I'm not going to invest too much. I'm going to dip myself in CS, see how it works, because of the names here. I mean, Pleasant we know a little bit, Twist we know.
Twist is a guy who's been around for forever, but you're not wrong, you know, it's not the most expensive squad you could find on the market. As you said, you know, they stick with the Swedish one, and the Swedish Counter-Strike scene, as of the last couple of years, have been a little bit rough on the edges, so it's good to see someone picking these guys up. Twist is a guy we do know. Twist is a guy I think all three of us have had the pleasure of playing against at some point in our career. He's been around for a very long time. Unfortunately for him, when I look through his stats, when I look through his trophies, there's nothing to his name, and I think that's a bit of a shame, because individually speaking, I thought back when I was playing Counter-Strike that he was one of the greatest talents we had in the game. He was very, very good. He was a strong aimer, but his career never really unfolded to the point where you would have liked to see it go.
Strong words. We'll have to see if Alliance is the team where he finds that kind of success, but to be a bit more familiar with that team and learn about them, I guess we should have to hear from Robin.
So, Robin, you get to show yourselves here, not just under Alliance, but also at a big events against some very tough teams for sure. But you get a very difficult team to start off with. I want to just start by asking, though, like, how big of a opportunity do you see this for you guys to be able to show yourself?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of like practice purposes, it's a great opportunity for us, like getting to play officials and against like tier 1 teams. We're still a brand new team, haven't had many practice days at all, so definitely a good opportunity in terms of experience, but also like if we manage to beat one of these teams, like it would be huge for us, and it would be great confidence going into CS2.
Definitely. And when you say like the chance of beating teams like this, right? You already spoke to me off camera about you were looking at ENCE demos, you were practicing and preparing for this, but where's your team mentality at right now, considering we are between games, and obviously you just mentioned CS2?
Well, I think, I don't know, it's a really odd situation, I'd say. We still haven't played CS2, so we're still in CSGO and we're full focus on this because this is all we got, kind of. So yeah, that's where we're at. We're just here. We're ready to have fun and shoot some heads.
Ready to have fun and shoot some heads. Jacob, I'll shoot straight to you. Is there a chance on Earth they beat ENCE?
Jesus, I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. There's no way, there's absolutely no way Alliance should beat ENCE on the server. There's absolutely no way. It's a decent team. A couple of the players have skill. You know, a couple of the players could be a voice of conversation. Avid is a guy who's been doing somewhat decent, but overall, no, ENCE is just simply too strong. So I'm going to say there's a 100% chance that ENCE will win this game.
Oof. I mean, they did beat Mouse Sports prior to this, so they have a little bit of, what can I say, online experience, but obviously you're saying it's David versus Goliath.
Oh, that's the famous one.
Yeah,
that's one tick. David
baby versus an adult, you know.
Anytime we say that, we have to mark one side.
Baby.
The other side of the equation, of course, ENCE, a team that has been part, I would say, the trinity of Counter-Strike recently, the G2, the Vitality, and now the ENCE, of course, chasing trophies, chasing grand finals. We've just seen recently a little bit of an early exit at EPL. But the thing is, against lower teams, they step on them. I've seen them do that to Movistar Riders and lose 7 rounds out of 2 maps. Is this what's going to happen here?
One of the most consistent teams in the world of Counter-Strike right now. Sure, Pro League wasn't the greatest for them, but look at the result list, look at how they've been doing, all the finals they've been in. The squad you're looking at right here is a squad that I have high hopes for, not only in this game in particular, but also coming into CS2. So yeah, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be able to beat Alliance relatively easily here.
And Lucas, you were quite intrigued and impressed by how nerds joining this team actually turned them into something different.
If you remember back in the start of the year, they had Valde on the lineup. I'm not trying to hang out Valde on this one, but they didn't even manage to qualify from the play-ins at Katowice. It was a complete catastrophe. They were top 15 in the world. They made one change. I feel like the importance of the signing is almost equal to what Rob's meant to base.
And how would you qualify what Nerds bring to the table in terms of like what he's changed for them on individually?
He's super dynamic. He's very aggressive. Like he wants to get set up to plays. Like he's willing. If you see Ancient demos, I think they're one of the best Ancient teams out there. On T side, he's always willing to take a flash in mid. He's always willing to search the timings. He's not really a passive lurker. He's not like the Exile type. He's really like dynamic.
Well, Nerds is definitely a weapon. You have anyone else you got your eye on? I mean, there's an obvious candidate. I'll just go for it.
We have to talk about Sun Payers.
Yes, we do.
Slowly but surely establishing himself as one of the best AWP players we have in the game as of right now. His stats the past events, the stats the past 6 months have been out of this world for this man on your screen. When he first came into ENCE, it was a little bit lukewarm. He was all right. He was doing decent, but he wasn't the player that was making the difference on the server. But he has been as of recently. He is the star player within ENCE right now. He's reliable, he's consistent, and he's playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level.
A tremendous asset for ENCE, there is no doubt about it, and a tremendous asset for his leader. In fact, Snappy's talking to us.
In terms of you guys going up against teams that are, say, not within the top 20, the top 30, right? Like a team like Alliance today, you don't often get upset by these guys. I had to go very far back through your results to see that you would lose games like this. So what is it when it comes to you guys specifically getting ready for a team where they're not someone you regularly play against? Is there anything you need to do differently? Is there something you change up? Or how do you go into the game?
We don't underestimate anyone. We prepared the same for every opponent, so that's probably part of it. But the second part of it is that we haven't been playing online. We've been playing mainly LAN, and we are a LAN team. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. And also now we're playing at home with Nerds on 80 ping and Sunpires on 65. So like we're obviously at a disadvantage, especially compared to a team like Big who have like 5 ping. So we will always be at a disadvantage when we play online, and that's why it's really nice that we are good enough to usually play on LAN. But this is online, and this is the circumstances, and we just have to deal with the handicap and hopefully not get upset.
It is online, and it is a handicap. Lucas, do you think we should worry? I mean, Jacob had strong words. He said 100%. Yeah. Do you share the same kind of confidence? Or is there a world because of the context?
There's always a chance, especially online. Mouse fumbled the back getting into this event, and now they just won Pro League. Like, it's a world of difference, and I'm not sure why it happens, but I think it's about whoever wants it more. Is ENCE a little bit tired? But I think Snappy's going to be super hungry to get to Royal Arena. He's never played in a real arena in Denmark.
I was just about to say, I think all of the teams should be hungry because we know the calendar of the rest of the season. There's not a lot of tournaments. There's not a lot of lands going back. So if you don't qualify to the fall finals, you could end up in a situation with no major where you have nothing left to play for. So ENCE should be super, super focused and they should want it enough.
But they also have Sydney around the corner. And I think that's an angle for some of the teams that we have here at the Showdown is you have this IM event that's coming up. It's on CS2, of course, so you have to devote a little bit of your training time or maybe all your training time towards here. And then on the other, you're sort of dancing with CSGO. So how do you think they're equipped to deal with that?
I think ENCE is equipped well. That's the reason why. They're so good right now that they don't really have to focus too much on CSGO. They can do it on the backbone of what they've built up the past 6 months. Practice as much CS2 as you want. I still have ENCE as winning this tournament.
Oh, okay. You have ENCE as well?
I think just looking at ENCE material, I don't think it justifies where they are. I think they have the best teamwork in the world, and that's what really brings them up in the
better than they work?
Yeah, I think so, especially right now.
Right now, yeah.
I'm with you.
But I feel like when you look at Vitality, I think like it's very few players from ENCE that you want to take and put into that squad. I think like it's a unit they work really well.
Yeah, a unit that works very well, strong words, but I do agree with you guys. It is time to get settled for this second game here at the Showdown. We're going to throw you to a little bit of a break, and when you come back, the suave voice of Dinko and Moses will be here to catch you to talk about this game.
It's a new dawn. It's a new day for this organization, Alliance. For the Alliance or for the ENCE, Unicorn odds right in front of your face. It is certainly heavily favored against one of the best teams in the entire world. Jason, ENCE coming up against a brand new look roster, Alliance, entering Counter-Strike for the Blast Showdown.
Yeah, players been playing together for a while. The kind of, I guess, the core of this roster has been together and playing some games going back a few months, but certainly under the Alliance banner, brand new. And I think altogether, this 5-man lineup came together around the beginning of September. So not a whole lot of experience is the big thing to take away. One of the best teams in the world against the team that doesn't have experience playing together at this caliber, and even experience playing together whatsoever. So this is my first look at this Alliance roster and what they can do and what's possible with this roster's future.
Well, we speak of experience, and Alliance definitely have experience playing online, and that is where we do our battles here. And it's been playing a lot of their Counter-Strike on LAN lately, whereas Alliance have been in their bedrooms cooking up a storm. Let's see if they're able to cook up a storm today versus ENCE. It's going to be a T-sided start here on Ancient for Alliance, and ENCE have some pious, aggressive towards A main to kick off the pistol with the first kill.
Cute little distraction put in there by ENCE. Even a little bit of extra damage on a Bodenmaster. Oh, Sun Pius on the exit gets one more. A parting gift, a headshot for Robin.
And Snappy's turn, out of the donut. Climbing on up, it's Bodenmaster. That's a pretty sick name. He's going to be
it is kind of a cool name.
Boxes.
It feels like it's a cool name now. When I'm casting it, I don't know. So I'm going to...
So we're kind of Boden.
We're gonna test drive it for a little bit here. Nice pick onto Snappy. Got a little bit too frisky with the P2K over in Donut. Madden is going to be smoked off as well, and it's relative silence as Alliance approach onto this B bomb site. Not anymore. Now they give away the game. Bomb going down, but Dia picks off one more. 3v2 post plant. Make that 3v1 post plant, and they are going to slow down. Madden about to swing on Avid.
One way to make a statement to open up the Blast Showdown, but it is not going to be. Madden comes crashing down upon him, and ENCE have a convincing pistol win. Now, I think it is fair to set up the point and sort of extend the conversation that Desk had before this. This is ENCE, who are one of the teams in the world that have the best team players. Bubsky was saying in the world is a team that has some pious players, one of the top-rated players in the world right now this year. And I do feel like there's just a story to be had here that should be very convincing from ENCE coming into this. You know, it's just a chance, sure, for Alliance to have sort of dip their feet in the water of the world of top Counter-Strike. But it does feel like that is all it should be.
Yeah, you come into this with no real expectations, right? You know you're outclassed in a number of different ways against one of the best teams. So you put up your best fight. We'll call it that. Alliance down 0-1 after the pistol round. Bomb plant's going to help them get some rifles. They got 3 Galils, 2 MAC-10s, and a whole lot of people headed towards A main.
Well, Plessin, I've seen his name around a few times over the years. Well, he's back in a big way here with the Alliance. Dia holding from default. A couple of interesting moments at Pro League Dia. Had some big maps. There he is again, kicking off this round with a kill on Twist. And that is enough to scare them away. They don't want to go into that A play. The bomb will filter back out of A main. They didn't get the kill they were looking for. And perhaps they will have to find a different pathway into this round. Mid is theirs if they want it. Eventually, Sampius will bring his rifle over to watch for that. But that red smoke is going to pop and should allow them some space here.
And they're doubling up the donut as well. Smoke just goes in. Not the best fight in the world. Dia brought down through said smoke and donut. However, there is still one more player ready and waiting. Can hear footsteps. That's Nertz being patient as the smoke is about to clear, just holding the line on the right side of Donut. Left if you're on the Alliance side of things. Nice and easy. Can he get one more? They had completely unchecked and nobody able to trade it. Triple kill for Nertz.
Avid, MAC-10, jumping around the corner inside of the donut, or rather, there is no corners, I suppose, so it is just the rounded play from the MAC-10, and Avid down with the rifle, but Snappy, a god amongst the SMGs. He is going to find himself the kill to close it, and Nerds excited, pumped about that one.
Yeah, great sequence from him as well. Just a really well-handled triple kill inside donut. No one able to react in time. And I think a lot of this is just due to the fact Dia felt no pressure. He shifts over, they get this kill, and that sets everything up for this play. Response isn't quite there from Robin, and handles Bodenmaster very, very easily. So 2-0 for ENCE.
And it should be 3, really. And I had some interesting topics that I heard during Pro League about conversations being started around who is the most mechanically gifted player on ENCE. And I heard Maui was saying he believes it to be Diva.
Yeah, I saw that as well. That was an interesting take.
Where do you stand on that, Jason? Would you believe it is some Pius or Nerds?
I'd probably say Nerds. I mean, look, at this level, everyone's mechanically gifted to some degree, right? I think for me, what stands out most of Diva's game is his decision making and his impact and like how he targets his plays and when he makes his plays, more so than any of his mechanical gifts, which is why I would push back against that statement. But hey, teach their own, man.
It is true, and they're all fun to watch in their own way, Jason. That is how I would put it. But it is a story of Endpoint alumni. We have got Nerds coming out of Endpoint, but also this man on your screen, Robin. He's been in Endpoint in the past. He's been a player of the UK Counter-Strike. Didn't really quite break out the same way Nerds or Flames kind of did, but definitely was in that team.
It's funny hearing you bring up like the Plesson that you've seen before, Robin that you've seen before, because Twist is the one I most recognize from his time in Fnatic and NIP.
Yes, Twist, the star player that never quite broke out to that level, really.
It seems to be a lot of that going around in the Swedish organizations these days. You know, Rez had that issue. Ooh, there's some Pius. See, that's why you can't give it to some Pius. He just gets to hold angles with the AWP.
Yeah. He's an AWP abuser.
It's very reductive, but we'll take it.
Dirty AWP abuser, Jason. Just uses the most overpowered gun in the game. Just one bullet needed for a kill. I suppose that's the same with the AK, but you've got to hit the headshot, and that's what Avid did. Now, it is Madden gone. Bowden Master on the other side is no longer with us, but there's so much time left in this round still. And Snappy, well, he's just trying to force the issue here.
I'm curious at how long we're going to see plays like that, like Madden just kind of strolling down B ramp, pulling a nade out to drop a smoke. A lot of assumptions, I think, being made just because ENCE probably feels so far superior. And that could get punished a little bit early on, so we'll see if that changes at all for ENCE, that mindset shift that
you kind of got to earn the respect, though, don't you? If you're in an alliance position, you kind of got to earn that respect from ENCE, force them to play that respectful style of Counter-Strike, and not put their AWP deep into the cave alone with no fallback plan.
That's what I'm saying. There's some opportunities being opened up in this round, just I think due to plays that you wouldn't normally see ENCE make if it was another team, another top team.
Yeah, I love the death segment's all about ENCE have the best team play, ENCE have this. I don't think we're going to see them really lean on that right now. I think this is a game where they probably want to try and show, okay, we got the firepower. Let's just go for it. But Punish so far, good job from Alliance.
Well, I mean, let's be real. If you want to talk about like an Alliance upset in this game, in a map or in the series altogether, heaven forbid, like one of the things that's going to do it is that kind of like overconfidence out of ENCE. And remember, you're playing online Counter-Strike. You're playing against a team that's relatively unknown, and they can, you know, every player at this level can shoot pretty damn hard. So if you make too many mistakes like that, you give them an opening they can exploit. At least the AWP is recovered. Nice little mission from Nerds to go pick that bad boy up.
Yeah, indeed. This is actually kind of a crazy showdown, isn't it? You know, you have ENCE in here, one of the top teams in the world, and you got G2 in here, and then you got to figure out who is going to go to that fall final, and I don't know which team I'd rather have there. That's the thing. It's kind of crazy to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, that is painful if you had to make it. Well, you have Cloud9. Don't forget Cloud9.
Well, I think I'm okay.
You're okay with them missing out on it?
Yeah, I'm okay with that one. I think they're talking about Christmas songs at the moment. We'll see how that transpires.
Yeah, that project really hasn't come together the way we would have liked in the early stages. We'll see if they can right the ship. Winner of this match against ENCE, or between ENCE and ENCE and Alliance, is going to play Big, who won our series earlier on today. So that's who's waiting in the wing of the semifinals of the showdown.
I see Madden and D-Hack collect the passes. I do that as well, but do you keep your passes, Jason? I would assume there's way too many at this point.
I think I have like a bot. I've stopped the practice post-COVID for no particular reason, other than the fact that I'm not generally a sentimental person. Nerds.
Ooh.
It's going to be Snappy who initiates contact. Nerds is lurking. The nade might have given up the fact that a second player is boosted up here.
Oh, that Molotov's not going to reach Nerds, so he's going to chill for a second. Flash allows him to peek down B lane again. He knows he's got a little bit of a timer on this play. He's worried about Elbow in particular. And instead, we'll just drop back into Red House instead of going back into the B lane fight. So a safer call here for Nerds. Has lost his in-game leader, but it's a 1-for-1 to kick things off here.
Yeah, and the flashbang's thrown from Donut towards that lane kind of give away the position that Nertz is going to want to go for those flash peaks. So good on him for having the timing for the smoke to be able to retreat safely. He transitions back around to the A bomb site. Diha's going to be in Donut. And Alliance just now starting to get basic map control of middle and seeing that all the defense has fallen back.
Well, 45 seconds is all they have right now. And I think they'll just be chilling with that. Alliance, they're going to be shifting their way towards the B bomb site. And here's the reaction from ENCE. The push through Donut. They could get the flank going pretty quickly here.
Madden still has a Molotov. One more little piece of delay utility because this flank is going to come in. They kind of sent Madden very, very passive so they could have the time to make this push. So this Molotov, depending on where he puts it, could be great. Flank is given up. Nertz missed the shots. Plenty of spam coming through. It's a little bit chaotic for Alliance at the moment.
Master locks in that bomb plant, and oh, the swing from Nertz. Here's that flank that initiated from Donut and now has arrived to the cave. It might just be the end for Alliance in this round unless Plessing can step up with his rifle. It's one snappy shot, and now Robin's position known inside the cave. He realizes there is nothing he can do about this. Perhaps a last-ditch effort of the spam. He's got the lineup, but not the damage. And that is going to be Sampaius defusing the bomb for a fourth ENCE round.
And those will be the hardest situations for a team like Alliance to really have to deal with and work with throughout this half, is it's when you're attacking the B bomb site and ENCE have strategically gone passive to let you take the bomb site so that the flank can be more aggressive. And when you get into the bomb site and you're not finding these fights everywhere, and Molotov in the plant spot, that's where things can get chaotic. That's where you can kind of lose your grip on the round, and that's where these retakes can be super effective. So well done from ENCE. Up 4-1 now.
Money's still pretty good for Alliance thanks to that bomb plant, so they've got AKs out again, and they're trying to force this issue through middle. Twist will get out towards those bottom boxes at the jump up into heaven. And Alliance now creep after that initial bombardment of utility. They're going to go back into this cave fight. They know Snappy has just been here every time, right? He's really trying to get forward in the smokes at Jaguar. Little bit more passive this time from Snappy, waiting out for that initial spam. He really wants it. He really wants that opening pick, and this time punished without a kill.
Yeah, he was waiting for the timing on when that spam began. That's twice now Snappy's been taken down through the smoke. Now Dia's got to be a little bit careful. If he overextends, he's going to be exposed to twist position. And Nertz, whoop, there you go. 1 for 1 for twist over in middle. Man disadvantage for ENCE.
I mean, the last round, at least, Snappy gets 1 kill out of the initial engagement. This time, he doesn't even get that. So you now got to rely on Sampaius, who's missed the shot with the AWP, but I like it. Sampaius is not committed in game this time, Jason. He can fall away. And speaking of falling away, is Diha that has fallen down, and now this A side is completely wide open. They're sprinting through Donut, and ENCE, well, this has got to be a safe call. You can't win this round.
And there's no money on Sampaius and Madden, so they won't be able to drop anything over, won't be able to buy anything in the next round. So another save, and ENCE get picked apart slowly but surely in this round, starting with the snappy aggression. As you mentioned, he's done it a number of times already. Taken down through that cave smoke twice, or the Jaguar smoke twice.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy scenario for ENCE to keep going for those cave fights coming in. I do feel like Snappy eventually is just gonna have to stop doing that. You know, this is getting a little extreme. Yeah, he's had enough now.
Sure, I mean that might be the one that sends the message, right? That might be the one where it's like, okay, I will, you know, even if you're you can still stay position in there without exposing yourself in that fashion, right? Yep. So maybe it's just more. I'm gonna do the same thing, just maybe less aggressive. And here we go. Next round at hand. We'll see if Alliance can build upon this round victory. Have the AWP in Sampaius' hands still. Snappy back to an SMG. Same with Diha. And it's round 7. Deep utility for the T side. ENCE is going to come on through with nades of their own. Utility exchange everywhere on the map. As you can see, as we talked about, Snappy a little bit dissuaded from being as aggressive as usual. There comes the smoke a little bit late. Diha about to get aggressed upon. Peeks after the Molotov. Taken down. 5 on 4. 4 on 4. Nerds with the running USP, and all of a sudden the map starts to open up a little bit. Donut is encroached upon. That's been spotted out by Sunpias and his AWP. And Alliance is going to try and take advantage of that little piece of information that they gave over. 3-man attack on this B bomb site, 2 locations. They likely assume there's only 1 defender here, but that's not the case. Although it is now as Snappy goes down, couldn't get the read. Madden, AK in hand, brought down to 6 health. And all of a sudden, it's a dire scenario.
Attempting the retake still ends, just sitting by, but there's no gap yet. They're letting this play happen. Letting Nerds come back in, but it's all caught. It's all shut down. Alliance with a big round in the post plant. There was still a dream there for ENCE, but it didn't quite come together for them.
Not at all. I mean, this is a little bit rough because now you start talking about a little bit of confidence swinging in the way of Alliance, moving around the map pretty well, swinging between bomb sites, taking donut control, going through all the motions. And ENCE is going to be with no money. So this first half is going to get close. I mean, it's already close. It's going to stay close.
Yeah, it is kind of nice to see Alliance playing with this level, right? You know, you're not getting just completely bullied by ENCE in those early attempts. And it has sort of forced this game into a more standard ancient game. And I think we're at that level now where, you know, these online teams, these 5 stacks of Swedes that appear, they're going to be able to play some good Counter-Strike. And that's what ENCE are realizing right now again. Deeg's out. Bowden Master stops that push from really getting anywhere. We're now looking at a 5-man start here for Alliance staying up.
Oh, Madden really wanted that flex with the Deagle. Okay, so Alliance is going to tie things up in this round. All of a sudden, 4-4. Money's going to be a concern for ENCE of what they can bring forward into the round. Madden stuck on 3,600, so it'll likely be mostly M4s. It's utility where they're going to be the most painful.
It's pretty cool seeing Twist back in the CS team again, Jason. Just as the turn of a new game, a new dawn.
Yeah, it's been he's been out in the cold for a while. I was looking it up before this went live. I'll just pull it up again here really quick. Yeah, I mean he was back in NIP just before
2021.
Yeah, 2019 to 2021.
I thought it would be a longer period of time he was out of the team, to be honest.
Yeah, I would have as well, but you know, COVID will do that to somebody.
Yeah,
too,
it kind of just ruined that whole time period.
Everyone's kind of blacked out in that little period.
But then he went on to play with the likes of Lemon Dogs and Man's Not Hot and
Man's Not Hot.
Savage, for example.
Yeah, he had some stints in Fnatic a couple of times, 2016 to 2017, 2018 to 2019, Godsend a couple of times. Yeah, he really bounced around the Swedish scene trying to kind of find a real home at one of the top squads. And obviously he's on that same route to kind of do that same exact thing all over again or build Alliance into the next big Swedish organization.
Well, because Alliance have played in CSGO, he's being part of 21 teams now. So that's wild.
Okay.
What a career. And Avid out middle through elbow. First kill is his. Nerds will topple, and so will Pleasant and Avid. Madden and Deha following up with the first 2 kills for ENCE in this round. And a pretty strong spot now. Snappy doesn't feel like he has to commit to this, but now he is forced to because of that Molotov, and Snappy's just hoping, please. Surely, not through the wall, not through the smoke again. Just let me have a round.
Not for a 3rd time. Ooh, one slip the net. Madden, you've got an engagement on your hands. A little bit awkward, but he knows he's got D-Hub behind him. There should be no retreat for Robin. Oh, what a spin. What a spin, but a great kill from Madden.
Yeah, Bowden Master now left in a 1v3. Time to show us what level he can get to and what being a master of Bowden really means. He pushed himself in middle, spotted out by Madden. Great kill out towards Red Room. And now a chance with that smoke towards CT. You toss that out, or even to the site itself.
Oh, this is kind of a cool flank. Where does Snappy go? That's the question.
I like the move from Bowden Master as well, though. He's got himself up to the Red Room, and Sunpias is not checking just yet. But he thinks there might be a Red Room player coming his way.
He's called it off now because Snappy changed his point of attack. Snappy was running around to A main, but since the bomb wasn't planted, he's gone towards middle. He doesn't want the entire map to be available to Bowden Master. He wants to say, okay, if you're going to go plant the bomb, it's got to be at A.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of time. And now Sunpias is watching for that B cross. It's a tough shot to hit here with Bodemaster, but the timing as Sampaius looks away, but Snappy's on the right side of the map. And limited by time, Bodemaster must plant on A, and Snappy will deny any heroics from happening. But Bodemaster drags us close to the clutch.
Yeah, and critically keeps the money low for ENCE, so they're still going to be in a reset position. That's a really nice attempt at a clutch throwing some trickery in there with the smoke, lurking out the red room as well. Found a really nice timing on Sampaius. Not a bad attempt at it, but ENCE will regain the lead. But still have a lot more work to do before they can feel comfy in this CT side.
I'm sure a lot more work to do, but that's one of the steps taken. Now not the prettiest buy. You must say, Diaz down to an MP9. Sampaius has a scout. The buy for Alliance is actually better.
Oh, the call for Alliance is actually better. Just blind from spawn. There's no presence at this A bomb site at the moment. Diaz coming back to rectify that now, but all of his support is a very long way away, and he's only got an SMG. That poor bastard. We'll see what he can do with it.
I gotta hope for some miracles. Nerds forced out of the cutout. He'll actually join that SMG inside of the donut.
Yeah, I'm really curious what their plan is to do here. They just toss a smoke over to Nerds in donut.
Here we go.
Oh, is the plan push?
They're just gonna get this crossfire kill, and Diha, he gets one. That's massive actually, but it looked impossible once two players have revealed today main, but he did enough damage for Sampaius' scout to act like an AWP. Instant death with the body shot, and back to a 4v4. Snappy cuts out Robin from the red room, and now with 43 seconds left, that bomb will start to barrel back to B because Avid has moved forward into the cave.
Yeah, but Snappy, if he overextends here, okay, he's gonna pause and wait, looking towards the top of B ramp. Creates an off angle.
Oh, timing.
Oh, Madden, he didn't expect it. What a peek from Avid.
Oh, the timing to just adjust the crosshair. Avid checks the second. Snappy doesn't react. But Sampaius with the scout is doing everything he can, and it's not enough to win the round there. Instead, push Nerds into the 1v2 clutch. Now, there is a shot for Nerds to win this round, but it's not going to be easy with the AWP at long side and twists in the cubby. Nerds would have to pull off a miracle and also be assisted by a mistake or a missed shot from Alliance here.
He at least has a kit to work with, but I think Bodemaster's just said, all right, if you were coming, from Red Room, you would be here by now. So he grabs a new angle, and Nerds never expects it. What a nice win.
Oh, I thought the Snappy Madden combo was enough to win the round though, Jason, honestly.
I think obviously, I think it would be if Avid doesn't just hit an instant headshot onto Madden. Like, that's a crazy peak to give somebody.
Yeah, we get to see it from his perspective. Here it is.
Peace.
Madden also adjusted his crosshair just at that second. I don't know what happened here for Snappy.
Well, without Madden, that angle looks silly.
It's terrible,
Yeah,
right?
without Madden's position, that angle is just kind of useless. So yeah, it looked horrible from there, but really the shot onto Madden was the one that really sealed it for Avid and Alliance.
All right, 5-5. They've broken the money again for ENCE. So pistol straight away. Avid realizes there isn't going to be much of a fight here, but going around the corner in this kind of round is suicide. You got to use the utility, and a lot was thrown into that. A lot of utility, a lot of bullets, and it's effective. They get 3 kills out of the early engagements, and now 2 USPs for Nerds and Madden is going to be a 6th round, and Alliance will take the lead.
Ooh, oh,
he dinged
nice
him.
Dink, nice dink.
Now there's 2 of them.
All right, 1 out of 11 connected, or 1 out of 12 connected.
He'll take it. Now Nerds' turn. What's he got? A ticket to hell in his hand. Grab sits for himself.
James Bond impression. See ya.
Well, good night. I seen this post recently. It was a picture of James Bond, John Wick, bunch of old sort of action heroes. I don't know, probably from the 80s. But if you were kidnapped, who would you get to come and get you? Would it be Liam Neeson from Taken? Would it be James Bond, any of them, or John Wick? Or is there anybody you would have come save you, Jason?
Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson, yeah, that's good. He lives, well, he's born like 10 minutes from where we are right now. So
okay.
Maybe we can go find him, find a shrine to Liam Neeson.
I'm sure he'd love to have a pint with esports commentators. Bodemaster was never getting away with any of that. Inside the Molotov as well, but Plesson follows it up. He's got 1. That's Diha to go down. However, 1 is pushed through the mid smoke back towards team mid. That's Nerds. But look at all the space that Avid has. They won't expect it. Knife out for Madden. He's picked off and ruined. This is awkward. This is really awkward.
Yes, it's very, very awkward. And now, while the bomb can alive the ace in just a moment, the retake attempt is still available, and maybe even denial of the bomb plant, because Sampais is in a position to contest, but that smoke will come in towards CT.
You can't go for this. You have to save again. Unless Snappy gives you one right here.
Snappy, do it to them. Let's see what Snappy's got. In-game leader coming out with a slap from Temple. It's Robin who hits the deck.
But you could see, like, Sampais is already like, I don't really want to go for this, dude.
All right, Snappy, you go for it, man. You know, you do you. But
he's got $0 and an op, and there's no kit on either one of them. So this round is just going to be given up. It's Alliance all the way. 7-5 now. It's a lead. But I'll tell you what, ENCE with, I don't know what to call. I don't know if it's a little loose because they just come back from an event. They're playing online. I don't know if it's loose because CS2 is the swap to CS2 is coming. I don't know if it's loose just because ENCE is just so overconfident, but they're really letting Alliance play their game, and they're letting this get scrappy on an individual level, which is where Alliance is going to have, I'm not going to say an advantage, but the least disadvantage, if that makes sense. I think it makes sense.
That does make a lot of sense.
It felt like it made sense as I said it.
I mean, yeah, I think we all know what you mean. And yeah, it all adds up. I think it's probably a combination of all of those factors, Jason. I don't think it's probably one thing, but a combination of them. A mix and match, a pick and mix of negative things for ENCE. And right now it's all adding up to an Alliance leading the scoreline. 7-5, looking good. This is their map pick as well, so I would expect the T side of Ancient to be their strongest side that we've shown so far. So definitely good to see this. And Twist charging up in towards the cave. Forces Snappy back and looks to jewel him out. He'll win that again. Snappy not having a great time.
And now they've got some confidence. Like, look at the way this is taken this round versus any other round where, like, Alliance has usually been slow, a little bit more calculated, a little bit more cautious. Now Twist is just like, you know what? Screw it. I can take this quickly. M4 recovered. I believe Twist saw that.
No,
Twist peek before the smoke plumes. Doesn't get the fight.
Yeah, Twist, kind of unfortunate though. It does get forced away into the mid-fight. And that would have been fantastic if Sampais' op did connect on that ledge peak, but it doesn't. And Twist is going to be really passive here. He's got his teammate, so it should confirm at least the trade here on Madden. And too many targets to select there for Madden. Kind of got between both of them. And Nerds would have to dish out a massive hold on this B-bomb side. They're coming out through cave. They're coming out through the ramp. And he's now been smoked off, but Sampais strikes. Nerds through the smoke spam also got Robin. And suddenly this round is not looking comfortable for Alliance. In fact, it has shifted to the favor of ENCE with the player advantage, and Nerds has a gap. Perhaps that's what he used earlier, because he's got another double. Triple kill overall for Nerds. And that one stings for Alliance.
Yeah, really good round from Nerds. Really good recovery from ENCE after Snappy again goes down first over towards Jaguar. A little bit of luck is needed too. What, two kills through smoke? Sampais and Diha even adding one on top, so that's massive. They take that all day. Smoke's just fading, so he did actually have a glimpse, or just popping, I should say. But a good round with a recovered M4, and ENCE get it within one.
Well, the charge up through the ramp. There's quite a bit of space taken, but it's been taken away again by the good utility out from ENCE. And Snappy, well, he loves this fight. He's back there again, just trying to apply pressure, if nothing else, not allowing them into the cave. And trapping them at the bottom of the ramp. And this time, Snappy does get that kill he's been looking for. And the timing to look away there for Madden does catch him out. But Sampais' ult was ready for the trade kill. So they've got to know, 3 players starting B. But the problem is Alliance don't really have a pathway to go anywhere else.
Yeah, not at the moment. But at least with this kind of presence, this map control and lane, they've forced back any aggression.
I like this.
It's
I love
right
this.
back up into it. And Avid, a lot of work on your hands. First is yours. Spotted the head of Sampais who doesn't want to press the issue. So a new location now for the op to fight.
Not only that, but you know that Snappy's now dead too, so they can cross cave safely and try and go back into middle. But Nerds has stopped them from getting into mid safely. It's a kill on Twist. 3v2 again here. Disadvantage position for Alliance. And Sampais goes for the peak. Bomb down. Robin left alone. 1v3 for the Swede. Come out of the cave, but Sampais, he's had a round, hasn't he, Jason? 3 kills locked in there.
12-6 for him. 12-8 for Nerds. Those two guys are doing really, really strong work for ENCE at the moment, and some fine op shooting. I think that's the first time we've seen that fight go the way of Snappy. It came in round 14. Normally, he's just spammed and picked off in rebuttal. At least this time, he gets the opening kill.
Now, last round of this half. Alliance could leave the T side of Ancient with a 1-round advantage. Unlikely given the weapons they've got and the lack of control they've got in middle. They've shown us a couple of good rounds here in the T side. Enough to make this game competitive, but it looks like ENCE would love to stomp authority over the end of this half, and in particular, St. Pius has ignited over the last 2 rounds. Another couple of kills added to his tally. Snappy swings over in this B-side attack. It is limping towards default. They've even lost the bomb, and it's just a pair of MAC-10s left to do the dirty work, and there's too much dirty work to be done. Avid gets caught looking the wrong way, and ENCE will lead the way 8-7 at the turn of the first half.
At the moment in CSGO, we have 2 dominant teams that nobody can touch. You have Heroic and Vitality.
Vitality has some of the French legends, with Apex at the helm.
We'll be on our terms today. They never fought you. So we don't tilt, we stay together, and we fuck them.
Used to be an entry fragger.
It's Apex who just delivers a phenomenal hat-trick.
Used to be someone who would try to open up rounds, cause chaos.
Apex is on site here, but he's going to get surrounded by 3. Gets 2 in a row! Oh, my word!
This transition for Apex into the leadership role, so impressive.
It's over, it's over. Now it's over. Now he's over. For fuck's sake, Vanduken. Oh, I never say it's over with Vanduken. Oh, damn! I said it was a Vanduken round. But you said that 4 times in a row. Yeah.
I'm Danmed Desclair, alias Apex. I've been playing CS for 16 years. Why I'm here for so long is my work ethic. I never changed. I always wanted to win this so much, and I still want it so much, and I'm trying to give my best. To be a captain of a big team, it's a lot of responsibility.
Apex is just like an unbelievable competitor. You know, not only was he learning how to be an in-game leader, but then he brought in like the greatest coach of all time.
My name is Danny Sorensen. I go under the name Sonic. Apex is working extremely hard. We go out of the tournament, I can be sure that before I even go home, Apex is going to write to me on WhatsApp saying that he has a couple of new setups that he wants to discuss with me. Sometimes I'm a bit worried on his behalf, like just calm down, enjoy the game for just 2 minutes instead of trying to improve everything and everyone around you. I don't think I have worked with such a hard-working guy.
Heroic, one of the most hated teams and hated groups of players in all of Counter-Strike. Everyone wanted to see them fail. The only people that were rooting for them was the 5 players and their coach. And at the head of it all, you have Cadian. He's an extremely talented leader for reasons outside of the game. Emotionally, he has that team in the right place and the right mentality at all times.
One B.
Smoking B, molling
I
B.
think we should go B.
Banana. They failed the nades. They failed the nades. 1 banana at least. Donut. 1 more.
Full window.
Nice.
Banana
Banana was fake.
Joker. Still alive. I think he will come
Donut. Inside donut.
I'm pushing. I'm in a lobby.
Inside donut with M4
Yeah.
Marco.
You chill.
Stuck.
He's locked.
Your left side, Marco.
I know.
Nice. Sick. Fucking sick nerds.
Thank you.
I'm
like...
so good with that people. Hey, imagine you are in Germany now, bro.
Well, Nerd's talking about the unique problem of ping for him. He's still fragging out, still playing well, and the team camp looks really fun over there for ENCE.
Yeah, that is like an X factor that I'd actually completely forgotten about. But he does play on higher pings from home.
He does, yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I mean, he still pops off. So
look, at least it's not CS2.
True. He's gonna fall off online.
Yeah, his online game is about to take a huge hit. But not for this event. Well, actually, yes, for this event too. Robin's going to be in red room. And Twist is going to find the first headshot. That's over in Donut. He's going to stand his ground, continue fighting. Utility coming out, but the rotation is already in. It's a complete rotation. By the time ENCE pull the trigger and get into the bomb site, 5 defenders will be here and not even needed.
Yeah, that's true. Twist did everything, really, didn't he? Madden and D-Hot stopped at the door. Bomb not in their possession. This looks over. Well done, Twist. That was the kind of pistol you want out of him. Just popping off for that one-tap aim.
He's barely taking any damage. He's at 87 HP still. He's just been chilling. Instant headshots. Madden creeps up close. Robin gets the information. Plenty of space and time to fall back. Unfortunately, the bomb is lost at the end of Donut. So they've got to wrap around and come here anyways. Peace. It's on you, Dia. Come on, baby. Let's see the mechanics. Nice little tap. Nice jiggle headshot. Wrapping around is one player. He reads it.
Here he goes back into the Twist fight. 35 seconds. Twist decides, I am not having all of my hard work undone. So he's going to back away to his elbow. See how we'll get the fight he's looking for and lose it to Plessin. Comes out on top with the dual Berettas and we'll rattle those into the ground. So
I like that. It's a responsibility to empty the dualies mag after you get the final kill.
It is. It's very satisfying. In fact,
whatever ammunition you have left must be unloaded. That's a nice opening shot. We didn't get to see these ones. It's a little messy, but
he definitely meant that one. Yeah. Oh, so clean from Twist.
Walks right into it.
Sunpies looks so confused.
Yeah, he's like, wait, what? How's that happen? It's 8-8.
Well, Tech-9s can be deadly when in the hands of talented players such as these ENCE players.
Go on.
Not Madden. He's gone. And now the attack out A. It's going to be the MAC-10s going in as well. Could be, at a minimum, a bomb plant here. And Snappy's Tech-9, it does get one inside of the temple.
That gives them time, though, to get this bomb planted, right? He has the timing of when they're coming through temple. Everyone's going to be a little bit more cautious when you see a Tech-9 swing the corner like that. So it gave an opportunity to get this plant down. And now let's see how many kills they can get off the back of it.
Bodenmaster coming back in from temple. Is there anything you can do? Well, it's Plessin that'll open up the affairs. And now down to Sunpies and Nerds to close out this post plant. It is from Donut. We've got the MAC-10s, the Tech-9s, and bodies hitting the floor, but the defuse is being stuck. The full 10 seconds, the full shebang, everything thrown in, and it's going to be Nerds getting everybody apart from the diffuser, it feels like. So there we go. It won't be the round 4 alliance, but ENCE, they'll take the bomb plant and all the damage they just did.
The bomb plant, the 3 kills, the bonus money from the MAC-10, they're going to be, they'll be okay with that one. That one, they're pleased with how that's all turned out. So nicely done. That smoke in the choke point as well is like, I guess it's like a philosophical question. We talked with Apex like this on the podcast, like about, you know, smoking choke points or smoking bomb, and he argues that there's really very few moments in Counter-Strike where smoking the choke point is the better option because you're just giving the T's behind it a chance to like spam safely.
In CSGO.
Yes.
That was good. That was a good episode. Definitely like listening to Apex. Not involved in that one, so I can advertise.
So unbiased, of course,
yes. But yeah, it's good. Now, this is going to be a pretty slow round from ENCE. And then, an explosion in towards the B site like fireworks is going to erupt into the sky. Utility coming forward from Alliance, just holding ENCE at bay for now.
I can't believe how bold is Sunpias just standing there. Didn't spread to him.
Master of the fire.
Shout out Sunpias. Yeah, what do they want to do with these rifles? And you're exactly right. I mean, this seems like the play was called from spawn. They're all ready to go B. They're just waiting for the utility to be spent, for nades to be dropped so they don't have to execute through smoke, have to execute through a Molotov. 48 seconds.
Wow. There's literally no movement anywhere else from Alliance.
Not seeing any movement.
Info, exactly. Not seeing enough movement. There's going to be 40 seconds left in the round. And it's better floss. It is going to be Nerds coming in with a big headshot. Twist is gone. Bodenmaster erupts, and again, Snap even on the other side, not winning fights at Jaguar. It's a last-ditch effort to sprint to the donut, and there he is, Mechanical Diha with a kill up in towards Red Room, and they've managed to find their way to the A bomb site. Rotations coming in the final 20 seconds, and Madden's on the flank.
Oh, Madden's going to be massive how he chooses to play this. Can they slow them down enough to give Madden enough time to make his play the way he wants to? Avid might have heard it. I think he might have heard it. Yeah. One of the last footsteps, and there it goes. There's Dia as well. It's only Nertz. Smoke on the bomb, not the choke point. First kill, second kill. Nertz can do it.
No way. The ping's not affecting him today. Nertz now in the 1v1, and he will not be able to pull it off. Avid peeks out from CT. A massive round for him to keep that one afloat for Alliance to get 10 rounds. Reads, well, here's the flank, most likely from Madden coming around the backside, and then is able to close on Nertz in the 1v1. But there's so many chances there for Ends to win that round.
Yeah, there really was. Madden just made that one extra footstep, I think, kind of hustling to get close enough. That's always the stress when you're that flanker is, can your teammates, how badly do they need you? Do you have time to be patient and make the play? And just one extra, they really sold him out. Nertz almost has his heroics. Now, the nice thing if you're ENCE, and again, another plant, 4 kills. Look at the money of Alliance. We all know it's going to be busted and broken. ENCE know that as well. So this is just going to be continual buys until Alliance either get a clean round or until ENCE completely break the economy. Op over at A is going to allow 4 rifles to be mobile and aggressive.
4 mobiles to be rifle.
Yeah.
A quote to end all times is Nertz and Twist, one for
like
one.
Stunna up here.
Yeah, the thing is, you got to learn. You just got to roll with that one.
Yeah, you got to learn that.
You can just say whatever you want.
As long as you stick the landing.
As long as you make it look intentional. And Avid coming out the ledge. It's Snappy behind the boxes. Good. Rip Snappy.
He'll probably be a little bit confused of how that play is made when he has 2 teammates out in lane. So that might be a little bit frustrating, but I like this from Diha. Finding some space, having the courage to actually work it and push forward. Bodenmaster's being very cautious as he returns to Temple, though. One overextension, and he's done.
Diha turns, and Bodenmaster wins that fight.
Dang.
I thought Diha had that one all day long.
Well, it's Madden's turn next.
Oh, the perfect time for Twist to look back over towards Madden as well.
Those are both sick plays from Diha and Madden. Just good clears, good heads up, good focus from Alliance players to turn and expect it. But there were both real weaknesses that Madden and Diha found to exploit.
So, Senpais only has a Galil. If I give him a better weapon, I think he's got a shot at this. But the fact that it's a Galil, I think he should be overrun, and he will be. One shot, then Bodenmaster arrives from Temple. It is going to be a bomb plant and a couple more kills there for ENCE, but Alliance up to 11 rounds. And you're right, you know, ENCE made the 2 good plays there. Alliance either hard checked it or the timing was good as well for Twist to look back. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy that Alliance are playing this well right now. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, really well. Even holding off on the defuse so that they can scavenge as many nades as possible because they know their economy is just in tatters. It's just ruined. So we'll get another buy from ENCE as they continually try and break through this defense. No reason not to with a plant, a full losing bonus, and again, 3 kills keeps the money low. And Snappy's got to find something that allows his boys to break through.
Snappy trying to force Avid back, and if you are wondering who the player to watch is for this Team Alliance, over the last 3 months, the highest rated player has been Avid, 1.11 rating, and we've seen a good performance from him on this map in particular, 22 and 11. Oh my God, Plessin. That was kind of rough for Plessin, and then Avid just gets the same treatment. I thought Plessin perhaps would have been able to topple that tower at elbow, but they turn back and check him, and now Twist, he's got 1. Robin follows up. Yet to get a lot of kills in this game, but Robin finds a massive one in middle.
Oh man, this round spiraled out of control real quickly. They heard the spam on a Bodenmaster through the board, so Snappy wanted to try and take advantage of it and get that kill quickly, but Twist comes around at the perfect moment. Now Nertz has to deliver here, and he has. Where Diha failed in the previous round, Nertz has provided an opening at A. The bomb is coming up just a little bit late.
Just a little bit. But it has arrived. Better late than never, of course. And the bomb plant locked in. Bodenmaster coming back down the red steps. I think at this point, with his health and the lack of control, it is an attempted safe call of this AWP. But Madden's still over on this other side of the map, and that could be a bit of a nasty surprise here for Twist if Madden comes out of the cave. But Twist has got himself, again, the perfect position, and Madden's just got to wonder, what the hell can he do better? Again, finds a good lurk, just not a good timing.
Yeah, I even heard the footsteps, but he thought Twist went all the way down B ramp, and obviously not the case. So finally, ENCE do it. It takes him a minute, takes him a few rounds to really grind this away. But they finally got around. But unfortunately, with 2 saved weapons, they haven't managed to break Alliance just yet. And I think both these players can drop an M4 FAMAS over to teammates. So we're going to have one more buy round before ENCE can completely take these away.
So, like, imagine you come off the boost and you just see Pleasant standing there behind you the whole time.
Well, imagine you come off the boost to see Pleasant standing behind you, and then he kills you. You probably throw your mouse through the window.
Yep, true. You'd have to have another one on hand. 11-9, though, as you mentioned. Took a while, but ENCE have actually won another round here, and it's a bit quicker here for the MAC-10. It's already up. Already up the top of the ramp. Avid at the ready. The MP9 dishes out damage onto a second player as well, alongside that initial kill. Now Pleasant's turn. He must connect, and he won't. Madden with some great entries, cutting through this defense, and that might as well be it, unless a kill comes in quickly here for Twist. And he hasn't been able to pick it up just yet. The re-smoke's coming in for ENCE to try and make this post plant a bit more comfortable, but the issue is here, Jason, they haven't been able to get a player into the cave, right? They've got one stuck at cubby and one stuck at default. There is still a chance here for Alliance.
Yeah, they stayed in the open to take those fights. They wanted to make sure they eliminated all the defenders before safely getting the plant. Madden even came off the bomb plant to take that last and final fight. Back towards long on Cube, and once again a save.
Yeah, I think when you look at how quickly ENCE were able to burst through that B bomb site, that is the key that allows them to win the round as well, because late into the round, they still had utility left because they didn't have to use a whole lot of it, and they could re-smoke out long side and short, and so you couldn't even get the retake going if you're Alliance. So ENCE with the ability to just kind of burst into a bomb site.
Nice little B rush. We love that. That's what makes Snappy one of the best.
Rush B.
Calling B rushes.
Yeah, that is true.
Yellow.
Good openings for Madden. And like I said, you're not going to see it, but he even kind of gets off the bomb to swing with some pious. 11-10. ENCE is within
so
one.
much better, dude.
They sense the economy is finally convincingly low. And we've got those ENCE
like
MAC-10s on the board.
18 hours yesterday.
Yeah, just gotta sleep it. Save rush, perhaps. Sampaias didn't buy utility outside of a Molotov.
I'm gonna be like,
so
he
knows he's probably dying.
No, I'm all good.
I'm running straight into the cave. Run, Sampaias, run. Is Avid going to be able to stop him? Probably not. He only has a USP. And that's going to be Sampaias with the easiest kill of the game. D-How with the second easiest kill of the game. And that's the side taken. And that is now looking very good for ENCE. 11-11, locked in.
Yeah, decent amount of damage done by that USP through smoke. And now's the time you get that M4 and you get that off the hell away from this bomb site. Nothing good can happen by letting them stick around, because Diha's already on the hunt, and they've just evacuated at the perfect moment.
I like that they call the same round. Basically, again, slight variation. Of course, you go through cave instead of up ramp, because the 2 weapons you save are on the other side of the map. And now Nertz is looking to make sure that they don't get saved for a second round in a row. He does get one.
No, but I mean, he lets you know there's 2 in Temple. Now they can start pushing up everywhere. MAC-10 at that range ain't going to get it done, but Sampaias.
It's worth throwing everything here.
Yeah, you might as well. Oh, my Lord. That is probably a filthy shot.
Probably, indeed.
Oh, Twist. That was Madden, who's had some frustrating deaths in this second half. Yeah, 2 Twist himself.
He's just like, he has my number. But yeah, I mean, that's a great round from Snappy to call just back-to-back, right? There was 0 adjustment. Absolutely 0 adjustment to put any of the safe weapons towards B.
Ooh.
That was filthy as hell. Oh my God, you're right. That was so clean, it was filthy.
Yeah, that's a death-slamming death to take for Madden. He's held his composure pretty well, all things considered. Round 23, full buy back in action for Alliance, finally. But ENCE have a springboard. They've won, what, 3 in a row now, starting to feel a little bit better.
Oh, look at that from Bodenmaster. That is bold. And he gets punished for that. No more bold plays for you, Bodenmaster.
That was a really quick reaction from Sampaias. Got to give the boy credit.
Yeah, he does have some speedy skills. And that's a rotate coming in from Alliance, they're all gathered towards CT, and actually it's going to work out with that spam down through the smoke. Pleasant denies the bomb plant.
That's actually huge. There's no more smokes for ENCE.
Oh my goodness. There's still a shot in the dark here, but Nert's coming back through middle, cuts off that donut player. And now you can focus on Temple. Diha cuts through Twist, and just Pleasant, they know where he was because he was the player to deny the bomb plant, and he was now in a spam battle through the smokes. He has now taken chunks of damage. The flank around the back will cause lethality, and that will be around for ENCE.
My man Diha finally got a good Temple play under his belt. I feel like he's pushed that like 2 or 3 times in this half, and he's been picked off by an AWP, wasn't able to make it all the way one time. Finally now he gets a real crack at it, delivers triple kill. Timeout used by Alliance to talk things over. Yeah, I mean, look, they kept it close in the first half. There were no real disasters, no big string of losses that they had to kind of address. The first half was solid enough they could get away without using one. Now, obviously, where they haven't been able to establish economy, they just got broken again. And a point where ENCE could just run away with this map. It's time for a conversation.
Oh, that's the shot from Simpias. Great reaction. Sees Bodemaster jumping up on the box and is able to stop him from going any further and getting away with that all-fine goal. Late movement, really, you know, to go up on that box. You kind of want to get there up at the start of the round, perhaps, but a little unfortunate that Simpias already had eyes on that climb up. Could have been a great little trick to get a kill off of. But here's Snappy running straight in towards the cave. It is quite the quick play for the MAC-10. He loves an eco kill here, Snappy, but it's not going to work out this time. When the nade gets sent in towards cave with Madden, and because of that initial damage done from Snappy, it does allow the kill to come through, and they're pretty effective on clearing out the cave until Bodemaster decides he's not lying in wait. He's going to attack. He's going to leash out with that MAC-10 and take a kill with him.
Yeah, now he's upgraded to the AK-47, so this gets a little bit sketchy. Because now you have Nertz clearing the A bomb site, telling his teammates to rotate back, but you have Twist, who is pushing forward. However, out in the open, this could be incredible, but he can't get into cover in time.
Gotta rely on Diha. Gotta rely on the monster at times. And here's Nertz in towards spawn side. No one's coming his way. We can see that on the map.
No, I mean, I like the AK-47 save call. Pleasant could try and be a little bit creative and tricky with this MAC-10 because you're going to want to upgrade it in the next round, but obviously when you have such money issues, having an extra rifle in your back pocket is never a bad thing. This has been cool, though. Like, I'm glad Alliance has, like, put up a challenge, right? A test. And I don't think this is in any way the cleanest or best game that ENCE has played. They've been actually a little bit scattered and disorganized at different moments. But it's good to see Alliance able to put up 11 rounds and actually punch back, even in those circumstances. I was looking it up during their timeout as well. They don't have a coach listed currently on their HLTV page.
Well, that's good. They're ready for CS2 then. You know, they could play their online games without
waiting to make the right call with a coach.
Yeah, I wonder who could coach this team. Think of an old-time Swede, Flusha. That would be a sick coach to bring in.
You know, I'll actually do anything to get Flusha back in competitive Counter-Strike.
JW, go to coach.
I would do anything to have him back in competitive Counter-Strike.
I miss JW a lot. He was one of the most entertaining players to watch. I feel like we would just always have a fun moment from JW. Just something absolutely ridiculous.
Even when they nerfed the AWP, he still figured out a way to give us the entertainment that we all needed.
No one's come quite close to JW's antics ever since. But round 25 will begin with Pleasant in the cutout in middle, flashed. But it's kind of a utility battle right now, forcing them further back in elbow.
I want to watch this round over and just count the flashes.
There was a lot of them.
There was like at least 6, maybe 7. And ENCE felt all that resistance in middle, so now they go towards A.
Master, he's not been able to get it and needs to run away because he's seen a lot more targets than just one, and he has repositioned out to donut side in time. Light shot on the cross to the big box for Madden, and that will be his final resting place as Twist comes out of Temple and sends him to the grave. It is now a 5 versus 3. Very solid position here for Alliance. Leaping out into the site. It is Twist. He just throws his body into that for really not a lot. And that Senpai is taking an easy pick, and it will secure a bomb plant as Snappy pushes deeper into the temple. ENCE finding a way back into this round that looks so damn good for Alliance.
Yeah, that overextension at the donut might have been everything. Sunpius ruining their day. Now getting aggressive.
Oh, he goes again.
Oh, another one from Sunpius. Get the final. Beautiful stuff. Fine op work from the Spaniard.
Incredible work from the Senpais. And yeah, it does spawn off a mistake. Sure, maybe an overextension. 5v3. You see that peek out from Twist. Senpais is going to take that all day long. You get deep into the temple. Here it is. Swing out. Then, as soon as he gets that kill, Snappy moves into the temple and gets a follow-up kill. So from that spawns a disastrous round, and Senpais is just able to move forward. And again, just crushing Alliance down. And that is the experience. Those kind of rounds really getting out of hand.
And they needed that. That was a chance for them to get the economy a little bit stronger, to start feeling a bit more confident behind their buys. This is tough. 14. Oh, that flick ain't going to happen fast enough.
I like it, Robin. Get another one of those.
Dang. Back-to-back 5v3s for Alliance.
Where's it coming from this time? Madden's off. Is that what we're all waiting for? Nope, not going to happen. D has rifle, though, on the double. I don't think Madden knows what to do with that thing. He's like, I've got this in my hands.
I think Madden has had such a rough game. He's just like, screw it, I'm swinging.
Screw it. Oh, no. No.
That's how it happened. We were wondering what it was going to be. That was the one.
Well, Twist still has a chance. Redemption from the previous round. If he can close this on Nertz, Nertz will hop onto default. Bomb planted. And now he must consider where Twist is likely to try and retake this round from. And the timing just works against Nertz as Twist is able to get up through short. He's got a lot of ground quickly. He would love a smoke here.
You might not expect the kit in a round like this. Twist is... Oh, I'm surprised he didn't just stick it.
Nertz is running it. Here's that second tap. He's actually sticking it this time, and he stuck it. He's baited him out. And Nertz does not peek. He does not go for it. And Twist, I love it. The fake into the full stick. And Nertz does not bite on the second peek. And that is Twist to close it.
What a round. What a good clutch from Twist. And almost recovered 3v5 in back-to-back rounds.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe we've seen two 5v3s like that come so close. At least this one is one.
This is great because Nertz could have like popped out and taken this kill on the first guy who ran past him. He had the sound cue, that was Bodenmaster, but obviously just waited a little bit longer and was rewarded with a second. All right, game back on. 12-14. Alliance, however, bullied in middle. Nertz finds the opening kill. Sunpius traded off towards B.
Nertz at the red room. Doesn't want to force the issue too much just yet, but if he goes back to that donut angle, if you walk back middle, Bodenmaster had the cross, but I wonder if they're aware that Nertz is already at the red room. That could be a bit of a problem. If he is able to activate late into this round because the attention is now being drawn towards ramp, Pleasant does know, based on this positioning, that they could have slipped red. He's watching for it. D has already up, but now Pleasant has to come off of that angle. He has to now look towards the site, and this will free up Nertz to get a little bit more aggressive and deep into the red room. But Pleasant's doing all that he can, but eventually the flank is through. Madden is even on the backside. It's not just Nertz. Madden's around the back, and could continue to do so, but he decides to hold from short and let Nertz be the maneuver.
You got to find a way to double peek this though, surely. Like you can't just let Nertz try and run this entire gauntlet on his own, and he's now got flanked as well. Nertz in a timing for Madden is everything. Pleasant just looked for this play and missed it. Madden's coming through. Oh, they're trading places.
They're trading places indeed. And what is happening? Madden, no way. He goes down. Oh my goodness, Madden cannot catch a break at all. And now Nertz looking to try and close this one out. Oh, the no-scope misses. And Nertz now with the 1v1, but Bodenmaster had repositioned from red back to cave in time.
Madden, if he watches back this game, which I don't think he will, I don't think there's any motivation for him, he's going to find out that he just got the worst possible timing.
He doesn't even look frustrated, you know? He just looks like, yo, I'm rolling with the punches.
He did
here.
Earlier. I think he's past the point of frustration
like,
now. I think
it's happened
like,
too much.
He's like, all right, whatever.
It's just one of those games.
Just get me out of this map.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of moments where Madden, maybe before the issue, got the flank going around first. He probably would have been able to get that kill initially on Pleasant, but
obviously can't know that.
Yeah,
I actually thought him and Nertz were just gonna both swing and double peek from the long lane, but then Nertz got flanked. Just an awkward round altogether. Second time out used by Alliance. Still yet to find like a really clean win in these recent goings, so the money is not good at all. A reset would be the end of them, which is why these timeouts are so important. Let's see what they've got for the last few rounds of Ancient. Vertigo is up next, so back-to-back Ancient Vertigos.
Everyone's favorite. That is kind of the perfect recipe, isn't it? And to close it out, if we need...
Anubis.
Anubis.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would be happy with this. This is the modern era of Counter-Strike, this video. Recently, when I was watching some of those old CSGO goodbye videos, the old clips of Vertigo that I would see, I was just like, how was that ever added to the game? Like, how was that a thing?
It was a bit dicey in the early going.
Senpai's dicey started this round, misses the shot on the jump up. Will stay on the boost, will not fall off until forced away by the flash. Instead, it is now Madden tasked with taking control at top ramp. And he looks to Avid, and Madden looks away just as the P comes out with the MP9. Oh man, someone's got to buy Madden a drink after this game.
That's a nice trade though, a nice 1-for-1 that Diha recovers. And now Nertz, it's his turn to play on the map. He's going to start creeping out middle. Diha comes through, and that makes it so much more painful when Twist goes down. Donut is opened up. Robin's going to investigate in middle, and there's Diha with another kill. That's the AWP, and so quickly. Robin's just like, how the hell did this happen so fast?
I think the game's going like 1,000,000 miles an hour for Robin right now as well. So it's been a pretty rough time. And that is a big round from Diha. He's just like, oh, I've had enough of this, guys. Let me just go through the smoke. Just let me take over this B bomb site alone. And he does it. Madden tried to.
Look at the money as well. Look at the money on Alliance when this comes back in. Yeah, this was the opening kill for ENCE, the trade. This one right here, I think notices the magazine getting low on ammunition and just takes the risk, and it pays off.
Now, frustrations begin. It's 15-13, and look what they have to bring to the table to try and fight for survival. Not even overtime yet. It's just survival.
ENCE just rushing A.
Yeah.
They say screw it, whatever.
Sick call, Snappy. Let's go. Let's get it over and done with. Let's play for this A play.
It's not a worst call in the world. They don't have utility, really, with this kind of low money. So even this trade is fine, because if you get into this bomb site, get this bomb planted, with the rush, you use very little utility. So ENCE can reblock the choke points.
Oh,
there's just no nades to work with.
That was scary. Senpai's ran into that fight and loses his life as expected, but it won't be Snappy being a little bit more conservative in his approach up until that point as he runs into the temple. Did damage on Avid, and now it is going to be a closer. ENCE, surely don't let Bowden master 1v2 this one. He is going to be caught 16-13. ENCE come out on top of map 1. A strong showing from Alliance, taking one of the best teams in the world to a 16-13 scoreline, but ENCE, as expected, prevail.
Hi, I'm Shush. I'm gonna analyze just one round. Okay, it actually looks like my skins from back in the day. You know, my karambit and my gloves. I still have that knife at least. Looks like my movement as well. Just waiting for the molly to burn a little. They get an entry with the orb against us. I'm considering smoking. They didn't nade the door, so I'm just gonna go back. I think, I'm thinking this is me, so I think Casper made Arcadian made a mid-round call here just to come monster. Okay. Things go pretty wrong for us. We get punished, but we also did a trade on short. Don't get that kill on barrels. Okay, that was a nice peek on the molly. Sad we failed the molly. I mean, right here, someone needs to take some space. So I think it's good that we take some space here, swing off heaven so it can't get shot. Flashing short for the bombs so they can cross. this is a rough situation. They can be pretty much everywhere. Go with a fake plant here, making the other guy stress. Yes. I remember this play. I remember at the last kill that someone said you heard a monster right before, or right when I clicked plant, so I instantly switched weapons and shot the guy. With some pretty good flicks during the round. My aim was on point.
A victory for ENCE Esports here. A little bit measured, a little bit labored. They did have to go the whole way to get that W, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. These are my notes. Currently, there is more to talk about.
Well done.
Breaking news, Cadian is out of Heroic, and this is going to be the topic of this segment at the very least. After 4 years, the captain has been benched due to differing visions, and I think we're going to have a very good time trying to decipher these words. Lucas, what do differing visions mean?
I mean, it's a little bit of a PR bullshit move. It's probably meaning that Cadian wanted things to be done differently. This could potentially be like roster changes. Could also be contractual stuff, like he maybe didn't see Heroic having the budget for the vision that he might have in the future. It means everything.
Okay, what are your initial thoughts, Jacob, when you heard the news?
I echo the sentiment of Lucas. I think there's a lot of layers to this one. One thing being Heroic have been up for sale for quite some time. We knew that they were in financial, dire straits. Weren't really sure whether they could continue as Heroic or if the team would be sold. Now, Cadian, the profile he is in a landscape of Counter-Strike right now, where in-game leaders are of a very high value, I think Cadian have been at least, monitoring the situation. Is there any other teams out there that could potentially be willing to sign him or give him a raise in terms of salary and a new project? And I think there's something to be said about that. Cadian maybe feel that he's done what he could with Heroic. I think he got them to a point where they were the best team in the world for short stints. He have won certain tournaments. He's been in finals, the major finals, etc., etc. I think he has a feeling right now that he did what he could with this Heroic lineup and he needs to move on.
For most of the roster changes, it usually feels like there is a clear winner. Like sometimes a player gets removed and you feel sorry for that player because, whoever Vitality goes on with a different lineup. In this case, Lucas, it feels like it's kind of up in the air who gets the better of it. You can argue maybe a new vision, but Cadian was kind of the heart of Heroic.
Yeah, exactly, and also puts like the rest of the team in a weird position. Like I always felt like with Astralis wanted to ask Heroic, they had such a strong like teamwork and they liked being around each other. Now that Cadian is gone, he was like the captain of the team. He's always the one taking the interviews, speaking about after they lost the game. I feel like it's such a big identity crisis for Heroic now. I'm not sure where they're going to go from now and who is going to be the in-game leader, because me and you being Danes, we know there's not a lot out there.
Well, that's my question. I'm not going to let you off the hook right there. If Cadian is out, who in this Heroic roster currently has the shoulder to become a captain?
For me, playing with Fizzdown, I actually think he has the potential. Okay. He was always a very talkative guy. He always wanted to take responsibility. I'm just not sure if it's the right timing in his career. He's still young, so maybe it's a little bit early to jump on the, okay, I'll go down in frags and be the captain. I'm not sure.
Apex treatment.
No, we don't want another Yikinda situation.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't want to ruin Stown at all. I agree with you.
But it could be a possibility there only if they're in the market and they can see nobody. Maybe Dupree is out there, but like, are you going to contact Dupree and say, hey, be in-game leader? Then I think Stown would rather
I think that's where it crumbles, right? We always spoke about Heroic being very close-knitted together. We had this whole cheating scandal that went on. They were disliked by a lot of, sections of the community. I feel like once you take that, portion out of it, once you pick Cadian out of that bus, and you were sitting so close, the rest of the players, they're going to scout the market as well. If you're Stown right now, you can probably pick and choose what team you want to join within the top 10 right here. If you want to go to G2, I think you could. If you want to go to FaZe, I think he could. You want to go to Vitality if they're losing Magisk, who's going to the Falcons? He could. So right now, I don't think Heroic is going to be a loser in the sense that they, could find another player and then be an equal good team. I think Heroic could stand over a situation right here, right now, where I'm not sure there's going to be a Heroic in a couple of months.
That's what I'm picking up from you, Jacob. And obviously, Lucas, I would like to bring you on that conversation. You're basically telling me that this could be the first domino of the end of this team.
I mean, for me, knowing Staven personally, I don't think he would be interested in going international. I think this is either Heroic or it's Astralis in the future. I don't think there's too many other possibilities for him right now. I think he would like to wait to go international. But obviously, I think this could also be a sentiment for the Heroic new organization, new identity. A lot of these players are not like big names when we talk about they don't have a lot of followers on Twitter, like all these type of things that orgs care about. Maybe they actually want to invest in an international lineup and get a little bit more broader perspective on their lineup, because right now they're competing with Astralis and they have Device.
While I buy into that argument with Stownwide maybe not wanting to go international, that could be the case. But if you're Shoes, wouldn't you want to go international? That player type, you look at the Shoes, the Perfectors of the world, Mac is for that point as well. There's very few players who are on the money like Shoes is. Again, if you face G2 Vitality, if Mac is going to Falcons and Vitality have to replace Mac, who's the best option to do that with? That's going to be Shoes. So the problem is Heroic, they're going to have attacks coming in from left, right, center, up, all over the place, right? And sure, maybe Star is saying no, but would Shoes do the same? Will Tessus do the same? Will Yabi do the same? I think they're under a lot of pressure.
That's the game I want to play with you guys. I want to bake the best Danish cake right there. That's what we need to do, right? Because if you consider Device and Blamef are in Astralis, I don't think anybody is going away from that. I don't think they're going to let him go either. Now, Heroic is a little bit in disarray. We don't know where this is going. Bake me your best cake. What are we talking about in the Danish scene?
I mean, I'm gonna start with it. I think we need to find the number of Staven first and call him and see if he's ready to join. I think there's gonna be some role clashes with him and Blame F, but I still think you can figure it out. He's skilled enough, and I think he brings a lot to the table. Jacob, who's going next?
Well, then I want my boy Shoes.
You want Shoes?
Again, imagine no offense to Borg, right? But if you replace Borg with Shoes, Astralis always becomes significantly better just by that one single move. Now, if you bring in both Stown and Shoes into that lineup, pair them up with Device and Blame F. I don't care who the fifth player is. That could be Bubsky for that matter. You could bring you off the bench or take me back into it. That's going to be enough quality on the server for Astralis to be a very, very dangerous.
Okay, no, I'm just going to challenge on that. No offense to you. I would be happy if you get the call on that one. But you know who you guys need? You need a wild guy to go ahead and entry. Okay. That's what you need. Because we know Blame F is going to do it.
I actually think Boss has done so well that maybe it doesn't make sense to get Shoes in, because I think Boss is a little bit more aggressive. But I think one guy, you said Magisk earlier to Falcons, I think Magisk to Astralis would be like the ultimate move. I think it would like combine all the good pieces of Denmark. I don't think you're anyone missing. I think he's the best anchor player in the world right now. JKS coming in second, and I think Shush is maybe on the third place there.
So you would keep Shush and Magisk, or you just Magisk?
No, I think Shush or Bush, I think it would like be equal the same. I'm not sure.
So you'd have two strong passive players. Yes. You would have Stone on the Stone as a versatile player, Blame F leader, Device, AWP. Okay, I'm just gonna make a couple of calls, see if we can make that happen. Raise the money, maybe do a
Danish cakes are boring. Why don't we look at it from a broader perspective right now?
Okay,
Team Liquid right now. Yakinda doesn't want to be an in-game leader. He shouldn't be an in-game leader. You bring Cadian in towards Team Liquid. Already right there, you solve two issues. You get rid of OC, play not really too good for that one. You bring in a stabilized in-game leader. Now, if you can convince Stown to come with him or Shoes, you bring in one of those two players, combine them into Team Liquid. All of a sudden, you have a team that can compete with the best of the best. I think that's the issue right here for Heroic. They're going to be under attack from so many different angles, from Astralis, maybe from the Falcons, from Team Liquid. There's so much quality within Heroic that everyone wants a piece of that right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to you, and there's probably also another team that could potentially be interesting. We have seen FaZe gone a little bit downhill so far this year, and I think maybe Kerrigan has played not his last tournament, but he's going into the later part of his...
Everyone is getting the boot here.
Yeah, I mean, we are king, and we shouldn't be general managers of any team, because then they're only getting 1 month. But if you can get Cadian in there, maybe get rid of Brogy. I'm not saying he's doing bad, but like Cadian, some new identity, a new way of playing, and find a new Auber, I think it could be also an interesting move.
Well, that's a lot of food for thoughts, guys. Obviously, there is still a game happening. I feel like it kind of took priority. We diverted a little bit. Don't worry, guys. We're going to come back to the Counter-Strike. That is for sure. Two minds that definitely haven't forgotten about it is Moses and Dinko. They are waiting for you on the other side of that break for map 2.
Arcadian may be out of heroic, but Alliance still have a chance to stay here in this competition. If they lose Vertigo, they're out of the showdown. It's that cutthroat. It's single elimination, and the Unicorn odds certainly think ENCE are going to be coming out on top of this series 2-0, or whether just anyway, really, Jason. I feel like ENCE, even if we get pushed to 3, Anubis is left there. The Veto just looks so damn good for them all the way through, and Alliance showed us what they could on Ancient, but it was too little for ENCE.
Now the question comes into play. We already talked about some of the inexperience on Alliance of playing together as a team, still a very new team. Then you start talking about how deep the map pool can possibly go. This it gets more difficult. And also, ENCE gave you a lot of runway in that Ancient, that first map in the series. They were giving you a lot of fights, a lot of peaks. They were playing your style of game, and you stood up to the challenge. But you know, you're not going to get that every single map. You imagine ENCE has this little bit of a break and come back in. They say, okay, these guys can shoot. These guys can actually play. Let's button it down. Let's see what happens. Towards the B bomb site we go.
Oh, Madden sending utility in. I'm sure he's happy to have a little reset and come into a new map. Oh, that's some bias. What a start. Is going to be an opening kill from him. A double, in fact, 3 somewhere in the world. It's from some bias.
Yeah, but this is all a fake, and Alliance bit so hard on it. Mid utility as if it was going to be a play out mid, and the whole defense got sucked back behind the utility until it was just one defender inside the bomb site. Sampayas going for all 5, and he's got it. The ace on Sampayas.
Yeah, I'm sure that was sick. I mean, Sampayas just running in the way he was just, you know, playing off of the fake in middle, just charging in. And he's obviously clapping to the crowd there, all the fans going mild, of course. And there he is, charging in. Plussing gets caught first. The follow-up in behind. It's just so clean. Next target, next target. Every kill coming this way, and Sampayas makes it look way too easy.
Yeah, well, 3 of those, I mean, one of those is a blind initial player from a Madden flash, and the next 3 are all, like, stuck behind smoke, fighting around flashbangs. Like, it was all utility work and all the setup of that tactic that activated him. Really well done from ENCE, and it's 1-0. Now we have MAC-10s on the board, SMGs. The MP7 continually makes a comeback.
I've heard some people saying the MP7's OP. You heard that at the Pro League. Can't remember which player said it.
I switched to it when I saw so many pros using it and just gave it a little test in a deathmatch.
What do you think?
It was enjoyable.
Better than the MP5?
Yes, it's much better than the MP5, but I still have not removed the MP5 from my loadout.
Oh, you've got both in there.
Just purely due to nostalgic purposes.
All right, well, you run into the Moses on the NA servers. Going to be getting dropped MP5s and MP7s.
Yeah.
And you're going to be dropping ELO, it sounds like. With
or
that.
you'll be on the other team and you'll be killing me because I have an MP5.
Yeah. Either way, it's a happy time on the server. And it's about to be a very happy time for ENCE. Is that going to go up 2-0 to kick things off?
All right, Madden's gonna have a better game, right?
I feel it. I feel like it couldn't get worse for him, Jason.
He's gonna have a few more things go his way this time. Timing is gonna be with him.
He found that funny as well, so yeah, you know, he's laughing it off. He's throwing it all away. And I think many people believe it is going to be ENCE versus G2 in that final game, right, in Europe. I would have to agree with him, and I do feel like I would edge it to G2. If it came to that, Jason.
You would edge G2 ENCE to G2.
Yep.
Okay. I would go the other direction, actually.
There we go. Monacy is a freak on it, so I'm going to give it to him.
Sure, that's a very real possibility.
And here we go into a buy round for Alliance. Finally, they've got weapons. Finally, they've got something to bring to the server here. An MP9 and Avid, but the rest on M4s. And now Sampayas. Look at this. They have no idea. And finally, Avid turns back in time. It looked like he should have gone down instantly, but Avid is fragging out. He's got himself a double
He's the only one here.
Why is he doing so well? Why is he doing so well? He even turns back and does half damage to Snappy. Could have taken him away with 1 extra bullet. My goodness.
9 times out of 10, this round is just over.
Yeah, it's just done. It should be over already, but ENCE still have a chance to close it. That's the scary thing here for Alliance.
Nice plant spot from Nerds, so allows him to avoid the nade damage. 1 flashbang in his hands. Twist flanking over. This should be heard. And now they'll definitely know the smoke. But this is all attention that they cannot address at the bomb site. Oh, what a perfect flash. Snappy's got to do it with the MAC-10. D-Hug goes down. Got to swap out. Does he want to play the 1v2 or does he want to bail out?
Well, defuse is already happening. He can't get around the corner in time.
It's not planted for him as well.
He's just got to. He has no option, really. Save that M4, get a different weapon, sure, an upgrade. But yeah, I mean, like you said, 9 times out of 10, that's an ENCE round. At least, you know, they get into a better position.
That's an ENCE round after a kill. Like, that's either a 1-for-1 trade or just a heads-up kill on the first player. I don't know how Avin gets 2 here. This is crazy. Immediate dink and the cleanup after that, but the tracking, being ready for Madden. We just got done saying he was going to have a better game. He was going to have more fun. And he gets an MP7 to the face.
Well, unlucky. Unlucky for Madden. Right. Back to the buy already for ENCE. AK's out around the AWP of Simpias. And Simpias really came into his own, didn't he? Oh, towards the end of ENCE, he had some massive multi-kill rounds back-to-back. I feel like he was the player that finally broke the back of Alliance.
Diha as well was right there with a few impactful plays in like the last 3 rounds that helped them actually get over the hump. See if he can continue that.
Blessing's chilling out at the bottom of the stairway. It's a powerful position, but when you're going up against nerds, it doesn't really matter how difficult it is to aim there. He is probably going to win that fight. And Adden, oh, Jason, it's not happening. He's not going to have a better game here, Jason. I'm getting the early signs that the reports are in. It's going to be more of the same for Madden.
Why is it like that? He got hit with a Molotov as he's trying to swing.
Oh, poor Madden. Poor Madden. I got a soundboard ready for Madden, I think.
All right, Avid, let's see what you got with a rifle this time. Up on top, Snappy jiggling. Might be able to spot this out. Here comes the smoke. He's going to call his teammates over. You have another flank coming in. Snappy finds the opening kill. Nade as well to the position of Robin, forces him back. Does great damage, and here's the flank.
Here's the flank from Bowden Master around the backside. Plant being locked in. Nerds somehow survives the peppering from behind. He should have been taken out, but he wasn't. And so that has forced the save call out of Alliance. And of course, the only player to go down for ENCE is Madden. But a 3-1 start, ENCE got to feel pretty good about that. The fact that Nerds is even able to get away with that bomb plant, considering the amount of bullets that were heading directly towards him. That's quite lucky there for Nerds. Good shot on the way out for Twist on the exit pick.
Yeah, doing a good job keeping the guns alive. Shouldn't be a whole lot more action in this round as the bomb goes off. 3-1 for ENCE. And remember, off the back of the previous round where they had the lower buy, they do get a good amount of kills. So much like Ancient, it's just like Deja Vu. Economy still not set. They struggled with that the entire way through Ancient. Here on Vertigo as well, it's going to be equally an issue. And this time we'll see if they can ever get to a point where they can actually plant their feet, build some money, and feel a little bit confident putting a few string of rounds together. No, he's asking God for help.
He's like, come on, man. I didn't get tilted on the first map.
I know.
Vertigo as well, seriously.
He's like, what do I have to do, dear Lord, to not have this happen to me?
You must repent, Mr. Madden. Oh, Plessin. You thought you were safe. You thought you got away. But Nerds finds you in the corner. And this round is going to be pretty non-eventful, I would say. It's going to be ENCE just taking the time. USPs on the majority of the players. Of course, there's a couple of safe rifles, but you're really hoping that they walk right into one of these rifles and you get a massive round out of it.
Unfortunately, ENCE doesn't really walk right into anything. It's usually a flying MAC-10 into an AK-47.
They never walk, do they?
Yeah,
it's never pedestrian.
No, it's just here we go. And now they're finding out. The M4 a little bit out of position, spamming the smokes. Dia's going to have a strong position to hold off the retake.
Oh, indeed. And Twist, I like this. They get the boost up over into the side, but Twist is kind of unlucky that not a single head is showing anywhere on that bomb site.
And this is the right call as well. Prioritize saving the rifles. Don't spend money where you don't have to. Dia's going to make some bonus cash. There goes Avid, an unarmored USP.
I'd love to be in Diha's position right now. MAC-10. You're sent in, you're let off the range, you can maybe find a couple of unarmored opponents, a USP, or you run into a rifle. And maybe not so much want to be in his position anymore. Diha caught by the M4 of Twist. And again, you get to save these 2 weapons. So Robin and Twist have the AK and the M4.
Well, and Twist can drop an AWP as well. If you want to get it up out onto the field, if you feel like that's going to be a solution.
Yeah, that could definitely be a factor here. Let's see if Bowden Master is given that luxury.
Emerging from the shadows.
I love when we're doing online events and I get to see the at-home vibe of each player. It's really cool to see into their world.
Yeah, I usually find it uninteresting except for Yakinder's room with the giant dragon on the ceiling.
That was kind of sick.
I was like, oh, who is this dude?
You're right. It's not that interesting, Jason. I was really trying to make his.
It's just a bunch of dark rooms with bright monitors, isn't it?
It's exactly how everybody really lives their life that's watching right now, probably. Hope you all see a little bit of you on the server today.
And
hopefully not in Madden.
And some sunlight.
Poor guy. Yeah, get some sunlight. Get that vitamin D.
Ooh.
Or vitamin D. And that's vitamin B. Bodemaster is ahead and getting himself a big kill towards the bottom of the ramp. The Mac-10 coming out on top. Look at this, Jason. It's Madden again. Fall for the SMG.
Yeah, how's he going to get screwed this time? Let's find out. Another episode here in round 6.
There he is. What's the recovery plan here for ENCE? Where's the way back in? Perhaps on the back of some pies? Perhaps that AWP? Or maybe it's Nerds walking up the ramp here.
It's just going to be a walk-up ramp. All 4 of them are clumped. They have no one watching flank. They have no one stand behind to lurk without the manpower. That smoke might make them a little bit nervous, but their mind is already made up that they're coming through this.
So setting up the defense for the final movements. It is Bodemaster boosted up at the back of the site. We'll use that metal pipe as his protection.
And Alliance is starting to shift, starting to get the read. Aggression at B stairs for defenders here, which means Avid can step up. And opening kill goes against him. So does the follow-up and the third. It's all come crumbling down. Good trade from Nerds. And that's got to be the worst feeling. You have the round red, you have all the advantages, you have 4 defenders, and you still cannot hold the bomb site. That is a 4-for-1 trade?
Yeah, so Pius just does some ridiculous things. That AWP gets up on top, clears out the boost, clears out the site player. Nerds was there to help out. That's quite the deadly duo when you talk about entry and the ability to just break apart a defense on the site. And it looks like it will be pleasant to hang around just to the final seconds here. To do anything sneaky beaky. Well, not going to be allowed. Nerds sees him around the corner and sees the chance for the kill. So 5-1 for ENCE. I think we are seeing that level of comfort as they pick into Vertigo here on the T side. They're definitely in control of this game.
There could still be an X factor in this next round, though. Let's hold the phone. Damn.
That second shot.
Robin. More than anything, that's a series of missed shots from Robin that he's going to be not very happy about whatsoever. GG, well played. See, Madden's still got positive spirits, all things considered. Okay. I was going to say there's still an X factor in this round because the money, the Mac-10 that was saved, there's an op-out on Bodemaster this time, and could be a dangerous misread of the economy by Snappy, although how could you read it? Flames at his feet, puts him out. A hectic, chaotic exchange all across the map, and aggression has been forced back.
On board with Madden. Towards top ramp. He's about to have a couple of fights coming his way. Just looked away at the wrong time. Get your gun out, Madden. Oh no, 3 players just around the corner. Madden can't select which target he wants, and he is caught.
You actually went for the soundboard.
I did. I had to at one point.
Went for the soundboard.
You know, Jason, when you have a soundboard in front of you, the temptation is too much.
Yeah, it's too much to resist.
No chance here for Twist at the back of the site. Deha already up, tucked in the corner. He's not going to go alone. He's going to wait on some pies to come on up here, and Twist is ready. Peek out. Oh, walks into some pies. The AWP will strike. Avid undetected. If he has 4x3, he didn't see that player walk past him, and that's exactly what happened. Deha gets under his nose, and I smell disaster. Deha on the double. Avid gets 4x3'd, and that is going to be the round for ENCE.
Oh my lord, that's so painful.
He doesn't. That just happened. This was the initial fight towards top ramp.
I actually thought Avid was like making a play. Like he was like, yeah, go past me. Like I'll kill you second. You know, I thought he was going to turn after he takes down Sun Pius. Yeah, that'll get you hyped up. Your boy making a play to win the round. 6-1 and starting to run away with the series.
I think because he didn't react at all, I think you were sort of conditioned to react slightly. And he just didn't even see him. So Twist is gone. Deha gets the opener. He's giving the Mac 10. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna run in.
Yeah, this map is fully in control. Where Ancient was a grinding battle back and forth between the two of them, Vertigo just seems like it's so far within ENCE's control that there's no coming back for Alliance.
7 rounds now for ENCE. And not a single player dies in that round, and that started with Dihad just running solo into the B bomb site. So yeah, it's pretty easy right now for ENCE. Easy for ENCE, some might say, and it's not been the prettiest start for Alliance in terms of just being able to hit back. You know, we've seen Sir Abbott's had a couple of decent rounds here, but you know, Robin's on 1 kill, Bonemaster on 2. 1 for Pleasant. There just hasn't been enough firepower here for Alliance.
Yeah, the kills are missing, and we've seen that enough. Like we saw it in the round where there's 4 defenders and ENCE take them all out with only losing 1 player. Like you need to have a little bit more. Ooh, Sampaias is able to get out of there. Wheeling and dealing. Deep nade. Good chunk of damage on a Sampaias and Snappy.
Not a lot of utility on most of the players here for Alliance, right? We're down to their final pieces already. The only player with a little bit extra is Pleasant, right? He's got a molly smoke double flash. So the longer ENCE take here, the more difficult this round becomes for Alliance due to just the lack of util. And it's going to be the gathering of the forces at the B bomb site. And Twist will have to deal with that. He'll toss out his smoke. Well, ENCE are still taking their time. They're getting that boost up. D-Hot unleashed around the corner again with the Mac 10 in just a moment. But this time he's not alone. This time he's got the full pack ready to attack. And D-Hot already through. Slips the smoke, gets the kill. Nerd has hit the deck, and so Pleasant arrives to the server. Welcome to the double kill, and Twist will step up too, leaving Snappy alone. And this B attempt has really fallen short for ENCE.
Yeah, there's so much utility. ENCE couldn't find the clean fights after the first one that D-Hut got, and from there, it's all Alliance able to make the plays around the edges of the smoke. Op is out, takes down Snappy. Second round on the board for Alliance. They fight back finally, and this time with 3 players surviving, so they should be able to feel a little bit more comfortable. Not quite yet, but it's much nicer than they have been throughout this half. Good play from Pleasant, using all the smokes to be able to get a new angle and catch them off guard. It's 7-2. But you got to withstand like another 2 or 3 of those kinds of hits.
True.
Before you get any real breathing room with a light buy from ENCE.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like we've seen enough of Alliance to see that be a reality just yet. So ENCE return to the purchase. Remember, they still had a Mac 10 in play in the last round. No op for Sampaias. They want to go for the full rifles, which does signal a quicker play towards A. Yet to really force Avid out of the sandbags. They might not check it.
They think they hit the timing to where sandbags is clear. They think they got there quick enough to where no one can actually be in sandbags. That's a massive, massive mistake, miscalculation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, you know, you've just lost Matt and Sampaias in one foul swoop. And now you're going to try and draw this back, and perhaps it is D-Hard that can do it again. Snappy at short, the aggression in. Robin offers himself up next, wins that fight versus Snappy. Oh, D-Ha right through the smoke. Pleasant stood no chance. D-Ha delivers a dastardly headshot, and now we're looking at a 2v2 with 49 seconds left. Is there a world, Jason, where this all falls apart again for Alliance?
This is another 3v5. This is another 3v5.
It can't be another one. It just can't be another one.
It's actually amazing. Okay, here we go. D-Ha with a little bit of utility. Still, they haven't rotated. Twist hasn't come over from the B bomb site until just now when the bomb actually starts getting planted. He was really nervous about the time left on the clock. Retake begins early in the 2-on-2.
D-Ha already done so much in this round, but him and Nerds are scarily lining up right now with a tap on the defuse. No one's on it. Nerds will confirm that with the spray, but he will fall because he commits so heavily to that. And now D-Ha does have everything to do. Oh, it's heavy. But he is strong and able to pull this kind of round off. A headshot right through the smoke. Twist is locked out, and so will the time. Robin, is there enough? He gets back to it.
I think he's got it.
He's got it. Robin's won it. D-Hot goes down, but the back of the sandbags, and Robin steps up with a massive round. That is really the first piece of impact that's really felt in the series by Robin. and it's a big round to pick up.
Dia wasn't sure if he killed the planter. I think that was the big thing that forced him out after that. He wasn't sure that the guy he killed through the smoke was actually the bomb planter. This is how it all started. This is how it opened up. This is how it went after that. Good shooting from Dia through the smoke, tapping away, getting a little bit lucky. And right here, he comes back out with a wide swing.
Madden can.
I have Madden on my fantasy. This is a horrible day.
For Madden and you.
And me. But I'm glad that, you know, he's not suffering alone. There we go.
True.
There's my boy.
And now it's all going to be turned around. Bodemaster's gone. Madden has the opening of the round. And Plessin holds from construction, but I feel like Sampais has got a chance here. He's really quick on the off, and the timing for Plessin just gets away. What just happened there?
That's an awkward smoke. It's all good. He still gets the kill. Madden's going to keep probing and attacking at this A bomb site. He's got room to work with. Very passive defense. They're saving nades for the plant. They don't have the nades to play in front of an execute, so they want to... Madden adds another. Didn't expect that.
Not at all. And now we're twisted around the flank. Nertz is looking for it. Because his teammates are all good up top, he can just focus on that one fight. He gets his job done. No flank coming through, and it is all crushed. Madden with a big round. And that's 8-3. ENCE have already won this half by a minimum of 1, but given how this half is going, it feels like they should extend further.
No, it's such a nice round from ENCE as well. Everything looks like they're actually hitting and taking in the bomb site and planting the bomb, but they're still very spread out, looking for the reactions, ready to fight at all times, catching Alliance completely off guard. 5-round lead. And suit up again, full buy for them. 2 MAC-10s in the mix because it's only pistols for Alliance.
So it is a mid-stack of the majority of the forces here from Alliance. Maybe you can get a quick flank going if you get around the backside, and that is what they're trying to go for here. And maybe it's heard out with those steps so close, but it is the commitment events running up A. And really is not too much of a chance for Ava to do much here. Maybe you can get Madden. That would be the player to strike on, but he sees the big green gun, and that's the one he wants to remove.
Meanwhile, Madden has moved all the way forward into the bomb site, found an opening kill onto Bodemaster, so the bomb site access is there for the taking for ENCE. There's a flank coming in, but they don't have the weapons to really capitalize on it, and Snappy drops Robin through the smoke, so Plessin calls things off.
Well, there we go, ENCE. Another one locked in, and without really too much issue, as you would expect. You know, the only way they really get this round to fall out of the hands is they go middle into the stack of 3 players. Or if those 3 players are able to quickly flank around the back. It's just not the case at all. Gotta feel good for ENCE today. And, you know, there has been quite a big storyline today, Jason, of Cadian leaving Heroic. That's kind of a monumental shakeup heading into CS2. You heard Maniac talking about it on the desk.
That was wild news. Did not see it coming. And it's weird hearing that when he's so obviously like the identity of this team.
The beating heart of it.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to watch what happens in the Heroic camp, and obviously as well where Cadian chooses to go. For Cadian, though, it's kind of like, I don't know, like, I mean, obviously leaving a long-time team hurts in a way. You're like, CS2s are right around the corner. Get some time to chill and relax and grind the game and see how things are evolving and make a patient, calculated decision for himself.
It would be hard to leave a team like that one, and now proving hard for Alliance to get close to ENCE. But without opening kill, they've got the advantage. Maybe a bit more here as Plessin gets a second off the top of the stairs. So ENCE down to 3.
Yeah, well, that's never bothered them before in this half.
Another 3v5, Jason.
Yeah,
We've been here before.
Let's find out. Okay, well, that's not gone according to script.
I couldn't believe that Plessin didn't take that kill earlier. I was wondering where the bullets were going. But eventually does get that kill.
This is huge, though. I mean, there's not too many more rounds. There's 2 more rounds after this one to play in the half, so not the biggest deal. Economy's not the biggest impact, but with the place that Alliance is at, it could have been, right? Like, you could have been in a world where if ENCE is able to get a couple of kills here, break their economy into the last round, all of a sudden, once again, it's just like maybe 1 round it could have an impact on, but everything counts. There goes Avid, a nice pick into the bomb site. Bodemaster rotating over with his op. No smoke for ENCE's attack, just a single Molotov.
Bomb plant coming through, at least attempted, but the wall buying is in, and now limited time. Sampaius with a double kill. There's a flank coming in as well. Eyes on that. Tech9 pulled into the site. Sampaius down to a 1v1. 12 seconds. A chance to plant the bomb, but Sampaius is not reading the flank. The player around the back, but now he does consider it. Now he moves perfectly calculated. Sampaius is a cold killer, but not this time. Pleasant denies one of the most magical clutches that probably would have happened in this competition. Oh my goodness, Sampaius. He gave us a show.
I wanted it. I wanted him to win it.
I just wanted it so bad. I think deep down, Pleasant probably wanted him to win it as a Counter-Strike fan, but he just had to end it. But my God, Sampaius.
Pleasant probably pissing his pants watching his teammates go down. Like, please don't leave me in a 1v1.
Just in a puddle of his own bodily fluids.
Please don't leave me in a 1v1. The whole time, that's what he's thinking.
Doom!
What a round from Sampaius.
That would have been so sick. It was sick.
Yeah, it really was. Great attempt at the clutch. A good win, but now we have that eventuality where money is still a problem and only 2 rounds remaining. Another full buy, but instead of rifles, you got 2 SMGs just so you can have utility.
Nerds. I was thinking about the boost, but has dropped off it now. Molly and Pleasant away from that destruction. And Madden in a long-winded fight, but eventually will come out on top of that duel with the SMG.
Good utility usage for ENCE in middle to create a safety, some safety for Snappy. Take away information and apply a little bit of pressure, although it's just now been found out. That's alleviated the presence at the B bomb site to allow Diha up into this position at boards.
I'm never counting ENCE out of any sort of scenario. That was, 2v5, 1v5, and here we go again. 4v4, good position. It's going to get an easy kill. Twist is not ready for him to be so far pushed up. And now Sampaius will have a check. Oh, good angle for Bodenmaster. He's used that a few times, but this time strikes in Sampaius.
Yeah, the boost up. Now, the one X factor, well, not X factor, but there's no utility for ENCE to block off these choke points. So Alliance should have a decent standing at making this work if they want to go for it. They don't.
Yeah, I don't know. It's they don't have a lot of money, and it's taken a lot to get back into this. And so you're playing for 5 at the half now, going into that last round of the first half of play. So
I still would have expected they would have given it a shot, to be honest with you. I'm a little bit surprised. But yeah, obviously letting ENCE get up to double digits, trying to see if they can have the strongest buy possible in the last round. They have a double op setup now.
I do worry about double ops, though, when you're playing against ENCE. It does feel like, you get that wind punched out of you. They take the site instantly. Where's the retake potential?
Yeah, if they get into a bomb site, you're in a ton of trouble. Ton of trouble, obviously.
And right now, it looks like ENCE are
But I mean,
at
the same time, like ENCE has been running a lot. I mean, it's only recently they've kind of let Madden, just off the leash to play a little bit more individual towards the A bomb site. A lot of it has kind of been like grouped up, like hitting bomb sites. You can have your op kind of pick 1 or 2 players off in that situation if you can put them in the right place.
Well, commitment for Sampaius up through ramp, uses that halfway smoke, and Madden right through the smoke, or maybe on the side of it, hits Robin. Sampaius gets caught. A lot of damage dished out from Bodenmaster's AWP and finished off by the SMG. But Snappy is not letting them get away. He's not making it comfortable. There's no sanctuary when they're around. And Madden is coming forward through short. Bodenmaster looked at ramp.
He's got 1 HP, Madden. And he's going to turn that corner. Boden's scoped in, and he just drills him right in the forehead. Nerds gets a kill in middle, and all of a sudden that save in the last round that was meant to give you a strong defense, a strong buy here in the final round, it means nothing.
This is a strong showing from ENCE on their map pick. They're proving why they are one of the best teams in the world, and they're not really having too many issues versus a team like Alliance. To give us a good show on Ancient. Vertigo looks very comfortable for ENCE at the moment.
Talking like it's done, Dinko. It's only halftime. It's just a halftime break.
You're right, Jason. I'm more positive now as we head into the second half. Right after this break, we'll see Alliance pull off the comeback of a lifetime.
Hello everybody, this is the EPOS experiment, and things are about to get a little wild around here. We've got 2 players coming in, and we're gonna be testing out gaming environments. 2 laboratories, let's say. One with Chaos, one with Zen. One player will receive comfies, candles, and a noise-canceling headset, and the other one, well, complete and utter chaos. And so without further ado, I present to you guys our players. Yakinder. Good to see you, brother.
Nice to see you, man.
Always a pleasure. I'm gonna switch it up. You guys are gonna be playing a 1 versus 1 in separate rooms. Things are gonna get very different for each of you, and that's where we're gonna kind of leave it. I think it's about time we let the games begin. The first experiment's underway. The first experiment, it's not much of an experiment. We want to let these guys size each other up. We want things to be even. We got to figure out, before things get crazy, who's actually coming out on top when it becomes Yakinder versus Stown.
Let's go!
Clearly, it seems like Yakinder's got the hot start, but what Yakinder doesn't know is what's to come. So we'll let him enjoy his moment. We'll let things go as they do. At the end of this, though, things get interesting. This was the easy round, okay? This was when things were the most normal.
Warm round.
So, Stown, we're gonna send you back to your room. Some things stay the same, some things are about to get very different.
We got the bathrobe here. Some candles. That's pretty nice. I'm down to play some CS.
In Yakinder's room, we're gonna start to crank the dial, so to say. Let's hit it.
So, what is... If you think he's gonna distract me, it's not gonna work. Okay, maybe it does work. Chill out, I'm losing! Four. Focus, Connie. We need to win this. Oh my god!
We're all wrapped up. I need to know, what was the worst part about that, Yakinder? What threw you off your game?
Well, the sound that I heard was the distraction.
There we go. And Stown, what was going on over there?
Yeah, as you can see, I'm in this bathrobe, yeah, some nice slippers. Yeah, it was a fun game.
Well, there you have it. The EPOS experiment all wrapped up. And at the end of the day, it seems like that EPOS Zen room definitely fanned better than the chaos we got up to in here with Yakinder.
Flashing once. They smoked off film, flashing one more time. Boom. Yeah,
retake.
Elec. Dead.
Landing.
One more flashing, one more city. No Kevlar. Play for rounds, man.
City one. Both of you.
GT, go for it. No Kevlar, this guy.
Ah!
Oh
my god!
Men's mercy! Last stage of CSGO. Oh my. It was not even close.
Not even close, Jason. Madden's just trying to make himself feel better right there. That was definitely one of the best clutches of the day, or at least attempts.
Sometimes you gotta pump yourself up. Yeah, that was that was a brilliant attempt. That was really cool. Either way, regardless.
Knock knock. Someone's at the door. Snappy.
4-11.
Yeah. It's definitely looking good for ENCE. I can't really say the same about Alliance, but it is, as we heard from Diha, it is the closing moments of CSGO, and what a journey it's been, Jason. But here we are, the last CSGO online event.
Exiting it the way we entered it, online.
Hell yeah. It's come full circle. And maybe we'll see a circle in mid. Circle of death. As Madden, some Pious, and Madden. It's more of a triangle. As Nerds has even arrived into the party. Everybody is in middle, ready for the party. As Avid and Bodenmaster, well, they don't really care how many players are in mid from ENCE. They're just going to kill every single one of them.
Yeah. That's not the party ENCE was trying to get to.
Party poopers, really.
That, I mean, to have such a strong setup in middle and not get any kills is a bit shocking. Nice shot from Snappy.
definitely expected a lot. At least one kill, Jason.
Yeah, 2 pairs of dualies, a USP at range, a support USP over at, you know, rotating towards the jump up, and you get nothing.
If I were to draw a picture of that as I just freeze frame before the mid fight comes in.
Exactly, like if you showed anyone like the mini-map.
Who gets the first kill from ENCE?
They would just tell you ENCE is going to win that pistol.
Not Snappy, that's for sure. And he was the first player to get a kill. So I like that Snappy's positive here on this map, Jason. It's good to see him and Madden having a better time. They both had a little rough moments over on Ancient. Now they've had some room to stretch their legs. But a force buy in from ENCE coming into round 17. So we're going to see the MP9s, the 5.7s, the Deagles. For Alliance, this really should be a 6th round, considering their purchase. So it's Mac 10s on 3, Galil's on 2.
Little bit of Deagle spam, not going to connect with anyone. Plesson's going to start making his play. Fires off through the smoke. Snappy's lucky to be alive. 11 HP, so they're going to swap out weapons.
If Alliance stay committed towards A, this could get real messy as Nertz and Diha on the double. Another kill comes in from Nertz. And this one's all over. Madden with a shot out short. And that is ridiculous. They commit fully up the ramp, and ENCE called the stack towards A.
Where did the nade stack come in? That's what I want to know. Where did they throw those nades? Because they passed them off the Snappy, and then we saw the nades come in, and that was timed perfectly with the push. So they caused so much chaos. And that's deflating if you're Alliance. You just win the pistol. You think it's going to go oh so well.
And it's oh so quiet in the end. Wow. Blessed and Twist doing what they can, but it was just too many players, too many angles just appearing. It felt like you were in one of those warm-up servers. Well, here we are, back down to Alliance with terrible guns again. You can't really afford to drop those when you're pulling the greatest comeback in history.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that kills comebacks, actually.
Yeah, it kills them before they're born, really, and now we're looking at ENCE with Galil's that they picked up off the battlefield. The MP9s are still in hand.
I mean, as long as they win this round, it should be a relatively easy vanilla closeout of this match. You don't really need to do anything crazy. Just play a solid game, and that seems on Vertigo like it's enough to overcome Alliance. Where on Ancient, maybe you had to get a little bit weird. Here, it's a different beast. Madden, couple jump spots, sees everything. Good utility damage, but first kill goes the way of Robin and Alliance. They now have access over to short, which has surely got to make Madden a little bit nervous.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't really care about his position being known. It's just about using it as cover to peek in and out of. And he's done that pretty well for that first kill to draw it back to even numbers. There's no commitment to get him out of here either.
The chance they have a Molotov or any number of nades to actually stack behind the sandbags is so low that he feels incredibly safe.
Yeah, it's actually a really strong position when they don't have any utility to force you out of there, especially when you have a teammate like Nertz or Senpais holding the walk up. You can just sit comfortably behind it and gather info and just go back into safety every now and then. It's a great rotation over from ENCE. Finally, Madden will go down, but he's already done all of the work. That's going to be another for ENCE.
He did a really good job of just gathering information with those jiggles.
Yes, that's it,
Saw one up on sandbags, one over at yellow, so they know there's only one player coming off short to attack the bomb site, and that gives them the courage to swing and take them down and make it an easy wrap up from there. So danger averted for ENCE, and now begins their march to 16, their march to a 2-0 victory to start off the Blast Premier Fall Showdown 2023 Europe.
There we go. It's full title, please, Jason, and you give it. It's quite a mouthful, and you're not really going to get a mouthful of rounds here for Alliance. It feels like it's going to be just a free sample. That's kind of what this is for Alliance, isn't it? Showdown. It's just a free sample of top-tier Counter-Strike. One game, and you're gone. But it's good to see another org coming into CS for CS2, right? We've seen Alliance in other titles, and deciding to come into Counter-Strike at the turn of CS2, I'm sure we'll see a lot more entries to the space. And that is going to give a lot more careers for, you know, these Swedes who would otherwise be playing in mixes with unpronounceable names to have an organization. We had a little look back through the roster history, and yeah, it's really impossible to keep track of it all. Swedes have fallen off, haven't they, since the great days?
Yeah, they have. There's a couple projects. This has been one of them. Snappy, only able to get the single frag. It's Twist who goes down, then he's swarmed with Glocks, and there's 40 seconds.
You're so excited. You have an MP9, you're up against unarmored Glocks, but then they all appear on your screen at once, and you only get one of them.
Yeah, that's not the way he wanted it to go. Not the way it played out in his head. Up the ladder towards middle. Nerds to defend. Up on Guardian.
Yeah.
Ooh, timing couldn't have been worse, but he hears the footsteps.
Oh,
and for him, it's easy.
Oh.
Snappy's SMG don't work like that.
I have to say, that is sicker than the play Guardian did to get that position named after him.
Does anyone know what play that was?
He never played it.
That's
I think people just wanted to call it Guardian.
Why is it called Guardian?
Yeah, have a look. See how many times he's played Vertigo. He has had that sort of tier 3 team for a while, though, hasn't he? So he's probably played a lot of it now, but not any games that many people have seen. A lot of Twitch chat or YouTube chat, any chat that you're a part of, have a guess. Or Blast.tv chat in particular. Have a guess what age you think Guardian is right now without looking. I'll tell you at the end of this round.
He's played it 8 times.
Only 8 times.
And he hasn't played it since 2021.
What was his best rating?
1.20.
Against Team Unique and Budapest 5.
Yeah. Well, Nertz is making short work of Plessin and Bodenmaster. He did play once when he was on FaZe, Guardian.
Oh, he did, yeah. Didn't play so well, did he? 0.74 rating.
Yeah, it's not his best map. But he still has a spot named after him. That's all that matters.
We don't really name spots after players anymore. We don't really do it like we used to.
The teams do.
Yeah, sure, the teams do, and they have a lot of call-outs we can't actually say on broadcast as well, I suppose.
It's hard to call spots after players as a commentator because then the viewers won't all know what you're talking about.
And it's MBK from MBK.
Exactly. It gets a little weird.
Olaf from Olaf. Bring back Train for CS2. That would be really awesome.
That's my hopes and dreams.
We casted Olaf playing in some sort of fun tournament recently, and he had to play Train, and I casted Olaf playing in Olaf.
Is that one of your dreams?
It was a dream, actually.
It's like a career moment?
Hadn't done it before. And
You're like, I just want the opportunity to cast Olaf on Train. Please.
Yes. And when he walked into Olaf, I was like, this is my time.
It's my moment. I've been practicing this.
Shut up, Jason. This is my line. This is
my
my time. Yeah, well, this is 15. This is ENCE's time. This is going to be Alliance, showing us that they've come prepared on one map in particular. I don't know how much time they would have had to kind of prepare for this. Obviously, other circumstances allowed them to be here with Victory Zigzag not being in the competition and them getting the invite last second, right? So you've thrown together a map that looks pretty good. The Ancient pushed the Brink versus ENCE, but this is clearly out of their depth.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly how much time this roster has kind of had together. Under the Alliance banner, the signing was end of August, so team's first official was beginning of September. They were playing with each other a little bit before that, but who knows how long it's been. But always depth of map pool and being able to be good deep into the map pool against the best teams in the world is a huge challenge, and that simply just takes time.
Well, Guardian is 32 years old. So there you go. If you got that right, well done.
32 years young.
That is pretty young, isn't it? Still. I feel like Guardian's been gone for a while.
Not if you're Kassad.
No,
His
true.
career's been over for 2 years.
He is the Leonardo DiCaprio.
Which, ironically,
30-year-old.
has pretty much been the case.
Yeah, true, actually. That is actually... Maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's using the Guardian test.
Yeah, it just actually gave Kassad a decent enough shout-out. Playing around the smoke is Nertz. As it clears, finds himself in a new position. A little bit of a bait. Oh, nope, I take it back. No bait. And Avid's got Snappy on the other side. 3v5. Let's see if they can do it from the CT side.
Alliance looking to extend play. And ENCE looking to add another 3v5 to the tally for today. Diha waits atop the stairs.
He hears footsteps as well.
Madden's on the flank.
That's a big mistake from Alliance to give up that kind of Snappy.
D-Hop peeks, 1 kill, locked in. Only 1 for D-Hop, but remember the flank from Madden. Remember that move, because it might be the round and map winning one. Here he goes, right into them. Robin's chest, penetrated by bullets, and Madden eventually will topple. Didn't get the multi-kill he was looking for, but Simpias, Madden said his last clutch wasn't even close. Let's see if he's got one in him for the 1v2.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time, and he has the right call, the right read. Here's the footsteps as well, so shifting over. His position will be smoked off, so he can either push it or go around towards heaven.
He's going to push it. It's Sampaio. The Spanish prodigal son looks to burn them up, and he goes right into the clutch. The first locked in. One left. Plessin on a deagle. And I would be absolutely shaking in my boots if I had to go up against Sampaio in this kind of clutch form. Drops into the side. Loud noises made, and Plessin. Bullet to the brain. Sampaio will not close.
Damn, that's a nice shot from Plessin. A must-win shot. Yeah, just a shake of the head from Sampaio. That was close to being over, but Alliance will fight on. Nice attempt at the 1v2. Nice attempt at the 3v5 recovery. But ENCE doesn't look too stressed. This was weird. I guess Madden might have heard a footstep. We saw from his POV he like turned instead of going for that second kill. Might have heard like a footstep with the player behind him, or thought that next player was going to peek or something. Regardless, he's had some awkward fights.
Double op setup for ENCE. It is Diha wielding that secondary sniper. What's the poll got for us today? Sampaio takes the first damage for ENCE in this round. He is down to 87. We meanwhile go on board with Alliance's play towards the B-bomb site, putting pressure on the secondary op, and I don't know if they're going to be ready for this. Is Diha ready for the boost? He is. His scope's in the right spot. It was. And then he just moved it off as they peek above. Fortunately for Diha, he has got Nerds beside him, but look at this. The gap left open, and Plessin from Guardian rains hell from above. Is Diha and Nerds, who were just not ready for that kind of mid-pounce.
Yeah, he ran quite a bit as well. There might have been a little bit of comms, but a little bit too much from Plessin. Now this gives the chance over to ENCE if they want to go for this retake. A little nade down at Gen. Unfortunately, Snappy's just so far away. There's time and they have kits.
But do you want to go for it?
They're going for it, baby. You're up 15-6. You're full of confidence.
Go for it. Close it here and now. They run right in. It's the first kill for Sampaio. Forces Bowden Master out of quad. And Avenue blinded at Tetris. Defuse being stuck in no way. Not like this. Alliance's time in the sun is over. It is ENCE to close it out 2-0 on the first day of the last Premier Fall Showdown. Looking good from one of the best in the world.
Yeah, that's nice to see ENCE kind of come in so strong today. A grinding battle on Ancient, but obviously Vertigo completely dominant the whole way. Well done from ENCE as they continue their campaign. Unfortunately, that's Alliance eliminated, and ENCE will face off against Big, and we've got the DAS to take it away.
An impossible retake, more like a day in the office for ENCE. 3v3 to close this map. We were ready to go into the next round, but ENCE says, hell no, we're going to do that late retake. A bit of a more expected result on Vertigo, 16-5. Lucas, nice and easy.
Yeah, a nerd show, like completely showing the difference between like an average player and just like a top tier player.
Playing fantastic. Playing absolutely fantastic. Nerds from start to finish in this game. He showed the difference between what a high caliber player is and what, you know, a young talent like Avid is, because he did play well for Alliance. I think if there was one, you know, positive thing you can outline from this game, it was the first map where they did apply a bit of pressure on towards ENCE, and then Avid playing some decent Counter-Strike. He was the trifecta. He was the guy, the catalyst behind the almost, you know, surprise happening on Ancient. But apart from that, not really much stood out for me in Alliance.
I think it's only fair we just give a couple of thoughts about Ancient, because obviously we had this breaking news moment. We focused heavily on Cadium, and now we can come back to the game. 16-13, if you're Alliance, do you feel like this was your opportunity to create a series, to make something happen?
Yeah, I mean, when you know it's single elimination BO3 and you lose that map after being in front, you don't get many chances against those teams, especially when you're underdogs. I pretty much think when they went to the break, they already realized what the time was, and it was time to leave the showdown.
Yeah, because you sold me on the ENCE's Ancient, how strong it was. I thought the pick would be a bit dangerous on the side of Alliance, but they did force ENCE to run for their money. It was a hard game.
Yeah, exactly, but it was also Nerds who was like the difference maker. He was actually trying to punish them constantly in mid, getting flashes out of mid, and it completely caught them off guard many times.
Right, speaking of off guard being caught, Alliance on their CT side of Vertigo, a bit complicated. Jacob, only once they string 2 rounds together, 11-4 for ENCE. It just feels like they're not playing on the same level.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think ENCE have too much in the playbook in order for Alliance to handle it. We know the out of calls coming out of Snappy are very strong. The individual quality as well from ENCE, and the mid-round decision was also looking good. Dia had moments. Nerds continue his great form from Ancient as well. So there was just too many things working out for ENCE. And then, of course, Sampaio, who we labeled as the best player within ENCE right now as well, also having a great game. So in terms of when you line up all the win conditions, ENCE had everything going for them, and it was just too big of a mouthful for Alliance.
Oh, definitely. And we decided to single out round 17 for you guys at home as well. That reset by, won by ENCE. Lucas, that's kind of the end of the line for Alliance.
I mean, that's like getting a punch in your stomach when you lose these type of rounds, right? You really expect that it's going to be the easiest round you're potentially going to win at this point, but they completely screw it up. And from this point on, ENCE gets economy, they get the momentum. Yeah, it's over.
It's a full 5 stack defenders from the CT side here on the A side, Jacob. Wasn't there any possibility for Alliance to maybe sniff that out, like realize what was happening? The round is pretty early. It's 1 minute 20 when they decided to attack the A side.
You could argue to send up a scout. You could argue that the ENCE were dropping guns back and forth. There was plenty of time to go in and scout the area, and that's the difference, I'd argue, between teams like ENCE and Alliance. They play as a one-trick pony in a sense, right? They have an idea from the get-go of spawn, and that's what they stick to, whereas most teams, they'll be able to accommodate for the middle of the round.
I still think it's a fine thing to go A. We also see it on Mirage A, where people do these mollies, but you just have to have so much structure. Like, you can't give them these small timings where they're able to flash through smokes and so on. And that's where I think ENCE are good enough to realize what's going on. Like, they see a lot of nades and they realize, okay, these guys are probably a lot here, and therefore we're going to be able to
look like a deathmatch server.
Yeah, right. So if you're Alliance, what's the way to not lose this round? If you're going to go committed like this?
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to go committed, they have to be more structured. Like the nades and like, okay, when we nade, what is going to happen next? Like, you have to take it in phases. Like, the first phase is get the ramp. Okay, now we got the ramp. How do we position ourselves? Who is going to hold yellow? Who's going to molly sandbags? Like, you constantly have to take it in steps against these teams, because if you're discussing on TeamSpeak, are you holding the molly and then they push, you're getting caught off guard.
Is there not a point where someone from Alliance has to pull like the magic trigger and say, hey, like we out of here, we out of here? Like, I hear too many people. Is there not a moment where you just say ejection seat and then you take off?
Not in this round, I'd argue, because at that point, ENCE were so far ahead. Let's run one more time. You can see ENCE is doing a good job, applying pressure. At this point here, when you have a duel, sure, you could have said, now let's fall back. But ENCE is doing it very well. Now, switching a guns a couple of times right here, but they forced the issue, right? They're going in for it right here. So at this point, even if Alliance wanted to fall back, they're not allowed to, because ENCE is attacking from all the different angles. They're coming down ramp, they're coming in from the yellow area. At this point, there's nothing and basically nowhere for Alliance to go. Once they're committed to ramp, they have to take the fight and they have to be ready for ENCE coming at them, and they weren't.
Definitely. Listen, I mean, obviously, we're nitpicking about this round. The difference was way clearer than that. It's not like Alliance only lost on that round, but it's these moments where it marks a clean difference between two teams, and you just feel like, well, this is it, 16-5. We can begin to look ahead a little bit for ENCE. They have a rendezvous with Big now at the next step. I imagine we're going to have them as favorite all the way to the end of the showdown.
Yeah, but they're going to have a more tactical match against Big. They're going to prepare for them. They're going to also know what they're coming with. So I expect a more tense game, at least 3 maps.
Oh, you think Big can actually go 3 maps against ENCE?
I think there's a chance of 3 maps. I'd still argue ENCE are favorites to win them match 2-0. But I agree with you. Some of these gaps that we saw from Alliance, some of these, lack of structure that they didn't have. ENCE have a lot of structure, and so does Big. So it should be a good matchup.
Well, this was a relatively easy day in the office, friends, barring first map. But we're going to catch up with Nerds, courtesy of Banks, to see how he feels.
Nerds, a fantastic showing from ENCE here, a 2-0 for sure. But I want to come through on Ancient, because do you feel like that got closer than what it needed to be, or was this just some adjustment needed for you guys coming back to online? How do you view it? Because without your crazy plays you had on Ancient, you might have lost that map.
I think it was a shaky start. All of us played CS2. It's really hard for us to do the adaptation from CS2 and CSGO. Even though I think we played in the end good in Ancient, so I'm happy about it.
A win's a win, that's for sure. And Vertigo was nice and easy. So the thing I wanted to ask you here for you is, you have to play on much higher ping than a lot of the players when you have to play from home, right? How hard is that adjustment for you personally coming from LAN? Obviously, you're used to playing online in the past, but you've been on LAN for so long now.
Yeah, I will be honest, like there is a difference between online and offline. When you have high ping, you have to move a lot of times. You cannot hold an angle. You need to, when you're holding an angle, you need to move. Sometimes it's annoying. Sometimes you're losing a duel because of it. But most of the times we are practicing and in online. So I'm in the end I'm used to it. So, but it's still annoying, I would say.
Well, I guess we're expecting more of the same nerds coming out from Showdown then. A lot more aggressive, right? And a lot of this fighting going forward throughout.
For sure. There is no chance you will see me standing behind,
Well, there you have it. You play on high ping, you have to jiggle, you have to move, you have to peek. Does that mean Nerds is going to be the best CS2 player there is?
He's probably going to be a top 10 player, because he's most likely going to be there on the Hail to E list for this year as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's got a case. We heard from him as well. We don't know if it's going to be an excuse for everybody, but I think it's going to be a recurring theme from teams here at the Showdown.
Sure.
Like, hey, we're practicing CS2. We have to play CSGO now. Where do we stand on that? Do we just say, screw this excuse, or do we just use it to kind of gauge all teams and how they can navigate these waters?
Couldn't give a flying F about it, to be completely honest, because it's completely the same playground for every single team coming into it. Everyone seems to be focused on CS2. Everyone seems to be, you call it an excuse, have that explanation for why it's a bit hard, right? So I think it's an even playing field for everyone. So I don't really care what the players feel or not feel, because it's even for everyone.
I also feel like it's an advantage to the smaller teams, because they can actually prioritize their calendar and say, okay, we're actually going to stick with CSGO
but we already seen two teams didn't do that today, right? So it's just the same for everyone. It's just annoying.
That's why I'm super confused. Like, why are Alliance or maybe Nine not power packing this? Imagine if you could get into Royal Arena, that would probably be the biggest thing you have experienced so far. I just don't get it.
A missed opportunity, I guess we could call it, for Alliance. They also had to go up against an ogre of a team here in the name of ENCE, but we have a couple of departing words courtesy of Twist.
So Twist, I want to start with looking at the first map of Ancient. You guys close out the first half, it's 8-7 in favor of ENCE, but then we see you go 11-8 up. And it felt like on your CD side, you were able to get some rounds going, but then they just were able to kind of play you at your own game a bit. They were very aggressive. They were taking all the fights against you. So I want to see from your opinion, what went wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to analyze it before, but I think it was some sloppy, crucial mistake. We had like a 5-on-3 on the A side there, where I kind of screwed up, went out temple with a flash, and just some sloppy overall mistakes. But I think with some time, we should easily have that. We're fairly a new team as well, so with some time, we should add that map, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think many of us saw that you had the chances with it. Now, Vertigo, I'm going to ignore. I'm going to stay on more of the positive topic here, even though we do see exit the Showdown. You have played CSGO as a professional since the very beginning, right? We look back at Lemon Dogs, SK, Flipside, Godsent Fnatic, NIP. Now you're ending CSGO with Alliance, moving into CS2. Just give me your thoughts and your overall feelings on your career in CSGO and what you're looking forward to in CS2, please.
No, I think I had a really good career in CSGO. As you said, I've been playing since the start, since the beta there as well. And I played the first big tournament back in DreamHack Winter 2012 with Lemon Dogs, where I placed third or fourth. Yeah, third or fourth. But yeah, overall happy with my career so far in CSGO. Kind of want to show more in CS2. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get S-tier title, so to say. Like a really big. I've been in many finals, 2 semifinals at major, but overall I have no regrets.
No regrets for Twist. We were talking about it in the pre-show, one of the long-standing names of Swedish Counter-Strike. Maybe some people not really familiar with him.
If you're old school, he's an everlasting talent. He was picked up by Godsent back in the days. Also an IP where he was destined to be the next big thing in Sweden, but he never really became that. And it's a little bit sad because now he's kind of been in this mix with a lot of other Swedish players who has now formed this team. I felt like he had the potential.
Do you think the door is closed for a Twist?
Yeah, I think he's had his opportunity for sure. I remember him, from Face It and from FPL back in the days. He was one of the better players in there. So unfortunately, his talent never really materialized.
Well, that's the end of the road for Alliance. We can show you guys at home the bracket where we're standing currently in this Blast Showdown Fall EU 2023. We have, of course, a semi-final already set. That is Big versus ENCE. The experts, quote-unquote, here at the desk are talking about a potential 3 maps. Well, we're going to have to be a little bit patient for that one, but we are not nearly quite done. There is a bit more to show you guys. Here you have the schedule as well. There is another game. This time we're moving over to the Americas. We're going to dive into Imperial versus the Paddy Astronaut, and it's right after that break. We are done with the EU side of the showdown, and now it's time to dive into the Americas. Welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us. It is always a pleasure to have you there. To my left-hand side, we still have the beautiful, magnificent Pimp. I'm just going to do that once. I hope he appreciates it. But to my right-hand side, we have a new friendly face joining us, Marcus Kirby. How's it going? Nice to meet you.
Well,
formerly on the desk. Welcome. How's it going?
It's going good. It's been a few years since I saw any of you two, so it's great to be here.
It's crazy how you can switch out one washed-up player and bring in another. That's pretty awesome.
Why do we bring you into that conversation?
Okay. I like this. I like this dynamic.
Old
this
colleagues,
is happening.
right?
Yeah, listen, we thought for you to have this first desk with us, we're not gonna give you one of these games where there's so a million storylines. No. You gotta work your way in. We gotta get to know some new teams. For example, are you familiar with the Party Astronauts? Do you know them a little bit? You've seen them play here and there?
Haven't seen so much Party Astronauts lately, no. I'm afraid.
It's okay. We'll work on it. Personally, I haven't experienced Pro League Season 17. I'm fairly certain that Sponge and myself played against them in Faceit.
Oh yeah?
Morning before the game, and I do believe we won.
Well,
I think we might have won. But this wasn't the same lineup, Jacob.
Okay.
I know Poland was here. I believe Ben Leet was here.
Okay.
But for the rest, there are a couple of new faces there.
Yeah, Gris and Spec recently coming into the lineup, which is why they're not sharing the same jerseys as the rest of the guys. Now, Pone Alone, Ben Lead, and Wiz, we've seen those names circulating around within EG, you know, some of the different iteration of that lineup. Have had a couple of chances, I'd say, to make an impact within international Counter-Strike. Haven't really picked up the bone, whereas the two new guys in Spec and Gris, they're from the more local NA scene. I see one of them at Davenport University. I know there's a lot of collegial Counter-Strike going on in NA.
You know some people there at Davenport University?
I've actually been following the collegial Counter-Strike scene in NA. They're trying to put in a lot of work over there, and apparently Spec is one of the young prospects.
I mean, I hope one day I can bullshit the way you just do it. That was beautiful, Jacob.
Sure.
But you know what? I think it's time we get to know these people just a little bit more. And why not start with Ben Leet? He's answering our questions.
So Ben Leet is going to be your opening game of the showdown against Imperial. But first of all, I wanted to see how things are in NA for you guys in terms of practice, in which game you're playing. Are you full focus on CSGO or is it CS2 and a bit of splitting?
I'd say we've been doing a bit of splitting because I've had to finish out on CSGO. For Blast, we actually haven't been practicing CSGO. We've been mainly I'd say we've been splitting it. So we've been doing some CS2 theory and then CSGO scrims before the game came out. And now the game's out, we're pretty much full focused on CS2.
Okay, nice. And how's the practice at the moment within North America? Is it easy for you to get some games in and get some decent practice in?
I mean, it's easy when there are teams here, definitely, like the EG complexity. But some days it's rough to get scrims, definitely. You just gotta bite the bullet, scrimming some teams, but it's what you make of it too. Here in NA, you know, gotta practice what you want to practice and just try to get the most out of every second, every scrim, you know.
I like that. A positive attitude to it, right? Make the most of what you can get whenever you can get it. And we've also seen Grizz now on the team for a couple of months. I want to see how comfortable you are with just this team and the synergy and how you guys are feeling overall right now.
Yeah, we added 2 young guns to the team, and they've added like a little bit of spark, a little individual skill. It's nice to play with younger players too. Just, I mean, I'm pretty experienced in the scene, so playing with them is like a breath of fresh air too. They're, you know, a little uncut, so we get to mold them like how we want, and just playing with them it's fun.
I like it. And for Imperial today, they come in with a stand-in. It's Lucas coming back in. Now, there'll be a bit of knowledge because these people have played together before, but do you expect them to be a little bit looser? Do you think the style would have changed?
I think they'll play to the way that they know, so maybe he'll just slot in. They played together for a while, like he said, so we'll just see how they play and try to adapt, but we'll be ready for anything that they throw at us.
All right, everybody, let's go on a wild, imaginative journey. Party Astronauts replacing the Mongols here for the showdown, coming in last minute, going up against a team of Imperial that has to play with a stand-in. Lucas won, Henny's brother, he's stepping in. Imperial is already on the lookout for a new member. Could this be the moment where logic just flies out the window? We have a wild FPL type Counter-Strike being played, and then Imperial lack of having a structure maybe fall victim?
Yeah, adding to the context that some of these teams are indeed playing CS2 and not so much CSGO. He spoke about the practice environment, which we know, Marcus, in NA has been kind of rough for a long time. I'm going to argue that, yes, there's a chance we have a competitive game here, but the guys on your screen are still the heavy favorites.
You agree as well? Okay, give me a temperature check on the possibility of an upset here in this game, according to your own Kirby meter.
There's definitely an opportunity for an upset here.
Okay.
Imperial haven't played a lot of official matches the last 3 months, and bring in a stand-in. Once again, the Tellus brothers are together, Henny and Lucas, but we could definitely see an upset here, I think.
Okay, if there is an upset to be had, usually we say who has to play well for Party Astronaut to have an upset. I'm going to ask the different question.
Okay.
Who has to suck for Imperial in order for an upset to happen? Who would be your weakness? Who would you point toward and say, hey, this guy over there, he could be trouble. He could be problematic.
I mean, given how aggressive Phelps is on the server, how much he's always putting himself in the center of all the action, then if he's having a rough game, that's going to be a way in for the Party Astronauts. Same for Henny, usually a guy that on this level can dictate the pace of the game with his AWP. So you look towards your Phelps, you look towards your Henny. If they're having a rough game, then maybe Party Astronauts has a chance. I hope with 3 maps, but I doubt it.
We're going to have to see. We have a pretty tactical pool as well. I have to admit, Overpass, Nuke, these are the maps that we are going to kick things off here in this best of 3. But now the only thing we need is not only a little bit of a break, but also a little bit of casters. And I think it's time Conrad and Mohan get to work a little bit, huh? It's not always time to chill. It's time to talk CS after this break.
They're the worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the, yeah, that's right, Lucas and Henny Reunion Tours version 3.0. He is back in the server, Mohan, as are we, to take you guys through Imperial versus Party Astronauts, a little bit of America's Blast Showdown.
Yeah, this should be interesting. It would be nice if Vinny could do like Vin 1 maybe, and then he could join and be like the third brother. We could have everybody sort of become another twin. A triplet, a quadruplet here on this team. But these guys have played together so much. I mean, even though there's like a roster move here, I think the most concerning part, I think, if you're an Imperial fan, is the calling just got taken over, right, from Jota and to Vinny, right? So I'm not sure if or who is calling right now. I'd like to put that out there. I'm not exactly sure if that's changing at all now that we're changing players. And then also, even though Jota got cut, Lucas is not a guaranteed fifth for this lineup. So what you're watching here, folks, is Lucas's tryout for Imperial.
For all you know at home, you could be watching a one-of-a-kind Imperial experience, right? Yeah. I do think it's bizarre losing Jota. I mean, we don't know why. We don't know where he's going. We don't know what's up next for them. But what we do know is that this Imperial team just came off of the back of an ESL Pro League run that didn't quite come to fruition. Victory over 9Z before they bounced back and managed to qualify for playoffs, but losses to Fnatic, Apex, and of course, the Asian representative of Cyclone. So it wasn't the best outing. We haven't seen, Imperial without Fallen much, barring those two events, the IM Cologne play-in, ESL Pro League. But since his departure, it kind of felt like without Fallen, we would never get Imperial. What is Imperial without Fallen? Well, this is what it is. It's in transition, and it's trying to improve, and it's trying to figure itself out. But I do think that there's a responsibility this evening on Bolts and on Vinny to pick up a little bit of slack, because Lucas hasn't played an official in over a damn year.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I think the last time a player did that and came out ahead was Flusha. I think it was when he won Kato 2018. He took like a entire year off, came back, won the next event. So let's see if Lucas has the same trajectory today. This is Party Astronauts, who they say they've been splitting practice. I know the situation for different teams in different regions is different, because some people are in the middle of a season, so they're playing CSGO. Lots of teams and players had no idea if they're going to be forced to play out the rest of their seasons on CS2. And a lot of people are still thinking about the second half of the year, so they're playing CS2 even if they've got CSGO stuff left over, because everyone knows the game is ending. And then, to make things even more complicated, there's Twist's tweet that says, with the knowledge of CSGO ending, it's impossible to get motivated for CSGO stuff. But when you win this, you qualify for a CS2 stuff. So it's really important that you try.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't just chump change on the line here at the Showdowns. We're talking about the Fall Finals. Okay, Fall Finals is one of the finest crowds in all of Counter-Strike's calendar, as far as I'm concerned. And that's why there are some big names throughout this America's Showdown that definitely want to kind of nab that spot. Funnily enough, right? We just say that like Lucas hasn't, he's jumping into a role that's very bizarre, no real officials. But we have two teams like that, both on this side of the bracket. We also have Liquid with Daps doing the same damn thing. I think this America Showdown is quite open. The bottom side of the bracket features Complexity versus Furia as like the expected two to try and put something forward to the grand final. I think that Evil Geniuses could catch us off guard if people aren't keeping a close eye on them. Junior, folks, okay, don't write off Junior, you fools. But this side, to me is really about Imperial besting Party Astronauts right here, right now, even with the problem of having a stand-in, and then doing damage versus Liquid, who are also kind of man down at the moment for the top. It's open. It should be Imperial versus Liquid in my eyes.
It should be Imperial versus Liquid. I think no matter what, even if this roster had just formed yesterday, you look and you see 5 good players. I think that's a nice sign. I could see one day this roster being something. We're sort of past the point though now where you can say waiting for Phelps to get activated to see what kind of star he can become. That's not going to happen anymore, right? We know that's not going to happen anymore, even though since 2017 the prophecy was foretold. That scroll has been re-rolled up. Okay, there's no more opening that again. Bolts very good, not going to be like superstar. Henny is the only player on this roster who I'm like, you could be a probably consistently top tier player who could compete at tier 1 and like carry this team over the line in big matches. Everybody else is sort of support.
Yeah, and that, you know, in the face of better opposition, maybe won't be enough to carry. I will say, although we haven't had, you know, the return of Phelps everybody wanted, marked improvement between the IAM Cologne play-in and the Pro League groups. That is one thing that is nice about the Phelps trajectory at the moment. Despite it not being where it was, there is a slight uptick at the moment between these two events. So again, with the slack that's left on the table due to the recent Jota departure, maybe Phelps can continue that trend. Maybe Phelps can put forth a round or two here and there that's going to keep Imperial, you know, clearly above Party Astronauts in this opening game of the Americas Showdown.
Is Bonalone running around with a chainsaw in his room or something? Because there's just blood all over the walls.
Yeah, what's going on here, man?
This looks like Manhunt or whatever that game is. That would be very distracting. This is why we need our clear decals, Valve.
Right?
Come on.
This is the alternative.
How can we stay focused? This guy wakes up every day with murder on his mind.
The classic Showdown experience, getting to take a quick peep into the lives of our players at homes. Saw that earlier. Nertz had a very bare room, Launders, and I didn't take Nertz for such a boring guy.
Yeah, he put all his stats into his hair.
That's fair.
Yeah. Nothing into room decor.
How you been, man? I haven't gotten to talk to you for a little while. Okay, and now I'm pulling that card. We've been separated for some time, and I missed you, bro.
Yeah, we tried to actually meet up a few times in the break, potentially going to Montreal, potentially coming to Toronto. Never happened, but you know what? I think it's the problem is we're always so close that we could eventually do it. We know we'll eventually be able to do it at some point. But then what's going to happen is someone's going to move to Spain, and then we'll never see each other.
Well, I mean, listen, you get a place in Spain, you let me know. Okay.
Yeah,
Canadian winters.
Then definitely. If you show up because I moved to Spain, then I really know what kind of friend you are.
Right? Oh, damn.
But to be honest, same.
I was at Pro League, and I was casting without you, Launders, and I realized none of these guys can fill your shoes.
Thank you. Likewise.
Okay? I sat down with Maniac a couple of times. We cast a map or two. I know he's sat by idly at the moment, listening in. Maniac, you tried, and I respect the effort, but you ain't no Launders, chump.
Yeah, I'm not that French.
But now look at Maniac trying on all the different shoes. Man's hosting.
Yeah, all the different shoes and hats.
A fashionista after all.
Yeah. So big match today for Party Astronauts for sure. It's an opportunity. I think that there is something where you have to expect opportunities like this to come along every once in a while. This isn't the first time they've got a chance like this, so people are going to drop out of qualifiers. Things are going to happen sometimes. You got to be ready to be on your A game at any point. And I think that's the scariest thing for Imperial is that less time to practice versus a team who want to play a qualifier like this. So let's see if Imperial can really show that their brand value will match up to their skill right now.
Time to get it on. Let's get into Overpass. Map pick of the Party Astronauts. And that means side choice of Imperial. They decide to begin this on the T side. And already we get Spec with the instant headshot fallback. The 4-man B setup leads Spec onto a bit of a wild goose chase. They're coming at him and they're not going to let off. They want to hold that W straight into the A play. He's going to get a fast rotate upwards. But then once they get front bath, they hold off for the time. Flashes over top. USP's not quite connecting, so the T's do get ever closer. Ben puts up the next one. And this isn't going the way Imperial had hoped. They thought maybe just following through, but it feels like that stall out towards bathrooms gave time for the rotators to get in. Vinny, desperate for headshots, connects with 2. And we get a 1 versus 3 in the first round of the map.
Yeah, Henny, he might be able to figure this out. Grizz is so low. Now they've traded places, and he spotted all of them. Okay.
Now you just got to hit no headshots, huh? You had your in the pistol, Party Astronauts. You go for the early A peek, you get your info, you rotate accordingly, and all seems easy.
Yeah, so good start here for Party Astronauts. I mean, if you're Pwn alone in that room, can you stay focused? What happened? Did they... Like, I'm trying to figure out a situation here where you don't have enough paint.
I think it's a sponge paint technique, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a sponge paint technique. You know, very odd, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Okay. Yes.
Unique.
Unique, yeah. Well, that's what he is. He is special. Old man Pwn alone. I think he's had some cultural impact, though. We can say that. Maui's been driving that word into the ground, but
hey, it's working.
Yeah. He has, in the sense that him being old and being a very good operator in NA has been a point of conversation so many different times in these past couple of years. And even through all that, he still remained consistent. Still the best player on Party Astronauts at the moment. Very reliable.
Let's see if he can get tested. We get the smoke down from Grizz. MP9's going to churn through to 3 even. Headshot onto Vinny. No fallback through the monster. Bomb now belongs to Party Astronauts. And this here, P250 buy, gets absolutely nothing going. Ooh, make that bank. Grizz with an additional one. Ben Leet comes down, and this defense solid out of the gates.
Mm-hmm. Nothing to worry about here for the Astronauts.
Do you think astronauts in space are allowed to party? I feel like that would be some kind of safety hazard.
Who the hell is going to stop them? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a very good point.
That's
actually.
the thing. You can pretty much do anything out there because no one can stop you. That's why they are so rigorous. They're so rigorous with their testing to make sure they get the right guys to send up there.
Okay. I bet you they get down.
They'd send me.
They haven't yet. Scout shot down long. Oh, he's trying to make it back, but instead Phelps picks up the entry. Ponalone's scout hits the ground, and all of a sudden Spec doesn't feel like floating around in front bathrooms, but there's no follow through from Imperial. Opening kill, excellent start. Pump the brakes, see if anybody else moves across the map, and it's just this slow rotate up from Party Astronauts so Imperial can start going through their motions a little faster now. No immediate response, nothing to catch them off guard. Get the util out, and we'll see where they end up.
Yeah, all you want to do at this point if you're Party Astronauts is like, well, if Imperial make an enormous mistake, they can lose this round, but you just want to get a couple more guns down because they're buying it again no matter what. But you're going to really feel the fact that there's MP9s versus a lot of AKs in this spot. And no mistakes have been made just yet here for Imperial. As Lucas will meander his way out into short. The split's going to come in. Double monster setup with MP9s is nice just because the rotations have a lot of room. But not the best guns coming in, so let's see if they can stop him.
Flash misses Viz. Ooh, he gets himself 1.5. Grizz turns around from Monster. Those MP9s put up a stellar defense considering it's AKs on the other end. And again, it's bombed to the ground. It's 20 seconds to the clock. It's a squeeze out from Monster, and Vinny's gun's getting empty. Viz forced towards short. Benley comes through, gives the cover needed. 10 on the clock, and that shot towards short side just won't connect. Viz, huge round. Not only putting up the impact on short once he gets blinded, but then just jostling back down between Monster and then choosing the perfect moment, knowing when he had to evacuate, go short, get the kill, and end up taking everything away from Imperial.
God damn, they do this 4v5 and they do it with 3 MP9s. So, you know, really believing themselves here. And I like, again, if there's one adjustment that they make, it's not like pushing around the map with MP9s, but it is double stacking towards Monster, making it so that you have your best chance with your B guys to actually stop a hit. And the rotation was just fast enough too. So let's see how much more damage they can do in this half because they're already starting out 3-0. They've got Imperial down to Tech 9s.
They're going to try to storm, and Vinny connects. Spec fades away. Viz comes through with his one. That's the solo short player out of Imperial, so the only thing they have left to play for is the A-hit, and the MP9's going to keep this train going forward. Low health on 2, but already great flashbang. Ben Leet's gone unchecked, so he tries to kill the third player into the site. Viz, oh, can't manage to hold it off. It's a Phelps double.
And oh my God, this is the most obvious rotation that you can make to go to B. He's just trying to do it fast, but Grizz is immediately meeting him there. So Molly goes down on short. He's going to wait for the plant, I think, to maybe rush this.
Ooh, big call
he
out.
gets into the play. Oh, that's beautiful. Listen,
Wow,
that becomes a 50-50 fight when he smokes that Molly because Phelps has time to react. But Grizz is happy to take those odds. That was a situation where Phelps had an entire site to himself. Grizz just read him going down into lower. So I think that couldn't have been played better, really.
Huge one from Grizz. Whew. Taking a duel versus Phelps, besting him. Reads the rotate, has the right utility for the counterplay as well, right? No smoke there. All of a sudden, bombs down. You've got Phelps trained in on short, but rock, paper, scissors.
Definitely scared him by how quickly he got there because there were no even footsteps, right? Before he even threw that smoke into the Molly.
True. Ooh. Phelps goes for the mid peak. Loses half his health. No opening. Both teams clash and then fall back from that early A setup. I think so far Party Astronauts doing a good job of just kind of keeping Imperial's A plays in check. Definitely showing a little presence, taking a glance, a shot or two, but not overstepping that riskiness. Not throwing themselves and dying out in front of bathrooms. But is it enough? Is it enough presence to keep Imperial back? Because they've been pretty content to come and cut through the A play. Oh, first duel's specs.
Yeah, and that's, you know, Phelps' early spray coming back to haunt him, being low, getting a little more damage in, but dying. The approach is looking pretty vanilla here for Imperial, but they have bathrooms control, however, versus 3 on the site. Flash too aggressive into long. Spec really wants this kill, and he grabs it.
Piece by piece, 2 bullets at a time, squeezing him into the corner. Then he gets juiced at a 5v3 to hold on. We've got the bomb here.
A, right?
You could try, but this crossfire is gnarly. Podolum brought one down with him. Even on that tight peak from long, he still gets his. So, no. The answer to your question, Launders, no, you can't get in.
That angle that you're playing on long to fight the site is so strong by itself, right? Even if you don't have the crossfire on Optimus. And the fact that there's 3 there with an op, the CTs could not have been in better spots for a passive setup. I think in the back of Imperial's mind, they knew they're going to lose this unless someone gets a ridiculous 2K. They decided to run the gamut anyway. They lose. It's 5-0 for Party Astronauts as a substitution team. Yes, Joda has been subbed out of Imperial. The whole team of Party Astronauts got subbed into this event, so expectations a little bit lower for them. This is a great start.
Couple Galils in the mix for Imperial this time. Gonna look to piece together the boost. So far, it's been that close setup from the CTs outside of Monster that's held off most of these hits. Ben was ready for that boost. Didn't get a kill from it, but just kind of deters Phelps for the moment. He holds on to the position. I like that. You know, some teams, once you get spotted the first time, will disassemble, but you're working with 2 Galils, so try it a second time. No counter boost right in front, so sure enough, holding on to the spot pays off. Imperial 5v4.
Get a little bit more information now. It's not the first 5v4 here for Imperial, so it's all about the conversion and spec. He's in top bathrooms with a shadow advantage. Ooh, crossing up in front of bathrooms. I think Lucas goes by him. Very complicated situation now for spec. Can he find his way out? He does.
Oh, damn, man. Poor Vinny. Like, he just turned to check it. He had that inclination someone set up there. Could have maybe had a chance with his pistol, but good recovery from Party Astronauts from the 4v5.
A weird situation, I think, because that info makes it feel like he was a lurker, whereas Imperial were just starting to group up for the full-on A hit, with Henny going all the way around to long a second ago. But enough time has passed now that I think they can be worried about A again. And the win from Imperial sales are gone. Oh. Maybe I spoke too soon. 10 seconds, but they got a kill.
Oh, that would have been it. That would have been huge. Ponalone picks up the... Oh, hold on. There's still a chance. Viz, great grenade damage. The assist here could be massive. He's going to chase down the last one, and the trade from Grizz. Another clutch out of Grizz. This one made possible by the Viz death rate before him. But I'm pretty sure it's Grizz who threw out that frag grenade that softened up all those players sat on top of default. So solid retake and rotate. And considering, again, that's a 4 versus 5. Yes, it's the lesser weapons, but I mean, Spec finding 2 from inside bathrooms.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, if he stood passive, even when he goes to the check in the front of bathrooms right there, he risks getting killed from behind. So, you know, there's always going to be some exposure to risk in that situation. He just figures out the right one to take. And Grizz is a rotator. Again, obviously another clutch. But you got to love how they double swang on the planter. With so committed. Situations like that can get lost every time if people start shoulder peeking or if one guy swings one way and the other guy goes the other way. But in this situation, they look like 2 fingers on the same hand. That was very nice from Party Astronauts, and a disaster averted.
Disaster averted, and domination continued. 6-0 out of the start on fire.
Yeah, wouldn't it have even been a disaster at this point? Like, they could afford to lose a round. Or maybe I'd jinx them.
We'll see. We'll see if this can be the one they piece together. Imperial looking for their first on this T side. A T side they chose to begin this map with. Live front party reveals nothing of the defense. And again, I just kind of made that point earlier about how CTs have been showing some presence. This time they'll see nothing. And it's a fallback through connector as well. So I think Party Astronauts doing a good job of keeping themselves conserved and kerneled on bomb sites. Not giving away deaths before the execs. 3 sit on B. Again, it's front A site belonging to Imperial. They'll go clear connector, going through the protocols. We've got a boost inside of the B site that could catch off the Ts. Or it's Pwn alone just floating on the op.
Oh, wow. Comes down to millimeters for that nade to end up inside a con. But okay, another attack starts to form here from Imperial. Cut off, though, by Ben Leet, who gets away unscathed. Teammate in the back, the op, has no idea. Phelps is also swinging. He's got to hit this, and he does.
Critical pickup. I'm surprised he didn't get him on the first crossover. I didn't even hear Pwn alone fire a first shot, but all doesn't matter. Grizz, active playthrough monster, almost turning attention away and getting caught by Lucas. Bolts' peak, though, that'll catch the sight player off. Grizz is lucky to be alive as the op hits him in the back of the leg. 7 seconds to the clock. Henny has to plant, and because Grizz gets no-scoped, it was just enough time. Specs peek out of heaven, though. That's what spells disaster. Imperial thought they could rotate down to the B play. They thought they had enough time for that. And with a no-scope on Grizz, it seems so. But the peak deep out of heaven, that's what makes the difference.
It all could have been okay if that plant was allowed to go down. But, yo, Grizz makes another good move here. I mean, he knows when to disengage. You talked about that earlier. Here he goes back around to the site when he sees, okay, I've got the first kill, but now my teammate's dead on the site. I must have missed something. Let's not try to cut off any more rotations. There might be more coming. I've clearly got in between an attack, and he runs into Henny. Even though he dies, enough time is spent that it's a free kill from heaven. Bolts is too low to do anything about it, and the pain continues. Can you feel pain in space?
I think so. I would assume so. But I'm no rocket appliance, so I don't really know. No matter what, no matter where, opening kill like that has to hurt. 5v4 to Imperial. Ooh, Barrels player crouched down. What's... not ideal. Viz is at least able to bring it back, but clearly the player on close wall thought he had some kind of cover. All of a sudden, it's another rickety situation where Imperial have just kind of limped into man advantage. It ain't pretty, but it's enough to work with. And then you hear the util storming forward out of the A setup. The CTs had just gone down to B, so there's no defense. But as he tries to cross towards truck, Pwn alone peels Lucas off the play. Bomb can go down front site, no issue. Nade? Okay, a little too far. And Henny had full health, so he's fine regardless. But 3v3 retake setup. What do we have for util? Not much.
Molly.
Incendiary on Viz. They're going to throw it on truck where nobody's position's compromised. Leaning back on the back bathroom setup. Bombs planted for that. And Vinny, first contact. Oh, wow. Viz, instant headshot. Now the Opera's going to post up on the flowers, but that could expose Pwn alone to the player up in Bath. Oh, it's not there. And Viz is dead. Second peek off bathrooms, and they have broken through. Imperial, not the best of buys, but they're first on the board.
It's got to be the 1-7 scoreline, of course, that the Brazilian team breaks to into the game. But they make the round happen. That's nice. I mean, the retake could have come in. Of course, 3v3 retakes shouldn't happen that often on overpass, especially with the limited grenades that we saw. And with the position that this round started off with, it was pretty dubious, I think, for both teams as to who was ahead. And even though it comes down to 2 from Imperial, I mean, they put themselves in good spots, and they play it simply. A little trick here from Pwn alone to alter the perspective on mid. Heroic nades onto the boost, so 3 will be spotted or heard of outside of Monster.
Ooh, MP9 swing. It's covered by Henny. 5-7 set it up nicely.
That was actually
back.
That was such a risky push, right? Because they triple naded the site. They didn't have any info. They gave away info that 3 of them are outside of Monster. Oh, but Pwn alone goes dry. And that's an op heard.
5-7, this range. Definitely lethal. We got a Bolts versus Grizz setup. Support and the bomb right behind it. Grizz keeps his vision. Bolts actually got more blinded because Ben's
team flash, wasn't it? Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought so at first, but then I see this trajectory out of Ben. So Ben's been chucking flashbangs trying to set up the 5-7. They didn't get Bolts caught up close, and now he's going to swing, finding that timing on Grizz. Ben Leet brings 1 down. Opera's in position to hold off short, but caught crossing by Phelps, and Specs flanks not fast enough. That'll be kept honest by Phelps, no doubt. Ooh, with a little Deeg, though. Specs going to give this one a try. Nothing to lose, really. Ops posted up on the pillar, reveals itself, and he slides outwards. That's going to put an AK in his hands. A little bit... no. Not a little bit more. All he gets is that 1 flank frag. And even despite the 7 rounds straight out of the party astronauts, it's that 1 round that goes south. Now Imperial have 2. The bank accounts are broken. This T-side can get working.
Okay. That would be nice. I mean, once upon a time, you know, Overpass was the map that Imperial could scare any team on, right? I think there's a part of me that just wants to blurt out, Fallen wouldn't have let this happen. You know?
That's fair.
But I think they know that too. But the point is to say that they have good structure. At least they can reminisce on good structure on this map. And it's sort of egregious, the fact that Party Astronauts can even think that they can pick it into them and then also win. That's how different these rosters are.
Bro, look at this.
It's the end of CSGO, and we are pulling out new boosts.
What? Okay. How? That's so sick. I mean, okay, this flashbang's going to kill them all.
No.
Or will it?
No. Dude, they're up 3-2 right now with guns in hand. The bomb has to get picked up. Yeah, but they're going to run into the bomb because they think that they're flanking.
Oh,
it's spotted.
Lord.
Op in hand. Now, Spec goes playground in this situation. Just chills, watches flank. They have stairs covered. Oh, there's a chance.
Come on. These are the kinds of rounds you just, for the sake of Counter-Strike, for the sake of a 3-man USP boost on long A overpass, close this round. Grizz posted. Nails the op shot. Bomb still at their feet, and unless Lucas can mow down 2, ooh, he's got a smoke to cover it off. Did they press outwards? The spray's scaring him. CT's peeking. Grizz gets both. 3-man USP boost to get the bomb down, to get the guns, to find the bomb after. Deserved.
Deserved. What did they come in with? They have any guns at all?
I can't see.
They want to round off this boost. Now, I have seen this once before. I think this might be the first time in human history that it's won a round.
Right.
So you witnessed that. Who was here? Where were you when you watched that happen? That hurts. Now, Imperial, we talked about it. They just did all that work to break the economy of Party Astronauts. And now they got a taste of their own medicine. Vinny's on a Tech 9. They're going to try to go for a full B in a few seconds. If Party Astronauts hold on to this, they're going to be in for an amazing half.
Guns coming at them, though. Grizz. Oh, the support's blind. And he gets the lineup. This B defense is stellar. Between Grizz and Viz, we're talking 28 frags. And just like that, another B-site attack is just blown to smithereens.
And you say that with Grizz 2 clutches coming over to the A site. Gotta love learning about new stories, right? With new players coming in. You had, I think it was Ben in the interview, talking about how nice it is to play with younger players. It's just breath of fresh air. I totally understand that. You know, everyone, you bring in new players, they've got new perspectives on the game. A tale as old as time. And I think it's great that teams are willing to take that risk as well. To be fair, it's not like Party Astronauts would have had their pick of the litter when it comes to, you know, tier 1 free agents or anything like that. So this would be a natural place for new talent to sort of rise to the surface, but it's welcomed.
Smoke in front of the bathrooms. Big pack of players in that. Ooh, the nade's great. No way. Spec lines up 2 heads, pops them both. Now, Ponolone's got a little work to do, and that Tech 9 is suddenly just going to crank the pressure back onto Party Astronauts. If you let them get close with pistols, things can get hairy. Molly onto Henny. He's going to commit to this plant. It actually missed the mark, so he's fine, but the nade's going to find him. There's an AK in play, 2 of them in the hands of Imperial, though, and incapable players at that. Bolts further back than Lucas. Lucas brings down 1. Molotov's going to keep Bolts out of this. This is a stick. See you later. Bomb planted truck because it's such a frantic situation that you just got to get that bomb down, but Bolts takes up a post plant that couldn't do anything about that.
Yeah, I mean, their utility this half has looked a lot better than Imperial's overall. Like, their retake utility in particular has been spot on. And what's key about that is executing fast enough, you know? And I think we've seen that they've been very quick to it. Grizz's utility has resulted in a retake. Their utility right there to clear out the truck multiple times allowed for retakes to get close. So the pressure is just non-stop, even with those incredible kills coming out of Lucas with the Tech 9 on his waist. Party Astronauts are in the money.
Ooh, 2 headshots, 1 bullet. Love that. Little part of me is still stuck on that 3-man long A boost. Party Astronauts pulling out all the tricks, all the tomfoolery to put up a hell of a CT side. 10-2. Guns back in the hands of Imperial, fighting for the bare minimum. And now we're going to get multiple players from Party Astronauts looking to crank up the forward presence, but instant headshot from Phelps. They didn't quite go forward, so Ponolone's off trade was not there. But as he re-peaks, he did connect. It's Phelps down to 20 with a floating Ben Leet still inside of connector, but that long flash, ooh, perfect to keep Ponolone stuck and very much known to Imperial. They have an op in bathrooms. And so Henny's able to just easily sit, wait, and collect the frag. A peek down bottom connector is going to put the A players on high alert. Won't be shocked if Bomb just decides to commit forward. Imperial, maybe working with so few rounds, you pause a second. Now that you've lost your outer B players, surely following forward onto that A site, this could be an easy, clean hit.
Yeah, they think they think they know what's happening. Grizz, he's been so aggressive in these situations. It feels like he's just going to run through that smoke. He says, this round I'm a new man. However, Ben leads. Pressure the Falmus. They're not approaching him. And he gets to a new spot.
Bro, nobody fought him. Ben Lee is able to move from truck into front bathrooms, and the player on long corner just holding nothing.
Where are the aggressive Brazilian plays? You know what I mean?
Butters.
Why are they giving them so much space right now?
The ball has been fumbled.
You're giving the Party Astronauts space? That's where they come from.
It's where they thrive, bro. That's their ecosystem. Lucas can try to clutch, but it's a 3-man peek after. I mean, you get that kill in bathrooms and you see the connector player leave. You could have just gone full W into that A play. And even when we saw the timing not get capitalized on, we're still thinking, oh, it's okay. We still have 3 players on long, close sight to cross. But letting Ben Leet get from truck to those stairs, that's unexcusable.
I know Zach was like, go. Being amazed at your own team. Nothing like that. No, I know Zach was just saying, go, right? They They had party astronauts running around on the B site to tell them where all of their players were, that B was finally pushed. This was the best opportunity to take a site, but it just screams that they're out of confidence at this point, that they weren't even willing to jump on a chance like that, you know? Communication must be going so badly right now for Imperial. Confidence being so low. They've been sort of tossed around a few times in these retakes. I think the close rounds are not going their way. They just feel like they can't win anymore. And that's not the story I expected to see in the first half. And they didn't know about Grizz.
They didn't know.
That W Grizz.
It's that Grizz Viz Wombo combo down on that B site. 32 kills between them. My goodness. Ah, the classic 4-man walk to the A site. Now, to be fair, we have seen a few times, notably Lucas, that Tech 9 double A site entry, where because party astronauts have had these reserved setups, all of a sudden the T's get dangerously close and then just pop into the bomb site. And that flash, indicative of the commitment. Here it comes. Spec, nothing. Lucas nails Pwn alone as well. So finally, we get a round where the CTs don't play forward A whatsoever, and look how easy it is for Imperial to grab a third.
Yeah, that's definitely the Vinny call right there. That's the Furia classic to do the walk-up, snake through bathrooms. It's a gamble on the setup to see if the CTs are playing aggressively towards A. You go low telegraph, you're able to get opt, but as soon as you don't see someone on that first turn, you can get so close. And of course, it comes down to hitting your shots, but they do that. They do that perfectly between Henny and Lucas. Sorry, Phelps and Lucas. And, well, it's a drop on the bucket here to get a third round. But it is T side, so you'd say, okay, maybe they're telling themselves all we need is 4. We'll see what happens. It's a good round, but it's not like a round 1 from great conditioning throughout the half. It's not a round 1 because they outplayed him in a default, right? It's a gimmick single round strat they did on a rifle round. It's not the kind of round that you call more than once or twice a half. They're just glad they got it.
Just a slippery one-off.
Yeah.
Caught him sleeping. Grizz is going to say, let me at that A site. Next thing you know, they hold. No chance on that one. Party astronauts have managed to hold on because there was a time within this half, right? Right before that triple USP long A boost. Right before that moment where the money was all gone, where the momentum could have shifted. But party astronauts keep Imperial back. Now, we get 3 players facing up on that A site. Just, I mean, direct response to the previous round. And Vinny's going to call for the B hit instead. But then you're walking into Grizz. And Grizz hasn't been missing many shots. So sure enough, he's going to gun down 2. Even with lesser members on this B site, Grizz and Viz, the dynamic duo, back-to-back in the water. Phelps is going to try to dive in and get them, but these 2 players alone have held off the entire site. Henny, 1v5, 2 kills quick. Heaven player gets the angle, and that's the end of the half, folks. A 12-3. You thought that changing to the B site would be enough? Grizz and Viz with other ideas.
Guys, Floppy here from Complexity CSGO. Today we're going to be looking at just 1 round. Let's begin. Starting off with Nuke. I see my teammates have a full buy. He threw a flash. This is before they could drop nades back then, maybe. He's starting towards upper. He's not pre-nading or pre-mauling hut. His teammate's probably mauling door. Dropping down insta. Just spamming the vent a little bit. You can obviously see a gap in that. Yeah, there's a molly in front of the door vent, so they can't go out, work outdoor there. I think at this point right now, if you're not anti, you're probably gonna get pop flashed. But I think he's just looking at the gap instead. Because a lot of teams like to upper pop in general with that smoke just to kill this guy who's not playing anti. And now he's at the CT vent, just nading door. I don't really know how I feel about that just random nade. Right now, I feel like I would get popped on upper like this whole time. I'd rather go into the CT vent and actually just chill, or at least play up close to it in case I do get blind and can hide. Right now, he's basically still away. If he gets popped on, A is kind of lost. He needs to smoke door a little bit earlier, but there already is a smoke, so maybe his teammate threw that already. I don't know, he's just chilling at the CT vent. maybe a resmoke door. If there's no resmoke door, he's probably going to get walked out on. That's what a lot of these teams like to do. But yeah, so now he probably hears the mini smoke bouncing off the walls, and then that's his cue to peek door because someone's probably already out to the Tetris box. So that was pretty good actually, because by the time you hear the mini smoke bounce, there's probably going to be a molly CT vent as well. So that was actually pretty good. Now 5v1, easy cleanup. Wasn't too bad. I think playing anti would be a bit better at the start of the round, just to prevent the pop. He was holding an AK with electronic stickers. I don't want to say this was an official match or not. It's just to make fun of anyone, but yeah, I wouldn't say it was like too good in my opinion. Don't know if I can guess who's playing because I feel like it doesn't look too good to me. Because it might be an older demo, maybe. I'm not too sure when this was played, but yeah, I have no idea who would be playing this right now.
The one team is Envy.
Envy, on the CT or so.
The team is Cloud9.
Envy was Cloud9 in 2020, so that must have been me.
It is you.
It's me. It's me the whole time. Holy shit, that is embarrassing. Because I have the knife, but no gloves, which I didn't have back then. What am I doing in upper, man? That's embarrassing. What are we doing? I don't even know what to say. Things change.
Technically. He's half HP.
Taking a bit.
Letting you play, Ben.
Yep.
But come to you short, Adam. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I got the warning. What
I can't
the
hear
fuck?
him. I can't. CT, I
Hold on.
think. CT rushing.
That's me.
Wait, what the fuck?
I got this warning, bro. What the fuck
Yeah, I
is
did
this?
too.
Yeah, that was happening today.
From bath.
From bath.
Taking
Oh.
Nice!
Dude, that just
Holy
that's
fuck.
That's my whole vibe. Oh my
It did, for me too. I was like, should I
Dial the
risk it?
fucking
Should I
boys.
not?
Good shit.
That's so fucking funny.
I got it.
No sweat. Even during nuclear missile launches in the heart of America, it seems like the party astronauts cannot be struck down. Not by Imperial, not on Overpass, or at least not throughout that T side. The Brazilians chose to start the map on the offense, and now they'll get the defensive half ahead. But without a pistol, Mohan, it's dire straits because Grizz and Viz are having a field day. These two guys absolutely rock solid on that B bomb site. It's going to take something spectacular out of Imperial. It's going to take clean calling, crisp aim, all the bells and whistles must be pulled out to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, they're going to need everything. But moments like that can actually bring you closer together, I think. That's a funny thing to go through, and I think it's all the better that they ended up winning it. I think it was an iPhone test or something.
No, it's a nationwide emergency alert that was being tested in America today.
Right. Okay.
All of America at the same time.
Wow. Okay. So
Yeah.
if you weren't sure that was an NA team, now we know
it's confirmed.
who is from where. Yeah.
Oh,
Lucas. Oh, they're so close to him. Oh, and Ponalone gets his.
Now it's dire. Now it's Henny on 17 health, trying to hide behind Optimus, but no, it's not optimal. It is not indeed looking like a Imperial CT pistol win, which means 4 spies from now until the end of their Overpass endeavor. Vinny and Bolts piece it together. The real remnants of Imperial, the last 2 members of that OG Fallen comeback. Dual Berettas and a smoke grenade at the very least. No kit between them, though. That could end up being the real difference maker. And now Vinny's position's been found out. And Party Astronauts, they're not going to run and hide. They're going to come find you. They're going to fight you. They're going to pin you to the wall. And poor Vinny's got nowhere else to go. So he decides to go forward. Honorable. Into death he fights. That bomb's going to decide who lives and dies. It is Fora. Wow, I'm shocked Grizz didn't die to it. But hey, this isn't CS2, so the bomb radius isn't that nuts.
Yeah, you would die on Anubis from these overpass bombs in CS2. So this, yeah, I mean, they're right. And this is the the final, last, ultimate CSGO tournament to end it all for once and for all. So we are soaking up every final thing that happens. Anyone gets an ace here at the Blast Showdown, it's a final ace of all time. That's what's on the line here.
History, baby.
History, baby. That's what it's all about.
It's in the making. Wow, they're not going to force. Okay, yep. All right, let 14 go. Makes sense. They want real rifles and a real comeback. Party astronauts, huh? Making the most of a moment that was given to them. Obviously, their inclusion in the rest of the world's showdown, as it was named, and probably is still named because the Mongols were supposed to be competing here. But now it really is just America's teams. So Party Astronauts run wild. They get up into the A site before the CTs know it. CT's trying to get up ahead of the walk, but it was Party Astronauts with great timing. It's pretty constant walk and shuffle forward to the A play. Sure, Ben and Spec take damage, but all is good. Bolts forced forward. No flank coming out of connector. There's emergency protocols in place. Yeah, we're going to get a little ego peek. Pwn alone will pay the price. And it is a little sketchy now. Okay, Ben's got barely any health left over.
We are dinked up, but at worst, it looks like people are dying to the bomb. No defuse coming in. And in fact, maybe not even another kill because Grizz just too sharp today. Grizz, he's so young, he doesn't even know what it's like to lose, right? So, Imperial, these guys never heard of him. They're all just brand new names to him. He wasn't here in 2017, right? As far as he's concerned, they've been playing as long as he has.
This is their realm, though, right? Okay, Party Astronauts aren't getting off to the Cologne play-ins. They're not sitting at LAN pro leagues. No, sir. They're dueling in the online realms of Counter-Strike, where suddenly you got yourself an opportunity like Showdown, you can thrive. So let's keep it up for Grizz. He's shooting for the stars at the moment. 22 kills, only a couple of rounds left between Party Astronauts and a map 1 win. And not just a map 1 win, but a win in devastating fashion.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, okay, hold on. Our graphics have changed. I see at the top of the screen. This is actually Imperial's map pick now.
Oh, wow.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah, okay. That makes so much more sense. But at the same time, does it? It actually made more sense before.
It makes sense of the T-side start at the very least. And that T-side start that failed them has led them here. 2v2 retake in round 18. 11 rounds the gap. And Henny, gets blasted by Spec. It's got to be Lucas. Hasn't played a lot of Counter-Strike, but the high-pressure situation's on him, and he doesn't get the player falling off the bomb site, so now he's caught between the cross, and even with the dink, Spec still stands.
New
Lucas
gun, but no
fresh
ammo.
mag. Nah, no chance. Unlucky.
Man, that somehow just makes things worse, doesn't it, for Imperial? Wow.
Yes, it does.
It was sort of like, okay, it's a new team. Maybe I missed something. Maybe they're uncomfortable on overpass recently. Party Astronauts, wow, what a pick. They picked Intuit. They must be feeling good about themselves, not thinking about their opponents. But yeah, it turns out it was Imperial's pick, which is just, yeah, it's the map that they made their name on, basically. Their biggest wins have been on overpass versus some of the best teams in the world in some of the most high-pressure moments, but again, with a slightly different roster. So Party Astronauts looking to usher in a new era here for their own overpass.
He's got a good angle with that smoke. Yeah, it didn't obscure the whole doorway, so Spec will be the victim of this round. These are the guns, of course.
You know what's nuts, man? Like, this game is basically won without Pwn alone. Like, he's actually had a pretty bad map overall. And that's talking about a player that they very oftentimes rely on, right? He's having sort of an off start to the day, but his team has been so good they really haven't needed him. The amount of opportunities in that first half where he could have got a kill, ended up dying, died on rotations, you know, it would make sense if Party Astronauts lost the half. Their offer didn't have a good CT side at all, but instead, they just got their asses carried by Grizz, by Viz. And
one of which is
Grizz
still alive now.
Again,
yeah, let's see if he can close this one as fast as can be. Close corner occupied, but it's a scout, so not ideal. Talk about Pone alone. He tries to run. Oh, they're chasing him. Careful now.
They're running.
He's got 20
they want
seconds
this.
and the bomb.
Holy
He's going to smoke
smokes.
off the cross, which would then allow him to get down to connector to B, but really he goes long.
Oh my God, Henny. He's going to run it. Surely. Wait, let's see what happens.
He's stuck around just in case. Oh,
okay.
Scout shot connects. I like the effort, Pone alone. I like the idea.
Yeah.
But
can't get one
turns out Imperial aren't done yet.
There used to be a time where simply just rotating makes the most sense, because the CTs would take some time to figure it out. But they can get to heaven so fast that if they do move at the same time as you, it's not a winning play unless they can flash you out of the heaven peak and cross into the site. So that's why he went back to the A site, but very smart of Henny to hold that one angle right there.
All right, well, it gives them actual guns. Imperial make that one happen with MP9s, a scout in the mix. There's some respect on the line here between these two teams.
Now, we saw great grenade usage out of Party Astronauts all throughout that first half. Let's see if they can bring that same energy here to T side.
Henny floating ahead of the bomb site. He's got 3 players about to peek him. They're inching around these corners. Flash finds a mark, but Grizz wasn't blind. The guys in the front ate it instead. And now Lucas is going to have to pick up that slack. He's got support, though. That's nice. Molotov to allow the peek into the bathrooms. Drops Ben Lee in response.
We've already got the long split coming in now. Control has been taken. What the hell?
Dude,
Viz is running through the B site. They're going to rotate down. Viz, he was spotted, but they need this kill. Okay, Bolts will grab it. He has to reload. We've seen how aggressive that Grizz can be in these spots.
Long player was maybe calling back for bomb. You could see it leaving the B site when it could have gone in. They thought maybe they had over-rotated back into B in response, but honestly, Imperial doing a good job of just not panicking. In a sketchy situation where there seems to be T's everywhere, it's all seemingly all right. Pone alone gonna stick to the plant, gets away with a little bit of extra money, and 3 survive for Imperial, which bodes well for them.
That was a close one. There was a lot going on in that round, and I think Imperial dealt with the threats well. Inside of bathrooms, at least, Lucas was like, all right, we need to ease up on this pressure because they're getting too close. We lost Henny. Not going to let that kill go in vain. But even with the extra lurk on long, the ability to hit B at the same time, too many loose ends that got tied up by Imperial, and no openings at the end of the day to sort of ever give them an advantage again in that half, in that round, besides the first kill on Henny. 15-5. Barely anything to work with. Now, mind you, Party Astronauts have won a round with USPs. They had the ingenuity to pull out a boost on the CT side that won them around with no investment. So, seems clear they knew they were playing overpass today. Maybe they have some tricks left over for the T side.
Surely that's the last triple long A overpass boost that we ever see in a CSGO official. Surely that will not happen in the next 4 days of Showdown, right?
You know,
like
normally I would just like troll you or be a contrarian, but I'm going to say, yeah, it's got to be that one. We
witnessed history.
Oh,
not like
no.
They can't afford it twice.
Viz, he got one too.
And the bomb
It's a 2v2 on the site. They know they're both here.
Oh, God.
Planning for heaven. Oh.
Love it. Ben's going to move that M4 over. Spec picks up another and a smoke.
Oh, God.
No.
They're
can't.
so far away.
Imperial cannot afford to lose a second round like this.
Wait.
Ben, why are you in bank, dude?
Oh, now he knows that no one's flanking at all.
All
He's
right.
going to call either 2 short or 1 monster.
Well,
Spec is actually worried about
this. Spec, perfect play. Just tucked into the smoke grenade. Lucas is now down. Henny, you're screwed, brother. He's got an incendiary to block off short if he wants to, but he's trying to clear all these corners when the heaven player is a guarantee close. No chance for Henny, no time. And so not once, but twice do they lose to pistols. Once on the CT side and another to close. Deagles, baby. They leave a mark. And as do the Party Astronauts. An out-of-this-world upset on map 1 to kick off the series. And remember, folks, this is Imperial's map choice. We've got Nuke up next. We'll see you there.
falls away, takes the spam, and he leans on who other than the legend of ENCE, who other than Lilu. But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex, the only two Frenchmen to take it in a major on French soil. Isaac with everything on him. Vitality show. It's a full house from the French.
And as a symptom of Team Imperial, who never really found their groove in this map, Jacob, we kick things off with the last round. And what the hell just happened?
I don't know what the hell Bolts is doing in this. They've just double boosted out on short, which means well aware there's two Deagle players out there. Yes, he still walks out there by himself, goes for a duel, loses it, of course, because he's Bolts, and he leaves the rest of the team in a situation that is unrecoverable. This was some of the worst.
Well, Jacob, I'm going to have to take over you because people do not hear you. But I heard the whole explanation.
Say it again, say
so
it again.
I'm just going to basically, what Jacob said is Imperial bad, Party Astronaut good. And that's very good analysis, Jacob. And that's why we pay you the big bucks. Maybe, Marcus, you can help me and find some answers. Because I'll be straight with you. I was heavily disappointed in this first map. I had expectations for Imperial. We're going to talk about the Astronauts and how good they played. But what the hell was that from the Brazilians?
Yeah, it was a straight out disappointing start for Imperial here. We saw they tried going B a few rounds in the beginning, and it's just important to get some rounds on B on overpass. But yeah, they lost ideas really fast, and they didn't get into the game, and it just looked like not having any solutions.
Right, wouldn't you expect maybe just in terms of skill, players to be able to bounce back, Jacob?
Can you hear me?
Hey, yes,
you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, buddy.
Yes. Listen, I would expect it. I would expect him to bounce back. I would expect enough quality, enough experience in order to know how to deal with this uncomfortable situation. As I said in that clip you just saw right there, there was some poor level Counter-Strike, and I was honestly a little bit surprised by how poor it was from Imperial. I don't want to take anything away from Party Astronauts. I think they played well above expectations. They were good. They were well-drilled, played good Counter-Strike. But Imperial, honestly speaking, you're looking at guys like Henny, Phelps, Vinny, who's coming in from a rather successful period as well, at times at the very least, and they just didn't do anything at all. It was unambitious.
Well, listen, Jacob, I'll do you one better. You want to talk about a circus round first? Okay. Why don't we talk about circus round number 10? Because that was also a very weird situation. I'm going to be real with you guys. Round 10, a little bit of a Nico round, and a little bit of an Imperial fumble as well here, Marcus. What the hell is going on?
Well, this is a really nice boost here. They have
triple boost?
Triple boost, yeah. We have seen it before, but in the full eco round on CT, we haven't seen. So yeah, it's just straight out chaos, and the bomb is dropped, and yeah, just a really weird round.
I mean, it's a full USP round. Like, listen, I'll agree that the triple boost is interesting. It's a good triple boost. It's a good idea. They come in with a little bit of flavor. But even after you find that death, you're 4v5 full weaponized. You're supposed to win this round.
Run the clip again. Production, run the clip one more time, because the exact same thing happened in this clip as the first thing I wanted to show with Bolts. They're doing a triple boost right here on long, which is, as Marcus said, kind of nice, you know. It's a nice little gimmicky play, getting a kill from it. But what is Phelps doing? What is his decision-making right here? Alone, he's going in, walking in against 3 players. I know he's getting a flash, congratulations, but you're against 3 players. Why would you take that duel knowing there's 3 players on A long? You can't do that boost. You can't die from that position unless there's 3 players. Same happened with Bolts when they were boosting on Catwalk. He knows there's 2 players out there, yet he still decided to alone swing out and go for the duel. Okay. It's like these individual decision-making coming out from Imperial is borderline at a level that not even Faceit level 8 players would do.
Oh, tough words from Jacob, but I have to agree that the tape proves you right to an extent. Could it be the case of Imperial maybe underestimating their opponent a little bit, individually speaking? They're thinking, you know what, I'm about to run on these noobs. Like, but it's obviously not what happened, definitely not. But do you think there was a little bit of underestimating happening here?
I don't think so. We saw backstage that Imperial was on bootcamp together. They were huddling. They were really hyped coming into this match. This is a great opportunity for a team like Imperial as well. They haven't been playing enough tournaments lately. Right. This was their own pick. We have to remember that.
Definitely, yeah.
And they only have a 25% win rate, and they decide to go with this map, start on the T side. They have to create this game, and they just ran straight out of ideas. It's simply just bad.
You pointed out one decent round that came out of the side of Imperial. That is round 14 as well. You wanted to talk about how Party Astronaut played a little bit too defensive on that one and got punished, right?
Yeah, you can see Imperial are just walking contact A here, and a rule we had on all the teams I was playing on at least is 5v5. You cannot just stand back as CT on overpass and play alone on A side, right?
Right.
So this is a situation where Party Astronauts have a really good lead, and they start gambling that, okay, maybe Imperial will start going B now.
Okay.
But there's absolutely no reason to change up something that is already working, right? And they lost a round on this, but at least they had a good half anyways, right?
They were in a very good position, and I think it's only fair we praise them just a little bit.
Sure.
I mean, I attacked this segment being very critical of Imperial, and I will remain to do so. But it's only fair we mentioned some of the individuals from Paddy Astronaut. Grizz is a good example. He had a stellar map. It kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I didn't know Grizz at all coming into this game, and he's been there for a couple of weeks and a couple of months within Party Astronauts, but it's not a player that we see on the higher scene, right? Pone alone, Ben Lead, Wiz, we've seen them in EG in some of those iterations, so they've had their spotlight, they've had their chance, and I wasn't impressed with what I saw the few times we've seen it. Now, it's only one map, but the way Grizz was playing in this one, fearless, walking through smokes, walking through Molotovs, always seeking the duels, always being proactive, always seeking, you know, some sort of a fight, almost like he believed that he was the best player on the server. I very much like the attitude he was displaying in the game.
Interesting. What do you think about Grizz? Also impressed?
Yeah, impressive. And we heard Ben Lead in the interview also saying that these young players have been coming into the team, reigniting the spirit. It's really important on a team who's aspiring to become a much better team to have these young talents as well in the mix. Young players are willing to put in more hours. They maybe don't have that many other priorities than CS always, and they're really hungry for success. And this is a really important thing to have a good team, and it's paying off for 18-year-old Grizz in this game.
Huge. Well, now we're moving on to the second map. It's a 1-0 situation for Pawnee Astronaut. Is this where it ends? Are we looking at an immediate 2-0? We're looking at an immediate upset here, or do you think Imperial will be able to fight back?
I surely hope that Imperial will at least put up a fight on this map for their own sake, really. This is a good opportunity for them, and they're playing against Party Astronauts, so they should definitely have a chance coming back into the series.
Jacob, sell me this pen. That's not a pen.
Yeah,
this pen. Map number 3.
Sahara. I mean, they're starting T-side on Nuke, and we saw the lackluster T-side, as you pointed out, Marcus. It felt like they ran out of ideas almost from the first round. So I surely hope they have a better plan coming into Nuke. Now, it's not their own pick, so we could run into a situation where if Party Astronauts once again is getting off to a good start, start. Is it just going to fall flat from Imperial? With a roster change as well and Lucas coming in, there's not that much of a backbone of the team right now. So I'm smelling an upset right here. I'm actually siding with the Party Astronauts right now based on what I saw on map 1.
There we go. They've done enough to buy Pim's confidence on that one. Map number 2 is coming right around the corner, but first we have to send you guys to a break. And on the out of it is going to be Mohan and Connor ready to welcome you.
We're back, folks, with the Party Astronauts versus Imperial. Map 1 was no fluke. The Party Astronauts absolutely took it to Imperial. They just had the better aim at the end of the day, and a dynamic half. On the little that we did have to see of that T side, you know, they started to hit a somewhat of a wall, but such a stellar first half that there was no real chance there. So now the Unicorn odds are basically split down the middle. Party Astronauts the slight favorites, and we do indeed enter their map pick of Nuke now. So T-side Party Astronauts is what should start this second map. Mohan, I'm excited. Fresh blood.
Yeah, and people were so confused that even HLTV got the map picks wrong. So it does turn out that Party Astronauts are the ones who picked Nuke.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes. You're not wrong.
Okay.
Ooh, Grizz looking for another. It's Vinny on the reload. Tucks his head. Oh, he gets away with that. No way, Vinny. Oh my God, how's he still alive?
Still up.
Looks at his...
Who's coming? The reload?
What? I got...
Wait, it's possible. Pwn alone.
dude, Lucas 89 health.
Oh, he knows.
Ponalon
He knows.
35. Oh,
God.
6 shots
He's
left in
playing
the
with
Glock. Down to 5. 4,
4
3. Oh! What am I watching, bro?
What? Oh, round. What a clutch. That's actually 1v3 out of Ponalone.
That is
after
one
Vinny
of
just did all that.
one of the rounds of history.
Yeah.
We'll put it that way. Look, okay, watch this replay. So Vinny runs out of bullets, has to reload in the back of the site, tucks down, looks at his feet, gets it off, then gets a multi-kill after that, and now this happens. Ponalone 1v3. 3 bullets in the gun. Bop, bop. All right.
They got work.
I know that Pimp is in the green room right now, loving every second of this.
Yeah.
Big pistol to pick up. We'll see if Party Astronauts can convert. Phelps gets an M4A4 with armor. So they're trying to put the round on his shoulders. Vinny's Nova is in play. Shotguns really coming into their own at the moment. But this is the right move from Phelps. Rotate that M4. He could have put it back sight. Instead, he's going to take it into control, but he dies. And now the 5-7 of Lucas is looking for the multi-frag. He's down to only 1 point of health, but he's at least scared Ponalone back. SMG tries to kill him from behind. CT's looking to rotate downwards, but Ben connects to the head, and Henny can't find anything just yet.
Yeah, a little bit of patience, and they lock in the spot. So Lower is chill now with control side. Ben doesn't even have to move from this position. They have decon, but why not go for kills?
Anybody? Anything? Imperial? Huh? Would have been
So
a
what
save in
sites
the
did
neck.
the bomb get bigger on in CS2 and which stayed the same? Or is it bigger on all of them?
No, it stayed the same on 3 maps.
Okay.
But I
And
can't
those 3
remember-
maps are Mirage, Inferno because it was already huge, right? And
No, I want to say it stayed the same on Ancient and Anubis because those were 2 that had already been recently put up.
Oh, right. Okay.
Their most recent maps that had been increased didn't get increased again. It's just everything else got closer. Damn, where did I see that graphic? I just saw a tweet about it yesterday. It lists
Oh, I
all the
love
changes.
graphics. I love graphics.
Yeah, right. Wouldn't that be nice right now?
I yesterday actually Googled what is an acre visualized.
That's
and
fair.
what is a hectare visualized?
What was the
And
answer?
apparently, so an acre is the size of just about the size of a football field, which is a very nice visual. I can remember that forever.
Yep.
And a hectare I actually forgot.
Well, must have not have been a good example.
But I know that thing is bag.
Ooh. Viz gonna catch bolts on the peek up from Secret. Remember, this are the guns saved from the last round. Employed in the follow-up. And Viz doubles back. Oh, the Deagle bests him, though. Things are getting a little sketchy. T's are going to run down into Lucas. His P250, if it can connect, this could be big, but no. Slides in between the 2 T's, and the B site now belongs to the Party Astronauts.
Yes, it does. They've got the airlock on here on control side. Okay. Still possible in CS2, by the way. Just like to say. SMG is going strong as ever. Can we move from this hole in the door? Fight it.
Keep that
Oh, you
M4, buddy.
spotted. Oh, okay, now you're not living. I don't think there's a world where Phelps can live, right? There's nowhere he can stand, surely. Even if he stands here. Connor, tell him he's going to die.
No. He's fine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All good.
I think in CS2 you're gone, though.
For sure.
Yeah.
For the record, just before we move on, since we were talking about acreage and acres, I just did a quick little dive. In the year 1900, the average price of an acre of land in the United States was $18.
Shut the hell up.
Now
there's no way, dude.
Now a Big Mac meal would, you know, just saying.
Well, come on, it's like
makes
a Big
hell
Mac
of a
meal and
difference.
6 nuggets, okay? You can get
That's
a little
fair.
bit.
Yeah, give me that junior chicken.
That's
all right. Nice flash. Oh, Bolts stuck in the corner, but luckily has the cover from above, so he gets to hold on long enough to bring one with him. Grizz clears the next up. Then Phelps tries to swing and get the multi-frag, but Viz is connecting it to heads. Poor guy's got 2 health, though, so the pistol clears him. And that fast A play in the immediate first gun round of map 2 shut down.
Damn, that's a pretty fierce attack, but it's actually a pretty fearsome defense as well. So you got to love what we're watching so far. I mean, the fact that it's better than Overpass is just much nicer on the ice. So I think we've got pretty high expectations now for Imperial to just do better than what we saw. Imagine they got blown out on 2 maps in a row. Now, this is the map pick of Party Astronauts, so like you're not expecting them to lose, but we're looking for dignity. I was watching the... Oh, wait, hold on. Lots of damage dealt. Ben's out of the round. Grizz is almost dead.
And they're all being fed to the secret player. They'll be given the chance to cross because Phelps is in the perfect spot to come out with the multi-frag. Now you've got one stuck behind main. And Spec nowhere to be found. Ugh. Nice position there from Phelps to be in secret that quickly to catch them off. You know, Party Astronauts felt like they had pushed back the outer play, but it's all just a bait and switch.
I think Grizz heard this weapon switch, so he knows that there's one pushed. He can avoid this danger entirely, but his teammate dead, surely it's all over. Bolts, another 2 frags, and a solid round from Imperial after dealing with a very treacherous, savage attack on the upper site. They also deal with the default very quickly in the first 20 or so seconds. There are no odds of Party Astronauts getting back into this round. No map control being taken whatsoever. Everything calm here for Imperial. So get an early kickback.
So what were you watching?
It was The Sopranos, and Tony was talking about buying real estate, and he said, my grandpa always told me, buy real estate because they ain't making more land.
It's good advice. It is finite, but nowadays they build up. You know, that's all the rage.
That is so true. That is so true.
Yeah. And you know what's
Dude,
all
we're
the
going to
way
be
up.
building in space.
Yep. Where the Party Astronauts live. Oh, they tried to push through the hut. They did get one downstairs. Does he plant? Almost. Lucas going to make sure he gets gunned down, so no extra money here in the back pockets. It's a desperate round, but that's what Glocks will do to a man.
That's true. What's right there on Ben Leet's wall in the background?
I didn't see.
Hanging up there, besides the Party Astronauts banner.
Imperial with the exposed ceiling, though.
You gotta like that industrial look.
Very modern. Very cool, very modern, not outdated. Ooh, it's fast from Henny. He wants that outer fight. It's a gun round, though, so be cautious, Imperial.
Wow, he's just going to stay here. That's crazy. Interesting.
Yeah, it feels
No
like the
repeat.
fight. You know, the fight of Imperial is so much more apparent in this round. Pimp was upset that there was like, you know, they were out of ideas. And think about that round they just stuttered on the long corner as a T side. There was just, they look like a shell of the Imperial we know.
Absolutely.
This forward setup, this aggression out of the gate in the gun round early is what you want. But will it cost them? Bolts' corner spot, perfect. Those 2 players by red serving up an excellent distraction. And then Phelps can come through, bolstered by confidence, knowing that he has teammates around him. It's another total shutdown to the favor of Imperial.
Yeah, it's literally a completely different team from map to map here, because we look at Henny holding onto that spot. They have that pushed up spot outside. They wait confidently. They dodge a flash, dodge an attack, don't even bother changing their setup, just continue on with the aggression. They would not do that at all on Overpass, even in perfectly good positions. So the calling just has so much more vigor to it. And I think that for some reason, confidence has gone up on Nuke.
Better late than never. But also, also Party Astronauts CT side awaits. It's a long road for Imperial. If they want this series, it's going to have to be in Nuke and Mirage map wins. Buckle up, folks. We got some fun smokes on the cross. There's supposed to be a second one there. Pretty sure that's how the outer smokes work. There's supposed to be 2. They do get a player downstairs with bomb.
Oh my god.
You get
one downstairs and a kill outside.
Oof, with
Is there
one
even
health.
a rotation's a little slow, but Lucas, oh, he gets the kill. Okay, as they're crossing.
Had to be the headshot. One v3, 1 HP. We got a minute to work, Spec. I like it. I like it. Play the audio. Try to finagle something. Ooh. If he was ready for the shot, then maybe Vinny goes down. But it's Imperial with 3 alive. Exactly what they need to keep the momentum of the CT side rolling.
You got to put the pass behind him.
You know, the past is behind us no matter whether we accept it or not, Launders.
That's a good point. And anxiety is being worried about a future that hasn't happened yet, right? So everyone should remember these 2 things. There is no sense in not being present because you have no choice but to be present.
In other words, don't worry about it.
As Kanye said, my presence is a presence, kiss my ass.
Yeah, what else has he said?
That's the only thing I can remember. When I started out, I was at the bottom of the totem, and now I'm on the top. You want to finish it? And everybody else.
I don't know.
Totem.
Okay.
That's tough.
What a genius. See if that outer smoke actually has 2 parts. 2 bolts sliding into the lobby. Oh, but he gets held by Spec. Okay. Door was open. They knew it. They waited. And we get Viz crossing outside. This is a far more successful round already. Party Astronauts catching a 5v3. And Spec looking to lock in the trophy room at worst. Its positions now known. CT's double peek. Spec gets the instant headshot. And Henny, no trade frag. They're going to chase him down. Spec with the triple kill in round number 9. And if they can keep 5 up, my God, this would be a very real chance for Party Astronauts to get a T-side going. The nature of this round is dominant.
Yeah, they really look like they read that. They're like, let's figure out how to get our first kill, because after that, we know what Imperial are going to try to do to get this round back. So they waited for that ramp push. Really well handled by Spec. I mean, that comes down to the 50-50 gunfight on the hold, as well as a very nice shoulder peek on the op to just take this completely out of favor for Imperial. So much money saved for Party Astronauts as the T-side starts to climb back. Vinny will have to recede back into spawn. 5 alive with the op, opening op kill here. Sky really is the limit for Party Astronauts.
I mean, seeing as they're astronauts, I think that their limits are actually far beyond the sky.
You know what? Where does the sky end? Actually, there probably is a pretty good scientific answer for that.
Well, I'm not sure what the sky necessarily is, but if we're talking about the atmosphere or the stratosphere,
the ozone type of,
you know,
the limiter.
We really do live at the bottom of an ocean of oxygen, Launders.
That just creep me out. Don't say that.
Yeah, you know all those creepy fish? Yeah, we're just like them. We're bottom dwellers.
Like
Scum
anglerfish?
suckers. Yeah.
You mean with the light bulbs hanging off their head?
Mm-hmm.
And their teeth pointing every direction?
God. Freaks of nature. Oh, Phelps, you cheeky bugger. On the vent ladder with the knife out. So ready for what he thinks is going to be the vent drop. But it's a huge congregation of the Party Astronauts towards ramp instead. They're setting 4 players up with the op boosted in the background. The op won't see the peak, but Spec will blast Lucas in an instant. Now, Henny gets the kill outside right back. That'll open up his rotate down secret, but the speed of this hit already coming in. Good thing Phelps is already in position. He's definitely going to catch one off. Make it 2. Bolts kills Ponalone over the smoke. Henny swings out with it, and Imperial, thanks to Phelps's quick thinking and faster rotation, we saw him already on the vent ladder, and just like that, blink and you miss it, man's on the Astralis plant, B site held.
Yes, great rotations downstairs. Such nice tethering between these two. And after another great round from the can opener, Spec, getting into ramp room. He's been a threat, but the hold here is beautiful. The rotation is beautiful from Henny. Some frustration here from Party Astronauts. They get wiped clean. And Imperial, however, they have to deal with the fact that the last round there was 5 alive. There's still money here for Party Astronauts.
Yeah, and they post the op up early, so waiting for this peek from the left, and sure enough, Ponalone's going to nail it. He took an op shot back, but he's okay. Ready for the next peek. Meanwhile, Ben has found Sanctuary in this corner. He's going to try to press it into ramp, which has just been left open.
Did he get an audible?
I don't know, man, but Henny pulled his position, or Lucas pulled all the way back out.
Yeah, they don't seem too worried about this, so that Molly's going to come down. Now, the thing is, last round in the lower didn't go so well. I think they might be worried about it. So it looks like a fake into upper. Lucas's rotation is up the ladder. So they've got 2 downstairs, however, so this works out for Party Astronauts. This is what they wanted. They're faking upper with the chance to flank heaven as well. Bentley really needs to take his time here. So Ben goes slower if his teammates get the kill out of Squeaky. He goes faster if they don't. Lucas is watching this. Lotz comes down to the first kill, whoever gets it.
It's going to be hard to find that first kill because the CT is really just giving up more and more space.
Wow, yeah.
Lucas only wants to hold the flank. So like you said, Ben, play it slow, brother. You got all the time in the world, 25 seconds, and he's going to give that fight over. Simultaneous kill from Vinny and Phelps, and all of a sudden, we've got Party Astronauts in pieces. Total hold inside of that site. I'm not quite sure what Vinny did there, whether he must have flown up from the vent because he was downstairs with his other teammate.
That's true. I think they just said, okay, it's emergency mode. We got to go.
Yep, sure enough.
This play can work. I mean, it looks silly, but when people are going upper, there's enough angles to worry about that there is going to be event timing every once in a while. I think also there was a flash from heaven. I'm not sure if it was the same time. That might have been the timing for the push. Molly could have gone down the vents. That's not going to happen that often on an upper hit when you're low on utility. But very good on Lucas to watch the flank. That's one thing for that long, especially. And well, good emergency move from Vinny. What can you say? But still some money here for Party Astronauts.
Ooh, thick nade.
Wow.
Ton of damage here, unconfirmed, but
oh my god, another free one, man. Ponalone, all he does is sit up there, and there's riflers just jumping into his arms. They love dying.
Helps. Trying to keep the smoke. Oh, Viz, how dare you?
Yeah.
Super cautious on the approach. Well done. Gets the instant headshot, gets the 5v3, but there's damage, right? Unforgettable that we have this much damage done already to the T's before the plant.
Now, the rotations downstairs have been very fast from Imperial, so that's what I would be telling my team if I was on Party Astronauts. And they're readying for a fake upstairs. Vinny's alone here. He's got to die this time early.
Yeah, no chance. In fact, he'll take nothing with him. So
I think just pragmatic call here. Sorry to interrupt. I think that the thing is, what they've identified again is that, listen, it's always, sometimes sucks, like you watch, for example, Big Clan, and they're very slow to rotate downstairs some games on Nuke. And so you take advantage of that, because if you go downstairs quickly with conviction, you get away with the fact that it's always too late. That's the game of Nuke on CT side. I think Party Astronauts have seen in this game, Imperial are not scared to go downstairs. The reason it's a risk is because coming back up is so hard. So if Imperial are comfortable sending 2 down every single time, their ramp guy dies, 1 guy dies outside, vent gets a molly, something like that, well, Party Astronauts, they said, let's not overthink it. They're probably going to over-rotate. Let's hit upper. They tried it last round as well, and they got into a good spot. This time, it was an even better spot, and they had no deaths.
So just like that, Adding another round of this T side and making Imperial sweat. Despite a better looking Imperial in map 2 than Overpass, still their work set out for them. But oh, what could have been. A few extra bullets spammed through those outer smokes. They did so much damage with those grenades as well, but they held on. And it's nice to see Ponalone finding his groove, because that was one of the missing pieces on Overpass. Not that he was needed, but just uncharacteristic for the Party Astronauts, you know, winning formula that Ponalone's not up there. Now online. Undeniable. Squeaky door blown off the hinges. Bolts is going to smoke it. We've got a player back behind main. Maybe Viz is going to lurk out this round. Ooh, really? Op fight in hut. Okay. Not the most common occurrence, but Henny's going to pick it up, and Spec has done a very good job of cracking open bomb sites in all sorts of directions. So here we go towards the ramp room. Lucas is going to have his hands full, but a nice off-angle checked. No way he gets that.
Dude, Spec loves entering ramp.
They double back, though.
The shoulders have been good, but how good will they be?
Spec goes first. Henny takes 2. 3 kills for Henny on the round. It's a Grizz 1v4 attempt. And he's already gotten out through hut. Spam comes through, takes him down to a measly 18 points of health. So he knows he's doomed. He's lucky to get away with the plants. Any other kill after this is just icing on the cake. He'll get nothing more. Henny is the MVP of this round, no doubt. I mean, opening op fight inside of hut. We saw the jiggles going on as they tried to come back from trophy. They were on high alert that he could be pushed. The fact he gets 2 more, that seemed pretty nutty.
Yeah, that one's definitely all about Henny. How fast he was even on the re-peak for the 3rd kill. Could have died before shooting. Very interesting watching Spec get kills in trophy, get kills walking out ramp. He's very comfortable on these angles here on T side, so definitely providing a lot of value here. But ramp that leads to lower has been a situation where Imperial have been fine. In some of these spots where it's been an upper hit, Imperial are doing a little bit better. And that one's Henny. 11-4, great rounds on the rifle, and took out Ponalone, who's been coming up with the 5v4s a few times now this half.
Is much more active this round. We saw him stuck behind main. It's a hit into the A site, though. And Vinny back site again is going to make the difference. Opper's stuck in the open. Viz finds the back of the garage player, so that's at least something back for Party Astronauts, but very quickly quelled. Lucas connecting to the head, and Ponalone not being looking for an opening frag, but a closing 1v3. Ooh. Incendiary forces him back for the time being. His counterpart in Henny now posting that op up on Squeaky, but he's got plenty of time to try and figure this one out.
Yeah, it really just comes down to, how tired are you? If you've got some energy, I think the map can offer you up some interesting and creative opportunities. But with the bomb where it is, are we just looking for a creative place to save? Because he's not going to come up through the vent, right?
Surely he wouldn't. In the dying seconds of round 14. No, that op's valuable for the next. He has 550. Ben's got 550. So hang on to the sniper downstairs at B. They'll probably never see it coming. And shoot for that 6th round in the follow-up. But all things considered, solid CT side from Imperial. There's been some sketchy moments that they've still managed to come out on top of. It's always, I think, very confidence-inducing when you see teams who don't hesitate to rotate down to B, and that one round Phelps was already on the Astralis plant was perfect. That's kind of deterred Party Astronauts from splitting down B fast since. And if it wasn't for the pistol and the 3-0 start, Party Astronauts would look like Imperial on Overpass.
Vinny been such a rock here on the upper site.
Very true.
Gotta love to see that. I've been playing that spot sometimes recently.
Which one?
I can't upper anchor.
Okay.
I can't think of anything creative to do really. It's probably the most limited spot in terms of like where you play from. You just got a good angle back site. You wait for them to run out of hut. You kill the first guy looking to the side, then 50-50s. And then you have to like just make sure you dodge all the flashes going upper, any mollies that land back there. Sometimes you play top site. Sort of a boring job that you have to do well, and that's what Vinny's doing.
A lot of responsibility in that as well, right? The old classic A rush. You know it's coming once or twice a half, and if you're not ready for it, you're the guy who gets blamed.
Yeah, and in this game, it's coming to him a lot.
And he's handled it. 14-5 on the half thus far.
Big time. So
looking for the double-digit CT close. Can they nab it? Wall of smoke's up. And a couple of players to try and work out her. Phelps, man, this could be a big one. Player on top of red, behind red. Yeah, nobody's watching this at all. Whoa.
Wow.
Phelps is just gifted a 2K. Yeesh. He'll leave temporarily. You know he's going back for thirds. He's got bolts to help out. Unfortunately, just not keeping an eye on that smoke ends Party Astronaut's attempt on this T side, really. It's going to take something miraculous to pull off the 3v5. And I love that Phelps has the killer instinct to go and try and close this half on his own. But Ben has responded. Double kill off of the op. He's going to need the ace in the round to do it. This is Imperial surviving the T side of Party Astronauts. It was their map pick. They did get Pistol and the 3-0 start, but it came up Imperial every step of the way, essentially, after that. We'll see you for the second half in a second.
We're here at downtown Washington, D.C. I'm joined by Nico, I'm joined by Dupree, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who's the noob? We're gonna be making pizzas. Gentlemen, I'm judging your pizzas on structural integrity, on flavor palette, and if you want some bonus points, get creative, make me something Counter-Strike related. Our Instagram poll had Nico favored to win this competition at 53%. If you guys are ready, so am I.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Let's get to it, yeah.
Should I go first? Yes.
Help yourself.
Oh, it's so cold and gooey. All right. I've seen people put it on the edge and then they would go do stuff like that.
Yeah, and what are those things? And are you going to do them?
No.
I'm not trying to experiment too much over here.
Dupree, you're looking a little lumpy. There's a waviness to your dough at the moment.
I think Nico's doing a pretty good job. Look, but look how thick it is over there. What? No, I'm just joking. It's mental warfare. Okay, are you ready with my wooden thing?
I'm ready with your wooden platform, sir.
Oh no!
Yeah, these look great. Well, one looks great.
Which one?
That's the question. All right, done.
I'm done. Wait, you made it sick.
This is huge. Dupree's gone for a thinner center with protruding outer crust lines. Nico, I think that the consistency of this is a really nice detail. But so far,
right?
I'm impressed, gentlemen. I think you did great. Dough is done. Now we're doing toppings, gentlemen. Decision's completely up to you.
You can go ahead first.
I go first?
Begin.
Mix it up real good. A big spoon. I'm just gonna swirl it around. Oh my God, professional pizza maker.
Nico's gone center, heavier on the sauce, I would say.
Look at him. So, cheese.
Cheese first, okay? Nico, you've definitely gone lighter on the cheese so far.
I'm adding. I don't want to go too heavy.
Right. Dupree going with the consistent spiraled pepperoni strategy.
Does this look like a G to you?
It looks like something.
There's no way I can fit two. Well, I tried to do something with the G2 logo, but I'm not sure exactly how it looks like.
I think I'm gonna try it.
X Factor, honey sauce. We got Nico's G2 pepperoni no green, and then we've got Dupree's symmetrical honey glazed deliciousness. So, one final step, gentlemen. Time to cook them. All right, gentlemen, they're out of the oven. They look great. They look good. So, time to find out who ended up whipping up a better pizza. I think I'm going with Dupree's first, so I'm gonna come at it.
Please don't burn yourself.
That's fantastic.
Good, yeah?
That's really good. Excellent.
Perfect.
The pull?
They surely both taste
The pull is nice. This is too difficult, and I didn't think it was gonna be, but I'm gonna side with the 53% of Instagram users and say Nico took this. It's just good. Dupree, it turns out today, I'm sorry, you are the biggest noob. Nico, well fought. Congrats to both of you because I'm impressed. These are solid pizzas.
It was a fun experience.
Well, back to reality and back into the stratosphere. Party Astronauts run away with map 1 uncontested, and now it is a very comfortable lead from the Imperial boys on map 2, assuming, of course, Mohan, that they've got a T-side of their own in store for us. All right, unless Party Astronauts can just smoke them, I think we're going Mirage.
You think so?
I do.
Yeah. I think okay, I was personally wondering how good Imperial's T side is on this map. So, we'll find out right now. Pistols don't matter as much as they do in CS2, but they matter.
That's, you know what? Objective truth. Spec's going to try to push the Berettas out. Great start. Viz finds the third. Oh, look. Okay, it's over. 2-0. 2-0. You heard it here first. I don't know what Viz just did, but it must have been sick.
God damn. Talk to him, Viz. Viz got nice movement. It looks like he's got good jokes, too.
Sure. Yep.
Is that guy named Vizathan? We got Grizz, Viz.
Oh, man. Okay. I understand why he's freaking out.
Wow.
3 one-taps.
Damn.
5 kills.
Of me for real.
4 kills and 5 bullets. And that's coming from somebody who started the round like 5-12. But Viz, right back to it. We're going to get the Imperial attempt to just burst onto the A site. You know, Party Astronauts could just be banking on a rock-solid CT half. And unfortunately for Imperial, they're not getting out with anything. They didn't get anybody down vent. They didn't get a single kill. They got nothing but a beating here in the 17th.
And a very interesting lurk. Oh, well, it was interesting. It was interesting. You can't take that away.
They're coming for you, Henny. You can hide for now. That smoke down on Squeaky, though. Just keep it clean here, Party Astronauts. Keep it clean. Oh! Okay, no, just one. And all things considered, they'll let that one slip, seeing as how quickly they shut down the forest by.
You get one chance here at the Blast Showdown. One chance to beat the team in front of you or you're gone. That's it.
It's also an event notorious for the upsets.
It's all, yeah, that's true. That pressure piles on quick.
Ooh. MP9 stuffs Phelps next to red. Grizz is going to be our ramp player of the CT side for Party Astronauts, and they're coming at him. He gets a good first one, but Lucas's pistol will indeed connect, and Ben doesn't want to be the next death unnecessarily, so he just leans back, banking on Viz being in B side already. Sure enough, his M4 connects for 2 more kills, and this one also fizzles out. That's 2 kills for Imperial in the last 2 rounds.
And the Party Astronauts are running at them, right? Great signs for them. You can see the Colgate smiles coming out here from the North American troop. This is already a very scary situation. I mean, they just look like so much more of a real team than Imperial do, straight up. There's nothing so far that I can say defines Imperial in terms of what they do right now that other teams aren't doing. What they do that helps them stand out. I can't really say for sure. I think in the first half, saw glimpses of like, oh, they're being very adamant about holding on to their setups, even with lots of pressure coming their way. That was helping them stand out for me. That was it, though.
Ponalone just having fun outside. Will die out to Henny. Top silo support as well, but Ben Leet shaves that player off, and now they're just going to be stuck at red at man disadvantage with low health on Vinny.
Whereas for Party Astronauts, lots of great utility, lots of variety, lots of great re-aggressions. So many good mid-round plays. We had Grizz as a great rotator over on Overpass. I can see so many reasons why you'd lose to a team like this.
They're not losing yet, but they've definitely lost some of that steam that was coming out of them. Ooh, I love this. I love this. Perfect.
Wow.
Viz
executed it so fast too.
Nasty.
That was nice.
Ben Leet follows through with the last headshot of the round, and this is Party Astronauts looking very comfortable on the defense.
Yeah, this is a big win, man. If they pull this off on Nuke, obviously it's a lot easier considering it's their pick. They already got through Overpass. We had Imperial on a 3-round loss streak before they played Party Astronauts, but Party Astronauts definitely gave them their worst loss in some time in that last map. Oh! Wow. Nothing scarier than a team having fun.
No.
Okay.
Oh, but,
well,
Ben gets blasted. Ponalone's got the recovery, so it's a little sweat off the brow. Grizz gets tested. Ooh, switching to the sidearm. Op's got to come have help, and they will. But then Henny pops Grizz right back, and Ponalone doesn't want to give the Op over. We get the lobby push, though, from Spec. Oh, I thought Lucas was going to gun him down, but it's an instant headshot out of the AK, so 1v3 demanded of Henny. He's going to smoke into the B site and then move bomb back up. Let's see if anybody falls for this.
And he will find a way to make this interesting.
Right?
Haven't really given him a 1v3 yet. Also, Viz is lucid right now, right?
He's in that flow state.
Yeah, he's already got 10 kills this half.
But he used the reactor to block off the double doors, plant for decon. He gambles, hoping that single instead gets played. Now he can switch over. That's information confirmed. Ramp player's coming, though, and he's down to 42 health, so it's not the most ideal spot, but he picks up a kill. Henny, what more can he do? Op peek. He's in the back of the site, and he's dead now. Ponalone, it's the Tech 9 to make the difference. Long-range Tech 9 at that to tie this game at 10.
Okay. Yeah, now that it's all tied up. This is where it gets very scary. And if there is something that defines Imperial, this is the half that we need to see it in. What's going to change the course right now? I don't even have a thing. Like, I don't know what it's going to be personally. I was kind of worried that their T side was going to fall off a bit. Not seeing much to say otherwise just yet. We had that aggressive play from Phelps that last round to get into mini. That was pretty good barrel stuff. Going for something similar right now. Ben lead on the same angle as well, but now farther back. That's the difference.
We'll see if it helps. But Phelps has already lost the teammate. Ben's got 8 bullets in that gun, and Phelps up in his face. Phelps could jump on the reload. Sure enough, Phelps given that timing as the cross comes through. Trade frag out of Viz, a little bit delayed, but Grizz sits down beneath, awaiting the commitment with support from Ponalone. Nobody goes single for Imperial.
I think Pone should just watch this control side, yeah. Wow.
Nails it. Nice headshot. Another player in there, though. He knows it with the flashbang confirming. Ooh, missed shot, but they're dropping like flies. If it's not Lucas 1v4, then this one's going to fall flat. He's hunting the player backside as the other CTs move over.
Getting toasty.
Half health to work this, but no sir. Viz going to capitalize, and Party Astronauts 6 rounds in a row, now leading by 1.
Yeah, more good plays. Nice run from Ponalone. Getting deep into control side. Knowing that they're down there with all the info that Grizz had heard, plus the teammates coming down, set up Grizz perfectly to get an easy kill. There's just no worries, no fears, you know. Once upon a time, I think Phelps gets that 2K inside of mini easily, and things get scary. I just don't think Party Astronauts are scared of these players like they once would have been.
Would they have been? Do you think Grizz was competing back in the glory days of these players,
Mohan? That's the thing. Like
they're strangers to him.
Grizz heard about these guys today, so it's no problem for him. Okay, players like Ponalone. He's not scared of them like he may have used to them.
That's fair. Yeah, it really just felt like they were waiting to get to the CZ side. Now that they're on it, now that they're in it, looking better than ever. So pressure's on Imperial here to show us life on this T side. I feel like main could be a point of contention if Phelps is able.
Oh, you gotta get
not this
that,
time.
baby. God damn.
Could have finished it. Should have finished it. Needed to finish it. Ben Lee not going to let him kill him 3 rounds in a row. And Viz gets the best of the main fight. Can't manage to hold on Vinny, but that's okay. Spec trade frags. And all that's left of Imperial now is stranded in the lobby. Ponalone's pressure out of ramp confirms Imperial's presence. Plenty of time for Henny and Bolts to try and work this magic. 2v4. Spec peeks, but giving away a kill, really. Henny so ready. Remember, Ben Leet's low. This is winnable. Bolts, he slipped downstairs.
There we go. Okay. Maybe a little... Oh, not caught on the rotate down, but they hear both now. Pone, what can he do to stop this? They're control side. So there is a chance. No molly? Oh, no molly. How are they going to take lower? They got to try this, but they got to fight their way out. Oh my god, they think because there's no molly, they're not taking it, but they really are.
Oh, and Ponalone peeks between 2 players. Gets away from him. Grizz is going to follow. Now, Decon should be empty. This could end up giving Grizz an angle. Henny's aware of it. Cautious. Also still turning attention back and forth, but he picks up the headshot. Ben Leet's going to try to slide out. Early damage done by Phelps. Could be the death of him. Oh, the pistol's enough. They pull off a round where they look stranded. But that uncertainty, like you said, maybe because of the lack of Molotov, whatever it was, that uncertainty costs PA.
The lack of Molotov to cross up into the site, and PA thought, no way they're going to try to do this. They threw that round away completely. There's a Spec walking in the hut, which could have been forgivable if they had somebody watching Squeaky. Instead, it was totally open, so they were just doubled up on the hut, plus a guy in heaven. 3 players there, so much redundancy. What's the point of having a 4v2 if you're all watching the same angle? And then Imperial go the one place that they can go. Downstairs, no nades, and they still win that. That will be a no excuse round to go back and watch. And, you know, Ponalone had that cross, but again, literally because Imperial had no way to take the lower site, that's why they won.
Spec, overwhelmed. Second player's close. Phelps gets the better of him, but it's the main fight, and Grizz slides out from heaven. Ponalone just took one with the frag. Grizz drops bomb, and it's all on Henny.
Oh
Cut
my
off
God.
from Hut. PA bounce right back with a win.
Hey, like it never happened.
Shrugged him off.
Yeah, that's a big... Now this call, this is one of those intangibles, this situation. Like, the call they make here is risky because it's an upper hit. They throw everything into it just after winning a round. It kind of makes sense to go for an upper call like this because they're probably coming into this round with not much money after they won because they had 2 left. It was a very close round with lots of utility used. So maybe that call made sense, but because they lose it, I think that just gives Party Astronauts so much confidence.
Oh, fire hurts. And they feel it. Pistols in the MAC-10 trying to get something done, fighting for momentum. Imperial, they will get a second player down through vents. Henny's already got the floor of the B site under wraps, so it's going to demand a retake out of Party Astronauts. With 4 kits, plenty of utility, but double off. Made their job more difficult. Lucas kills Viz. And now he's going to be a nuisance to deal with. They've got to get him out of this corner. Meanwhile, downstairs, we've got Henny pulled off the play. Vinny back towards Decon on half health, 3 players ahead of him. He goes for the MAC-10, but can't. And down to 1 second, Bolts can't run through. Well, he could, but chooses not to. And Party Astronauts, they'll grab that 13th. What a crazy round.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Now, it looked like, oh, man, this might get turned on its head because of this outside kill from Lucas. But they were still moving forward with the correct protocols, with the 3 players to go for a ramp retake. Not worrying about Van, not worrying about outside. They had time. They know there's low guns. Yes, a couple guys snuck lower, but they know how to go through with these retakes. We saw good retakes from them on overpass. Another solid retake here out of Party Astronauts. They're not really getting scared in these situations. I think the one time they got tripped up was that previous round where there were no grenades from Imperial, seemingly no presence, and they thought, oh, maybe they're not actually.
Ponalone already moving that rotation up into the secret stairs. Again, the second op. 2 ops and party astronauts. We saw it pulled out last round, and the scramble to the B site got it a little off-kiltered, but now this round with outer presence could just feed Ponalone all he wants.
He's definitely looking for a fight. I mean, they're out here. I don't know if he could see a foot, but it's close.
If he's on the left side of the stairs, I feel like he sees that leg.
You have to focus.
He also has to peek all the way out.
Yeah. But the thing is, right now, they're just stuck outside at past a minute, not moving, waiting for Henny to get a kill. There's not much of a game plan going into this, I'd say. Now, the walk outside, actually, after this time, may pay off. Because they're trying to go for a mini sneak, but Fizz doesn't see the nades outside, so they're all just focused on this.
Bomb thrown down so everybody knows what's up. Trade frag from Henny. Grizz is just going to hang on. Ponalone's in between them all.
Oh.
Pistols out. He connects. Vinny's dead. And a 1v3 for Henny again. But with 15 on the clock, bomb in front of him, and only a Glock as a sidearm, it's going to take some combat op shots, and Ponalone's quicker to the trigger. No scope needed. We've got party astronauts winning another one, and they are having more than fun.
This was just a very flawed strat, right? You had someone in secret the whole time. They never got mollied back. You had someone in heaven spotting outside the entire time. They never got flashed off. Then you have one smoke on the cross that lands shallow in front of Mini. There's no threat of across the secret. Literally, they don't see anyone anywhere. And then suddenly there's presence outside. All they have to do is watch into Mini. They have one opposite vent, one heaven, one more upstairs. It's pretty much free.
I feel like the reactions of party astronauts, I mean, I feel like Spec right there is literally just saying, what? Like, they can't believe that Imperial would try something and expect that to work.
Yeah, there's
as if party astronauts didn't know exactly what was about to happen.
You know, if it was simple and fast, it's a gamble. But when it's slow and calculated like that, but just as simple, well, there has to be some thought behind it. And it's hard to say what there was.
This works. Ben Lee loses track of main. Spec brings it back with a double on vent, but they do get out hot in the meanwhile. And he's aware of this. He's conscious of it. But Henny going to take him back. So this one a little bit quicker. We'd seen Ben Leet get bullied by that rapid pacing of Phelps 2 rounds in a row coming in around through main. They throw it again, right? It's the only thing that's really worked for Imperial on this T side. So why not now? And it nets them another round win.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And again, like this is a situation where it's like last round, but it's just fast. So at least if it's fast in a mini, there's a chance that you can get away with it for different reasons. Just a different starting setup from Party Astronauts, not anticipating a similar strategy that quickly. Just more concerned when they try to do it slowly, and it looked like it did.
But I think it's also fair to excuse Ben Leet that it's not like he stopped watching main. There's just a smoke on the corner, and he had like a half second where all of a sudden a player slips through. They'll be on high alert of that in the next round. Whoa! Do you see that?
Miss smoke? Or did he shoot the smoke?
No, he shot the smoke as it was being dropped.
Wow.
Shot across the map.
Oh my god. It's okay, you can still do that in CS2, I think.
What can't you do in CS2, Launders?
Play 128 tick.
Yeah, okay. Fair. Yeah. For now. Then he opens up. Nade soars past. If Ben Leet's preoccupied, though, with this fight, then maybe the outer players are going to try to wrap them. With him getting that kill, he's now ready for it. Oh, Phelps bests him. 13 health makes the difference on that one. Util over the top. Just feel like Spec has done a really good job of playing behind Vent. He's going to have to take the position on top hut. Right now, he's occupied with all of A on his own. I think he's just straight up playing top, or he was playing top hut, looking at his feet. Like a tortoise. Who makes the play?
Is this the perfect timing?
It might
be. It is the perfect timing. After 30 seconds, they're making a decision. Grizz Will he line it up?
Oh, yes, he will. Just like that, takes the wind out of the sails of the squeaky split, and the top Hut player drops onto the door, but still loses to Lucas. It's Lucas and Henny in a 2 versus 3. Brothers in arms.
Wait, they're not going into vent in the situation. Lucas goes for the spray. That's Grizz down, but he doesn't know about Viz.
And Viz is
come out in front of
for
him.
Player by Hut, though, covers. Okay, it is.
It is.
It's a Lucas Henny 2v3.
Nice.
Rolling it back.
Yeah, Immortals days.
Major Grand Finalists.
Yeah. 2017.
Time flies.
It really does. I'd say at max, that's 3 years ago. What about you?
I'd say it feels like 4 to me.
4, yeah, I know 4. It's probably 4.
Yeah, feels about 4 years.
But not 6.
Not 6.
Not
that
6.
just doesn't feel right.
You're not going to trick me into thinking that's 6 years ago.
I ain't no chump.
No. Okay,
right.
well, you know,
30-round game.
Yeah, it's 30-round game, just like that. Yeah, they won that pistol round and overpass. It's not happening again.
Surely not.
But they do have a plan, so that's always good. Oh, flash. There it is.
Oh, a lot of CTs, bro. Phelps, no.
Oh,
it's okay because the bomb can go ramp and they'll be on B and then they'll plant and all is fine. This is not a round that Party Astronauts will win.
They're going lower. They don't have control side. They're late to control side. The molly kindly comes down.
2 AKs picked up. And Decon door swinging.
They have no control right now. They're still just in the site.
Man, if Ben can serve up a good distraction, then maybe the AKs can get into the mix, but it's a delayed trade frag out of Viz.
Ooh, okay.
He gets there.
What the hell?
Eventually. And he still has 97 health. They've got this crossfire on the door, so yeah, they'll make sure that they secure it. And Imperial go 14 all.
What was happening there in control? Because we were watching from one POV, but they were both just missing a lot, right?
Yeah, well, you know, Viz is, it's like, it's hard for the the guys on the stairs every time you crouch it, you know.
Yeah, that's, yeah. That might be the last whiff in CSGO history.
No, I'm sure we'll get more of those in the next 4 days. All right, so buy on the cards. The T's lose this. They've got money in their back pockets. CT's not so much. Ben Lee, a different setup. How many times playing close main did he just lose control and they split into the A play? This time he goes back garage with Pone alone on blue, and it nets them 5v4.
Great that you pointed that out. That spot is, I call it a liege, and it's perfect for catching main drops and also those lurks. But it's like finally he answers that problem.
Right.
It would be kind of poetic that, you know, they win the round off the back of a kill like that when it matters after Imperial, you know, kept trying it and it kept working. But we'll see. Now a new challenge here for Imperial is they don't get that first kill and they lose their top fragger in Phelps.
This is the third player to go downstairs. Bolts joining the pack. Bomb amongst them. Ben Leet sitting inside of the site already. Vinny was hoping to keep eyes on Vent, but with that smoke in front of him, he would have to spam to give away position or just allow for more CTs to come and compromise Imperial. No guarantee that Party Astronauts actually take that route. Instead, throwing Grizz from ramp down towards doorways. And Ben, looking for his duel towards Decon, picks up his first. Now 5v3, super comfortable here for Party Astronauts. Viz collects a kill, Grizz adds one, and Lucas, too much to ask of him. He'll clear the backside of one player, but he's got 15 seconds to go grab that bomb and deal with 4 more defenders. He will manage to get into cover. There's a threat that he dies after time, of course.
They should let him
really
try to
bite into
plant.
the cash.
Don't even chase this kill, honestly. Oh my god, he's got to
Get him
fight.
after
He's not
time.
going to run at them. He's dying after time. Lucas, you got to run. That's just silly to try to save, I think, in that situation. But like seriously, considering it's the last round, right? We're not midway through a half. We're not at the beginning of the game. He was almost guaranteed to die, and now he doesn't get any loss bonus. So second timeout called. This one hurts for Phelps because he's been getting so much action out of these lurks outside early in the round, but finally an answer comes through from Ben Leet. He does a great job as well to stop him as they get down lower. And now in round 30, options are limited to catch you off guard, right? I think, you know, in this spot, you're basically, you could play Elige again, double upper, double ramp, hold off any rushes with mollies, and Imperial, I mean, what can they do? Play a slow round? They're not going to have much money for utility.
Nice turn from Viz. We didn't get to see that one, but we knew that Vinny was lurking outside of the smoke on Squeaky, and poor guy gets blasted.
Look at the buy, man.
Oh, it ain't ideal. That would have been an extra 8K.
Yeah, like
Party Astronauts gunning for the 2-0 here, folks, and Phelps gets an entry. Ben caught crossing. He thought he could get to secret fast enough. Instead, he offers up a 5v4.
Okay. Now, will Imperial figure out what to do with the space, right? Now, we've got the spot outside. We saw this not work out for Imperial in the past. Opponent alone spot could be pivotal towards the end of this round, because this has given up a lot of information. They're finally going for the late cross, and actually Party Astronauts, it looks like they're going to go for a ramp push, maybe. Thinking that it is an upper cross.
Leaving Grizz
Boosted.
in ramp. Do they stay 2 here, though? That seems like so many
Yeah,
resources.
tying up the resources. You're right.
Oh! Now from bad to worse, Vinny with the drive-by, Tech 9 one-tap. The ramp player peeked down to the B sites a little too late because they were just going for the boost and locking themselves in. And because it's round 30, we're playing a 3v5 retake with a late lurk from Trophy. This could be a big pickup from Grizz. If he gets this kill, oh, he can't let him get away. Now constantly your back's going to be compromised. You're going to be thinking about that the entire time, and you have no other choice but to get this one moving forward. Grizz picks up the headshot. We've got a smoke on Viz. If he can somehow get to the site, he can put that smoke on top of the bomb, and maybe they stick this. Grizz is on it, but there's the peek out from Decon. Ponalone's going to have to jump on it instead. Another player, Decon, and we go OT. They get through. Ben caught on the secret cross, Launders.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he's pushing up to red, that maybe is a little bit too risky for a round like this where the money is crystal clear. But crossing the secret, fine. If he takes that small risk and he gets there, then he's safe. But look, Phelps up here quickly. Oh, and he's totally blind too. I mean, they tried to do this safely. You got to give them credit. They tried to do it safely. But from here on out, it gets a little messy. They can't figure out what to do. They're clearly a little scared. They don't make that move with the remaining CTs that they have to make this round possible. And it's simple for Imperial. So now we're in a very earned overtime. Party Astronauts, a couple of massive flubs so far in the CT half. That 4v2 retake on the lower site, we have to remember that now.
Sure.
Yeah, I honestly still think they're the better team right now, because the two biggest losses, I would say they lost to themselves, but they could lose OT and that story could change totally.
That helps.
Yeah.
This Ben Leet versus Phelps duel outside has been so critical.
Yeah, tells the story completely.
One alone, pressing up. Oh, Vinny gets slipped down beneath. Lucas tries to trade, and it's over. All right.
Maybe they were just a little nervous, Connor.
Maybe. But you shake it in OT.
Yeah. Yeah, and if we look at the kill matrix now, like for a while it was Phelps when the scoreline was like 11-14 all the way up until the tie. He was getting the kill on Ben Leet. That started to turn a bit. It's starting to go back into Ben's favor. The adaptation came a little late, but since then he's found a few different ways to stay alive or get the kill outside.
Fast off. Damn, nice. That could have been even worse. Oh, never mind. I thought the collateral was just off the mark, but now Phelps also has Ben Leet, and this round's just an explosive one out of Imperial. Put the op in the pocket. And Henny covers the backside. Misses his chance at a third. So no! What? The second headshot's clean. And Grizz's position is unbeknownst to Imperial, but he gets himself The frag back to Phelps. Now, they know about him, but he's got the health.
They're not going
100
lower.
HP.
He thinks they're going to go lower, surely. He's faking everything just to scare him, but they are committing to this plant.
But I like that by breaking window, he could have obviously gone main.
Yep.
And now he's going to wrap lobby instead. So a small detail, but something that could genuinely start to get into the minds of Imperial. We see Lucas looking at it. I mean, Lucas would die to a hut peek right now.
Yeah. And Chris, he's going to walk out through Squeaky hoping that they're here, but
there's a gap. He's found the gap. He's out between them. Time is of the essence. Oh, and he gets caught. The timing there was not Squeaky, go hut. You catch Lucas on the corner, and then all of a sudden 1v1 versus Bolts. Nice attempt. Hell of a try.
the gum.
Yeah.
He was doing like finger skateboard tricks with it.
He's doing kick flips, bro. Well,
okay. 2 great rounds. One from Imperial, one from Party Astronauts. Very strong ones. No telling what this game's going to give us at this point. Oh. Wow. Pwn alone. You shout out to old people. Pwn alone. Fast as hell. Just out-opt Henny on the same angle. Like, what more proof do you need? Sign this man.
Shout out to my geriatric gamers. We be out here. Lucas gonna try to slide around through main.
Put some new tennis balls on that walker.
We got bingo at 8 p.m. Loses his angle here.
We're gonna try to end Suzanne's reign.
We know she's cheating. 3 T's in that smoke outside. And Pwn alone's going to take to the heaven. Oh, but he's letting them get close. Creepy crawlers. Bolts is right on the other side. But he doesn't climb up. He slides down beneath. That's a CT smoke that pops in heaven. But the drop. No way he just silent drop. Grizz is thinking about it, but turned the wrong way. Bolts is behind them. Pulls the trigger. Opens up the possibility of the B hit. But Ben leads in the pocket. Oh, it's a good amount of damage. 1 kill could be enough as the others try to scramble down to hold it. And there it is. Spec gets his. And all that flank set up by Bolts is now all that's left over. 15 seconds. Man can't even go get that bomb and come back in time. This is a 17th for Party Astronauts. And Imperial are going to have a rock-solid CT half if they're going to take this in OT1.
That's why you want a little fresh blood on the lineup, right? You never know what they can do. I mean, that's a crazy play he has to make. Popping out of the vent. Round can end on his dime, but he's also got that sort of young player energy in the sense that he's willing to try it. So not only that, but he delivers. That 2K to stop the hold downstairs. Just enough of a delay from Secret to know that he can get down the vent, so he's somewhat safe to go for a peek, but could have very easily died and lost a round instead, is the star of the show.
Sets him up, but I mean, no sugarcoating it. Party Astronauts, very flat T side of their own. It's a beautiful defense to bring it back, but let's hope that they can have some improvements since. Phelps, the top fragger for Imperial. Continuing that trend from Cologne to Pro League to now. Picking up some of the slack that Joda obviously would have left on the table. What's the play? 3 guys hugging one another behind red. Ooh, smoke on main with a big gap.
Oh, no! Wait, what?
That was the second player. Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah. Wow. At the second scope flick. Jesus.
5v4.
Another
looking to secure 18. And they do it fast enough, right? With 50 seconds still. Like, sure, you've got Secret Stairs. That's going to scramble the CTs. That's got Bolts committed down to B. He's got Lucas over in control room, and you've effectively put yourself in a 5v2 on A site, and that's assuming that Henny was actually here. But it is all on Vinny. Everything on A belongs to Vinny.
And he's been great upstairs.
Oh, they're all coming, but they're also flanking Secret fast. That's being watched right now by Grizz. He connects to the headshot as they do emerge from Secret, and then Ben clears out Vinny on site. So they put themselves in the perfect spots, and every player on PA hits the headshot when it's asked of them. Henny's the only one to put anything forward for Imperial in this round. Party Astronauts waste no time, straight to an 18th secured.
Damn, there's good things to say about just about everybody over on Party Astronauts, whereas for Imperial, it's been about, I'd say, Henny and Vinny. However, Henny's been getting out-dueled by Pwn alone. Vinny hasn't played CT side since the first half, obviously, right? And that's where, you know, he really stole the show. So these out-duels are huge. Ben Leet winning over Phelps got them to this point, and now he's still continuing to make good decisions. He didn't have that many kills coming into overtime. It's just that the frags and duels that he was taking were so important to dictate the course of the game, and that was a challenge he had to overcome. He finally figured that out. Now Imperial will go on to a third timeout as they face elimination here at the Showdown.
Man, obviously Lucas standing in for them, as Joda is the recent departure. Left a little demanded of the others, but getting blown out on overpass to that degree was really the shocker in this series. Bringing back this map, you know, this is the level of competitiveness I expected between PA, but they're punching upwards versus some experienced Brazilians, making the most of an opportunity that was laid in front of them. And we've seen last-second stand-ins at previous showdowns that just didn't hit the ground running, right? I remember ATK versus Furia of 2022. This is not the same situation. This is Party Astronauts putting forth their best foot. They've had ideas and initiatives and clean individual moments. And now all they need to do is put one of the next two on the board to get this 2-0 series wrapped up. Leave an impression on the other competitors at the Showdown. Grouped up inside of the trophy room, taking... He hit it. He hit that shot. 58 damage on Pwn alone.
Not bad.
That's sick. Yeah, we'll give him some bonus points, but will it be worth it? Will it be enough?
So they get shoved down lower again. So we see that 3 players have rotated downstairs, and Party Astronauts want to go quickly into this. Imperial will be happy to see it, but Spec gets the opener.
Clean headshots. Phelps can't manage a multi-frag. Viz puts the man advantage into their hands. Bolts. Oh, shut down. Grizz, instant headshot. 4 versus 2. Vinny gonna try to get up to some antics of his own, but desperation is what this retake reeks of. Flash to try and swing it. They've got no more utility. They have a kit on Vinny, but it's gonna have to be 4 frags clean, and they get shut down, so Party Astronauts hit the ground running. What is this upset? Henny's gonna try his damnedest, but no sir, no chance. An out-of-this-world performance from the Party Astronauts, a complete and total domination back on Overpass, and that one got our interest. This follow-through on Nuke showed us resilience. It showed us adaptation from a guy like Ben Lee outside to find that gap, to fill in the hole, and to close out this game in OT. Party Astronauts, move on.
A weakened Imperial provided the perfect opportunity for the Astronaut to strike the first upset here at the Showdown Americas. We talked about whether or not there would be a chance. We talked about the context. And it turns out, Jacob, there was a chance.
There was a chance, and there was a chance that Party Astronauts grabbed by the horns, to be completely honest. That was a very convincing win. Look over the series, over the both maps. Sure, we got into overtime on Nuke, but first map was a walk in the park for the Party Astronauts, so it never really felt like Imperial got going in this game. Put up more of a fight on Nuke, but I'm slightly disappointed in Imperial and slightly surprised by Party Astronauts, who played way better than I would have expected.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure if I'm disappointed in Imperial right now or actually excited to see more of Party Astronauts.
You can choose if you want to be more like a negative kind of guy.
I think I'll start off my first day as being positive. Right? So, and I'm looking forward to see them play again because it was some promising signs from them.
Yeah, listen, I mean, obviously Party Astronauts, we have the round history right there. Winning both pistol round and converting, that did put them in a good position. I have to give it to Imperial, a good reaction on the CT side. I thought maybe, just maybe, we were locked in for map number 3 and this was it, because the CT side of Imperial was much stronger.
It's easy to make the argument that had Imperial won one of the 2 pistol rounds, then yes, most likely we would have been to a 3rd map now, but that required them to win them, and they didn't. We saw Wiz have a fantastic CT side pistol. We saw some of the party astronauts show up individually speaking, and it felt like Imperial, despite the experience, despite the tenure, couldn't match that individual output on the server, and to me that was the disappointing part, because I agree it wouldn't have been unfair if we went to a 3rd map here, but they just didn't have the vista for it.
Right, and you mentioned the 2nd pistol round. This was the beginning of a huge Viz adventure that happened in this game, and it turns out we know exactly what happened in there with this mic moment.
Quiet.
Yeah, no noise. I'm not jigging hut, they could run out. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
You can play just anti.
Yeah.
More holding hut. Open door. While me top hut, I drop Tetris. I'm fighting door. I'm fighting door.
One more out hut, one more out hut.
Flanking hut.
Dead.
Door.
Dead hut.
Oh.
Nice.
Around
west.
Jesus, what did you just do?
Are you the fucking best? Are you the
Oh my
man?
god, the pistols work in this game. I'm rock hard again.
You're what? Hey, yo.
What
was that? Who said that?
Translate, please.
TMI. Too much information. Some things are better just left said or unsaid, rather. But okay, I guess that's what we get. If we want to peek behind the curtains, you get the full experience. Huge pistol round from Biz. Started off his CT campaign. You've been a player a bit further away. When you have a pistol round like this, Marcus, it just sets you up, right? You just feel like you're on top of the world.
Exactly. He gets the confidence going into the CT side. Had a rough start on the T side, and that's good signs of a promising player, that he's able to start off the game really bad and actually come into the second half and start performing from there. And just love to see Party Astronauts. They're hyped, they're having fun, and they look like they're having no fear playing this tournament.
In all honesty, you look at the highlight package right here as well. Most of it is from the CT side, so him being rock hard from that moment, you know, and the rest of the game was definitely the case. Wiz stepped up massively after that pistol round.
Yeah, thank you very much for mentioning that again.
Rock hard,
just in case people didn't realize. Yeah. You do know there is a
rock hard.
There is an explanation behind it, right? You know what I mean?
No?
Yeah, we'll talk about it after. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it after the broadcast. It's all good. Viz providing us with a beautiful comeback here personally on that CT side. And then once we got to overtime, I had my doubts. Let's be honest. I had my doubts for Paddy Astronaut. You know how it is. You almost closed this 2-0 and then you let it slip away to overtime. But it felt like they stayed calm and they played that overtime pretty well.
Yeah, they played consistently. They didn't do like these huge mistakes that led Imperial back into the game. So I think it was promising once again. And if they had went on to lose this game in overtime, maybe it would be hard to set yourselves up for this 3rd map. But it's really good for them. They close it out, obviously.
Fair enough. And we're going to give praises to the Party Astronaut. They do deserve it. But we also have to address the situation. Lucas won, Henny's brother standing in. We know that Imperial is in the process of trying to find a 5th player. They have some people in their crosshairs already. He had a rough map here, but outside of just pointing at him and say individually he was a weakness, we can all agree their T sides rather looked a little shaky, probably because they also were in that situation.
You can imagine it's difficult for them to show up in a game like this in CSGO with a team, you know, playing with a stand-in without practice, etc., etc. But you'd still argue that the experience and the individual tenure of the players should have been enough. Unfortunately, it wasn't tonight.
It wasn't tonight. We still get to catch up a little bit with Zach and see how he feels after that loss and the early exit here at the Blast Showdown.
Zach, it's one game and you're done here for the showdown. Not what you guys would have wanted, but obviously you are playing with a stand-in. I want to just touch on your pickup overpass coming in and only getting 3 rounds on your T side. I saw your camera specifically. You were looking frustrated. I had question marks to some of the decisions the team was making as well. What was going on in that game? Because we expected more from you guys.
Well, I think it's not an excuse playing with a standing. I think we should have been playing much better on T side. But after losing the eco, the morale was pretty low. And our T side, I think we played very scared. We were not looking for space, not our usual style of gaming. You know, like when we play T side, we are very aggressive and we like to create space all the time. And on this game, I felt that they felt a lot of pressure. So.
And certainly, at least in Nuke, it looked better, where we see a good first half come out from you guys. But then we swap into the second half, and it seemed to be problematic again. There was fights, but it was getting close. Do you feel like you guys weren't playing the game you'd planned to play?
I think we need to work on RT side on Nuke. This comes even from the last Pro League. We didn't play a good T side on Nuke, and it's just showing that we didn't learn enough to improve yet. We need to work on RT side pretty much on every map, but especially on Nuke.
Well, we look forward to seeing how that goes when we go to CS2 and which new player you get in. But I want to do something more positive now to end the interview. Is looking at your own career. You started as a player back in 2012. Then you've coached since 2016 some of the very best players in Brazil. You've been in Temper Storm, Immortals, Luminosity, 9Z, now here on Imperial. What would you like to say closing out your CSGO career before we move into CS2?
Well, it's not the way that I wanted to close. This is our last term on CSGO, but I'm only grateful for everything that I achieved, and I achieved with those, a lot of guys. I think I learned a little bit from everything that I passed on all those years, and I'm excited for the future, to be honest.
Excited for the future indeed. This is going to be in CS2. Imperial say goodbye to CSGO. Obviously, a lot of interesting information we grab out of that interview. Thank you very much, James Banks. Marcus, I wanted to ask you, he mentions that eco round they lost on Overpass. We talked about it on the desk as well against the USPs, and he says how the morale was really low after that. How do you make sure that doesn't happen as a player? How do you make sure you don't let one round at the beginning of a game kind of drag you down into the pit? Because it feels like maybe it happened here today.
Yeah, really good question. I think first of all, you need to have the confidence sort of from practice that you know your identity as a team, you know what to do in different situations. And obviously having a stand-in, that is a really hard thing to come back from. And I also think it's maybe the flip side of being a really emotional team. I think this is really the benefit of many Brazilian teams on the big stages.
Right.
They gain a lot of confidence, a lot of hype in each other. But when the start is bad or it's not going according to plan, I think this can be the flip side sometimes for some of the Brazilian teams.
Definitely, and that played a role in here against them for Imperial. We wrapping up slowly but surely our day one here at the Showdown. We can show you guys the bracket at home and maybe have a look at how it all panned out today. We start off, of course, with the results. We had Big taking on 9-0. Alliance scared ENCE a little bit on map 1, but it wasn't meant to be. And then a 2 from Party Astronaut. Jacob, shall we do the 6-map dance? When was the last time we had 6 maps at the Showdown?
I can't remember that at all. I literally can't remember that. But I will say, in terms of the European bracket, you see Big progress, you see ENCE progress, and that semifinal in itself is going to be very interesting. That's a quality game. So, the biggest surprise of the day, definitely the Party Astronauts. I did not anticipate them winning.
Yeah, and listen, when we know the Liquid situation, Daps is now playing for the tournament. For Sack, I don't really know exactly what to expect from them. That's good old Stanislaw over there. Is there a world in which Party Astronaut end up in the final of the Showdown? Can you imagine it when you close your eyes?
Yeah, I definitely can. After this game, there's definitely chances in this NA bracket. It's a huge opportunity for all these teams, and it's so good to have CS2 coming in as well, bringing some possibilities back in the NA scene and more teams to practice against and some hype. It's going to be great.
I think they smell blood. They smell blood right now, Party Astronauts, because you're right, with Depths in the lineup, with Liquid in a very iffy situation where, who knows, maybe Kaden is coming in at some point. We don't know what's going on within that camp. So in terms of the moment right here, that game, that potential semifinal, if Liquid wins their first game tomorrow, that could be very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you say we'll smell blood. Well, I smell blood in our unicorn prediction. Because some of us lost already a few feathers today. We took a little bit of risk as well. I believe, Jacob, you and I, and also, of course, Lucas, who's not here anymore, we went for the 9 risk. We thought 9 would kind of beat the odds, beat the house. It wasn't meant to be. We've lost lives in here. And needless to say, CS unfortunate. Marcus, nobody thought Imperial would lose, and we were all wrong.
Yeah.
Meh.
We're all wrong,
That
but
happens.
apparently I'm already the superior analyst. 4 lives left for me.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's pretty early, day one. Let's
going strong on
take a
day
deep
one.
breath right here. Yeah?
Let's recap it a little bit more down the road. And speaking of recap, oh no, that's very exciting. I get to actually queue up the CS Money Play of the Day. Jacob, would you do me the honor of doing the first one?
I would absolutely love to, because we have a guy on the screen who's had a fantastic day. Obviously, Sun Payers with the AWP. He was here, there, and everywhere in the game against Alliance. This play right here with the AWP was stellar.
That was pretty good. Now, Marcus, what about this one? You have Senpais again. What do you have to offer to me?
Let me see what we have to offer. It looks like a good pistol round for him.
I believe that was an ace. I do believe that was an ace. Holy hell.
Yeah, well, it looks smooth. I didn't actually watch this clip before now.
It's when I saw but we were all watching this one, Mr. Viz.
Yeah, we got a bit of this. He was having a fantastic showing for Party Astronauts. He got rock hard from doing this play with the pistol. And those are not my words. Those are his own words. Wiz right here with a USP play. 6 bullets, 4 kills. Not too shabby, Matthew. Would that make you hard anywhere?
I'm not going to dignify this question. I think we'll all move on very swiftly. Okay. That was interesting. And speaking of interesting, let's have a first look at our Mask MVP check-in. We're going to be doing this throughout the whole event, of course. Today, it's only about Europe because we haven't had a whole lot of America's games. So we start with Europe's few nice candidates here. We've had Nerds, of course, 3 ENCE player. He's accompanied by Senpais and Diha. We have our good old boy Tapsen. And staying in big, my friend Jacob, Crimbo did him dirty today.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great players throughout the day, Senpais, Nerds, but still Crimbo is the highest rated player so far in this tournament. He was everywhere in this game against 9. He is a guy that is growing on me. He's a guy that is getting better and better. He's getting more responsibilities within Big. And as we discussed earlier, Matthew, as well, a player that if you are the likes of FaZe, G2, any international lineup, now obviously I don't know Crimbo's personal preferences, but if he's okay with speaking English at some point in his career, he's growing into becoming a player that you have to put on your scouting list. He's playing fantastic.
You're already trying to get him out of Big. I know what you're doing.
Listen, he can stay if he wants to, but maybe also move if he wants to. You know?
I know what you're doing. Well, listen, it's been a great first day of Counter-Strike here. Obviously, the action is not nearly done at all. We're going to get a night's sleep, of course. But tomorrow, we have more Counter-Strike coming our way. First game on the docket is going to be Cloud9 versus Movistar Riders, followed by G2 Esports versus OG Esports. That's a whole lot of esports in there. And then 4-2, Stanislaw's boy again versus Daps' Team Liquid. Once again, we get Daps versus Stanislaw, the penultimate rivalry in Counter-Strike, the biggest nemesis that they are. I'm just kidding. Daps actually said in Pro League he doesn't really care about that too much. But gentlemen, happy for a good day one?
It's been great. It's been great. It's been pretty solid.
Yeah, Marcus, you didn't work too much. You're fine?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's a good ratio, right?
I just got here and now we're done for the day.
Yeah, that's a pretty good ratio. Don't get used to this. It might change very much so. But it is going to be the end of our day one here at the Showdown. We will excuse ourselves. We thank you very much for joining us. It's been a real pleasure. You all have a good night's sleep. Stay hydrated. And we'll see you tomorrow.